Give me a break. You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang. I say, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you eat black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Hey, yo. What's up, fools? Today is 7/31/2025. It is 10:10 p.m. Eastern Time. Ooh-wee. My voice sounds so much better. Holy moly. That's great. Isn't that wonderful? What up, what up? Spartacus. What's up, guys? Yeah, still feeling shit, but we're here. We in here. Did you guys see all of the? Did y'all see the fucking shit with Candace Owens and Harvey Weinstein? Apparently, she interviewed him, and now it's blowing up. The far right, because a lot of them feel like Harvey Weinstein was just like a Jewish shill, an Israeli agent, you know, blah blah blah, and he is Jewish. And so, yeah, a lot of them are really pissed off at her for talking to him. But the whole time she talked to him, she's like pressing him. She's pretending she's a journalist the whole time. So she's saying, like, I'm just a journalist. I'm just a journalist. But she's asking the most leading questions you could possibly ask, where she's like, who framed you? Who framed you? We know somebody framed you. Who framed you? Hey, yo. Appreciate the $2, homie. Thank you, Huey. Getting off to a huge head start with the $2. Appreciate it, sir. If anybody wants to donate, please consider using the tips link in the description. It is the best way to send money to the channel, but you can use super chats as well. It's just the money sent through tips, the money gets to me immediately, and YouTube takes a third out of every super chat, so tips are preferred, but super chats are always very helpful as well. Thank you, sir. What did I miss? The whole show. I'm about to get off. Appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Who's Slotkin? Who fucking knows, dude? That's what I want to know. Who the fuck is Slotkin? I missed a panel today. I fucked up. Yesterday we spent a lot of time looking up stuff about the fight. And yeah, I was supposed to be on a panel today on fatties and totally missed it. Totally missed it. And apparently excuse me. Apparently all of the white people didn't show up. Apparently all of the white people didn't show up.
Hold on, Tyranny. You said the women on this panel didn't agree with Tommy. That's what you said.
From the looks of it, we were all offended.
Okay. You got one sister, you got Athena.
This is wild.
That's
right.
Okay, this isn't it. I was looking to see if they had the live up. But yeah, apparently none of the white people showed up, and so they just had to cancel it and reschedule for Saturday. I feel fucking horrible, dude. I feel horrible. I totally missed the whole thing. Classic white devils. Well, it's literally every time it turns out to be the opposite way around, where they end up getting a bunch of white people who end up defending like black people, and then they end up getting a bunch of black people who end up defending white people, and so normally all the black people are like pro MAGA and shit like that, and so it just ends up being just like a full-on shit show. But the black people always do this, like, you know, you're not black, so you can't even talk about this, blah blah blah. While like whining and crying about identity politics, they use the most id-pull fucking arguments one could possibly use. It's every fucking time, dude. Every time. So yeah, it doesn't look like he has anything up. I thought maybe they went live and we're just sitting there waiting on us forever, but it doesn't look like it. Okay, yeah, this is the reschedule of it. Yeah. So yeah, this is what they rescheduled it for. Yeah, check this out, dude. This is wild, bro. This is fucking crazy.
But have you considered that it could be deeper, that there was somebody who wanted you put away, that there may have been some...
So remember, Harvey Weinstein was the guy who was like a big producer in Hollywood, did like casting couch style interviews where in order for women to be able to get the job, they had to like perform sexual acts on him and crap like that. This is one of the things that started the whole like Me Too movement, was women coming out talking about this. And she goes and interviews him, but again, the whole time she's like pushing him into her cabal narrative.
But have you considered that it could be deeper, that there was somebody who wanted you put away, that there may have been someone who wanted your company? Because to me, there is just overwhelming evidence that you were set up here. It looks to me like a modern day hit. I don't know who you upset. I don't know what they were after, but it just looks to me like a rigged system and they took you out. To me, it looks like it was just a show trial and the outcome was already determined before you even stepped into that courtroom. I do think that you stepped on somebody's toes. Like there's somebody's toes that you stepped on that you may not have been aware of when you were in Hollywood, because you had a lot of power. You had a lot of power.
You know, I can't say who.
Why not? Why can't you say who? What do you have to lose?
Because I'm not sure that I'm right. You
you say, I think. Maybe. I really want to push you on this point, Harvey, because I think it's very significant. I mean, you had the greatest movies that were in Hollywood. You had a lot of power, and I'm wondering if there was anybody in Hollywood that you may have been fighting with at that time. Just anything that could have been going on, because I think there's something bigger happening here.
There wasn't a fight per se, but the establishment, I would not say, was my friends.
Right. And what is the establishment in Hollywood?
It's normally the big studios, but I can't say that they were part of this.
Right. No, I'm just wondering, like, who in the end, who owns all those movies now? Who owns your catalog? What happened to your company?
We sold the catalog to a company called Be-In, you know what I mean, which is owned by the Qatari government, and we sold the other part of the library to a company called Spyglass and Lantern, which is owned by the Saudi Arabian.
Saudi Arabians, dude. Oh, she's so fucking pissed, bro. She's so not happy, dude. She's like, it's gotta be the fucking Jews. It's gotta be Israel who's behind this. It's gotta be some fucking Jews. And it turns out it's not Jews, and it's not even countries that like Israel all that much. It's fucking hilarious.
Very interesting. I'm asking these questions because my investigation into this isn't going to stop.
Yeah, until I get the answers that I want. Until somebody says the thing that I want, this will not stop. What the fuck, dude? Until somebody says Jew. If they don't say it's a Jew, I will not stop. I just saw this right before going live.
I just want to say, like, fundamentally, if it ends up biting her in the ass, I really hope that she doesn't come crawling back to a lot of people, because
this is Talks with Allie or Geek.
This is This is a weird switch up, extremely weird switch up, but once again, not surprising, because this is really fucked up. This is fucked up for not only her supporters. This is fucked up for the Black women that were on my fucking panel. This is fucked up for the Black people that she literally cursed out, for people that she said that wasn't even good enough to go on the first fucking tour. This is fucked up and weird, and I will stand on that. I don't really care anymore. The fact that you sat up there with me and others, literally express how you felt about that. The fact that you also cussed out Tom Foolery about him being a Nazi sympathizer and being a Nazi in general. So sorry.
That never happened. That never fucking happened. That never happened. I don't know where the fuck she got this from. That never happened. Tashika never cussed me out, and she never cussed me out for being a Nazi. I don't know where the fuck this came from, but that never happened. Does anybody else remember this? Does anybody else remember Tashika cussing me out for being a Nazi? Does anybody remember this? Like, the only thing that we talked about was whether or not she said she wanted all white people to die. That was it. That was her being a fucking Nazi. Just, I guess. But it was about her wanting all white people to die. It had nothing to do with me. I don't know where the hell that came from, dude. That was weird.
I hope this doesn't get you taken down. Sorry. The fact that you did all that literally just like a little over a month ago, only for you to switch up within the last 2 weeks, it's weird. And I will not appreciate that. I really won't. I think it's really weird behavior. Once again, I don't know how exactly she's come to this conclusion to go either way, but it's just extremely disappointing. It really is. So, yeah. I wish her the best of luck, I guess.
That's how I feel. Yeah, like good luck. I guess I don't know. I'm mad, disappointed. I don't know. I'm just like, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. I'm just like, what the fuck? I don't get it. I'm confused.
Literally same. That's what I am right now. Sorry. Yeah, no, I'm confused just as much as you are. It doesn't make any sense to me how we got here. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe I'm missing context. I don't fucking know. Maybe she just had a lot of convincing that she did on on her end. But I will say that a lot of people that were rocking for her have fallen out of her because of this bullshit. So I don't know. I don't know. And I don't want to psychoanalyze anybody, but I'll just say that this is just weird.
Yeah. No,
okay. So they're talking about Tashika. Tashika recently has been talking to people like me, Mercedes, Mantis, and she's been talking to us in a friendly manner. We've had her on for numerous shows. I've had some conversations with her in the background, and a lot of these people are pissed off that she's even talking to us. Now, this was the first interaction I ever had with both. So this is Allison, and this is Geek or Allie. So I had very, very long conversations with Geek and Allie. Very cordial, nice conversations with her about like what racism is, what microaggression is. Like, she was one of the people that everybody would get pissed off at for looping over and over. And but Allison is like a horrifically bad faith piece of shit. Like, Allison is scum of the fucking earth. This is somebody who just does not deserve the fucking oxygen that they breathe. Now, she's gone around. This is the first time I had an interaction with any of them. And this is, I said that Tashika was racist. This is like my first day getting into like the whole drama with the Unfuck America people. As I said, Tashika was racist. Tashika is a black woman. So a lot of the whiteys got pissed off about this and jumped on to defend their queen. And that first person was Allison. Okay? Allison jumped on to defend Tashika.
I just asked how Tashika was racist and to who that would be to.
White people?
She's racist to white people?
Yes.
Tom, what do you... Are you serious? Okay, what was a line that she said was quote-unquote racist to white people?
So this is what it says.
Oh, so you're just pulling up random stuff of Tashika now? I mean,
well,
is
you
this
asked me
relevant
why
to
I
your
said
life?
this.
I mean,
You asked me why I said this. I'm pulling up the reason why I said that she was racist. If you don't want me to...
I can't
What,
wait.
you're saying random. It's not random. You asked me why I said this.
Okay, I
It's not
can't
random
wait.
at
Let's
all.
see it.
All right. It says, hey everyone, I have a long journey here and I truly do love you all. With TikTok likely coming to an end, I took a look and everything and I am ready to move on. I appreciate every single thing you all have done. But for my final announcement, I want to give some final thoughts that I hope you all will think about in the Discord's absence. Here are all my final thoughts. 1, I hate white people. It will never go away. And I want to humbly apologize to all my fellow Negroes that I call crazy for saying
Dude,
that
are
they
you
also
fucking
hate white
serious?
people.
You just had... You did not just fucking read it out loud. Oh my gosh.
It's spelled
The amount of
K-N-E-E-G-R-O-S, but yes, I'm reading a statement from a
Are
black
you
person. If you want me to represent the
Oh.
black person, it's spelled K-N-E-E-G-R-O-E-S. That's how it's spelled. Okay, I didn't even know what the fuck I was reading at the time. It is spelled K-N-E-E-G-R-O-E-S. Negroes. R-O-S, but yes, I'm reading a statement from a
Are
black
you
person. If you want me to represent the
Oh.
black person, correct?
Hey,
I
dude.
am reading what they said.
Dog.
Well, wait. You asked me for evidence that she was racist. I just
Okay,
read the first time she said she
okay.
hates white people. There's 6 more
Because
times on
dog,
here
if
if you want me to read those as well.
if you understand this stance, okay, if you understand as a white person, Tom, I understand going into a space with people of color that I'm not going to be immediately accepted, and that is because of shit like this, Tom. You're trying to prove a black woman is racist right now.
You
That's
asked
a
me
distress,
to.
and that's
Wait,
okay.
you asked me to. Stop doing this. You're asking me to do something, and then you're acting like I'm weird when I respond to you and do the thing that you're asking me for. This is the 3rd time you've done this. You realize that. You ask me to do something, and then I do it, and then you say I'm weird for doing it. This is wild. What is happening? Why did you ask me to do it if you're gonna say I'm weird for doing it?
Dude, I didn't ask you to fucking read the word aloud. That was like fucking crazy.
You just asked me to
you-
prove that
that's
she was
fucking crazy.
racist, and
I
I
just-
went to the source, and now you're pivoting to whether or not I said the word Negro.
fucking
But
crazy,
you asked me
I mean,
to
but you're
prove
also tr-
that
but you're
she
also-
was
but you
racist, so
say
that's what
it-
I was doing.
But you also say it while trying to say that a black woman is racist to white people.
You keep doing this where you're saying I'm trying to prove somebody is racist. You asked me to prove that she was racist, so stop pinning this on me. You asked me to do this,
No, you
and now
wanted
you're
to
acting
show
like
me
it's
so
weird.
fucking bad. You
I did
wanted to
not.
show
I
me
didn't
so
even bring it
fucking
up
bad.
when
Don't
you came
gaslight
on.
me.
I did not bring it up when you came on. You are lying. I'm not gaslighting you. You're a liar. You asked me to do it. You brought it up, not me. You brought it up.
No, you wanted to show me so fucking bad.
You're such a
Anyway,
fucking liar.
I think I can handle this right now. I don't.
So this is Tashika that jumps on now. Okay, Tashika, that's who we're talking about. Tashika jumps on, not me. You brought it up.
No, you wanted to show me so fucking bad.
You're such a
Anyway,
fucking liar.
I think I can handle this right now. I don't like white people, and I won't until you change. I think it's
This
okay
is-
to
yeah,
have an
this is
aversion to
racist.
people who. Shut the fuck up,
You're just
actually.
racist. No, you shut the f. Get
I
off
don't
of
know.
my live. She has this black superiority complex. Because she's black, she's allowed to do all this insane shit and then wear her blackness as a shield afterwards.
I just asked how Tashika was racist.
Okay, so that's Allison who's on first, okay? So who is on first? And then they are on second. Just kidding. Allison came on first. And that's who's arguing with me, telling me to prove why I called Tashika racist. Then Tashika comes on, okay? And Tashika is the person that, like, they're all mad at. And Geek comes on before them and after them. And we have, like, nice, cordial conversations the whole way through. Like, she was, she changed her position a bit because it's just racist. Well, Allison is the person who initially went and clipped out of context the video of me to make it sound like I was a pedophile, right? And so she went and clipped this thing that makes it sound like I'm saying people should watch porn of underage girls. Then, when confronted on it, I had her on this show, and I confront her on it, and she says, I was never calling you a pedophile. I never said that. I never said you were a pedophile. And when you put out a video, Tom, saying that I clipped you out of context, I put out a second video showing all of that context. So what? It doesn't, you don't get to put out another video later after you've clipped me out of context trying to make me look like a pedophile. And then say now I put out the context later in a video that got like 1/10 the views. So now it's okay. That's not, you don't get to separate the fucking context from the actual quote and act like you did something good. She's like, but I never called you a pedophile. I never said you were a pedophile. I never said that. It's like, yes, I know you never said that. You're just asking questions. I get it. You're always just asking questions. And that's her whole fucking thing. She's always just asking questions. And so when it comes to people like Z as well, she keeps accusing Z of being, of like money laundering and shit like that. And then every time people say, you don't have any evidence of that, she goes, I'm just asking questions. I don't know that she's money laundering. I'm just asking questions. I have no idea. And she literally says that. She literally says, I'm just asking questions. Like, it's not, I'm serious. She's literally over and over being like, whoa, guys, I'm just asking questions. Everybody's like, dude, you're implying that she's doing this thing. Every time you bring up these like numbers, you're like, well, what's this about? What's that about? This looks bad, doesn't it? Like, you're not just asking questions. You are implying things over and over. So yes, so she is a fucking piece of shit, okay? She is a disgusting fucking cunt. And I don't know why anybody would give her the fucking time of day. Geek seems to just be like missing a lot of context. Like I know a lot of people hate fucking Geek. I think Geek is just missing a lot of context here, and so that's all. But I don't know where the fuck she got that Tashika ever cussed me out for being a fucking Nazi, dude. Where the fuck did that come from?
I'm with him. I don't know. I'm just disappointed. I don't plan to have it up for that long.
Yeah, so anyway, so more recently, Tashika's been hopping on panels with us and talking to us and having more cordial conversations, and we've all been getting along. And then Mercedes started pushing Tashika to join the Unfuck America tour, and so Tashika said that she would consider it, and now her whole community's freaking out, and everybody's getting pissed off about it. But in the process of this, the Tashika started to realize that all of these people are bullshit artists. So like the other day when we were on a panel together, I brought up the fact that Covey said the N-word with the hard R and kept calling a guy a sand N-word over and over. And Tashika was like, what? No, not Covey. And I'm like, yes, Covey. And then people in chat started saying, she apologized for this. I was like, no, she did not apologize. I have numerous comments from her in my chat and in my comment section of her defending it, saying, I'm black, it doesn't matter. I'm black, so it's okay. She defended it from top to bottom. She never, ever apologized for this. That is pure bullshit. She defended it the whole fucking way through. It is a lie that she ever apologized. And then Tashika's like, well, she just messaged me and told me that the guy called her the N-word with the hard R first. I was like, that's a fucking lie. She's lying. I have the video. He said the N-word with the soft A. I've asked for evidence that he ever said anything else. Nothing has ever been provided whatsoever. And so Tashika started saying, okay, I'll look into this. This is fucked up. Like, if she actually did that, that's disgusting. Like, that's really, really fucking gross. And I was like, yes, it is. Like, again, and I was like, and these are the people who keep lying about me, saying I've been calling people the N-word with the hard R. Covey has repeated this over and over and over, saying that I've been calling black women. She has clips, she has video and messages from me calling black women the N-word with the hard R. She's repeated this claim hundreds of times now, and it's just a fucking lie. She's just lying. She's like, okay, I'll ask her for the evidence. I'll see where it came from. then she comes back. She's like, yeah, I don't know, dude. There's no fucking evidence of this. Like, I don't know where the fuck this came from, but it doesn't seem to exist. And then she goes over like all of the other things where it's like me saying I've said the N-word, or me saying, yes, I've said the N-word before, I'll say it again. Like, it's clips of me talking about saying the N-word, but there's never clips of me saying the N-word or calling black women the N-word with the hard R, or using the N-word with the hard R, or anything like that. Like, totally fucking never happened. And they're all just running around making this shit up. And so it was, and so throughout this, she started to realize that all of these people are just fucking liars. Then she was on a panel with Not So Erudite and Allison and Mercedes, and Tashika was saying like, hey, you guys keep like whining and complaining about slurs, but she, Not So Erudite has already said that like the chat is spamming pick me at her. That's obviously like, in the way that they're using it, they're saying that she's a pick me for Destiny. They're using this in a very like sexist way right now. Like, that's obviously in the context that they're using it. This is a slur. And Allison's like, oh, I don't consider that a slur, so it's okay. And Tashika's like, wait, you can't say that. Like, she doesn't consider the R word a slur, yet you're arguing with her this whole time to say that the R word is a slur just based on historical context. But if you look at the way that pick me is used, just based on historical context, it is obvious that this is a fucking slur. And Allison keeps doing it's like, whatever, like, you know, we'll figure it out. And Tashika's like, fuck that, dude. You're being a hypocrite. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why can't you just stand on principles? Why can't you just be a principled person? What the fuck? Just have some fucking principles, woman. And Allison keeps doing this like, well, okay, fine. Like, hey, mods, like, just mod it. Like, that's fine. Whatever. Like, I don't know. What do you want me to do? And she's like, holy shit. What the fuck is happening, dude? Why do you keep doing this? Where, like, you just keep, like, instead of just actually talking about it and admitting that you're wrong or admitting that I'm right, like, why do you keep just, like, doing this, like, oh, whatever, okay, fine. Instead of actually engaging with what it is that I'm saying. You're being a fucking hypocrite. And they have it out, like, hardcore for a while on this panel. And after that, Allison went full fucking hater mode. Like, Allison went full fucking hater and starts like going and digging up like all of this old shit about her. So yeah, this is the short like part of what it is that I'm talking about. But
whether or not it's weird, like, cool. But,
this
like,
is mob shit.
If we're like, of course, like, no, it is not okay. Like, why are we fighting about whether or not it's okay to be?
I'm not fighting you on whether or not it's okay. You clearly didn't care before somebody said something. Let's be so fucking for real. Let's be so fucking.
No,
what do you want me to do? You didn't see people spamming pick me in the chat? I didn't know. Even if that was the case, even if that was one second,
Girl,
it's not funny.
So
this shit is not fucking funny.
Okay.
Even if you didn't see it, your reaction was irresponsible. You removed your own responsibility. You are the leader of the live. If you tell the chat to shut the fuck up, they shut the fuck up. My chat shuts the fuck up when I say, hey, chat, stop being fucking xenophobic when a person has an accent and they come on my live. And then they don't do it again. No, even if there's 2,000, 1,000, 3,000 fucking people in my live stream.
I know, once again, which is not like... Allison, yeah. No, I hear you. It's fine. Like, we can just stop saying pick me in the chat. Like, it's that simple, guys. Like...
Holy shit.
I mean, it's just, there needs to be... What are we This is
I mean, and this is the next time that she said it.
Like, I am uncomfortable.
This is so crazy.
see, and she does it again where she's like, okay, fine. Like, what? We can just stop saying it in chat, guys. Like, I don't know what you want me to do. Like, every fucking time. Every time. Dude.
This shit is making me uncomfortable. I'm even seeing some of my fucking viewers in here. I want to let y'all know, y'all are weird as fuck. Allison, you sound like an abusive man. Like, this is weird. This is fucking weird as shit. Do not ever make me agree with these dogs. What is wrong with you?
That's dehumanizing.
Good. What is wrong with y'all?
At least Tashika's consistent.
So this is the problem, is that like Not so erudite in Tashika, and a lot of them are saying, like, we just don't really care about slurs. Like, we say, like, edgy shit sometimes. And so through talking to Tashika about this stuff about, like, you know, the, you know, she hates all white people and shit like that. Like, she just says, like, really edgy, provocative shit a lot of times to where, like, her audience knows what she means. People from the outside don't. And so obviously it's going to sound like really bad when outsiders come and look at it. But like in general, it's not exactly what it looks like. It's just more of like a provocative thing that they say, which is still fucked up, but like still it's not obviously I do the same exact thing. Like I do the same exact fucking shit, and that's exactly what they're doing to me, is going and clipping shit that like my audience knows what's going on. They have like clips of me like marching around, like goose stepping, doing the fucking, you know, Heil Hitler shit, and then they're all running around saying this is how we know he's a fucking Nazi, is because he's literally goose stepping and Roman saluting around in his on his streams, and I'm like, wait, like, all right, like my audience knows what the fuck is going on. Like y'all going and just clipping that and then running with it, it's a little fucked up. So yeah, so I while I understand like the perception of Tashika, I also understand exactly what it is that she's going through with this shit. And so when she says it, I'm like, okay, I get it. That makes sense. And so yeah, so that's kind of how things turned around, and now they all fucking hate her for talking to us.
George asked me if I've seen it today, but I'm just like, yeah, I mean, you know, like I said, I've said this before, she had great plans of what she would want to do with the amount of money, that if she could have it, but it's just like, with Z, like, what about, I don't know, I guess the history doesn't matter, I don't fucking know, I don't know.
Yeah, no, and I mean, like I said, I hope she does good things with it. Like, I will not, that's one thing that I'm always going to stick beside, right? I hope she does good things with it, right? All I'm saying is that this blows up in her face. I hope she doesn't crawl back around other people to start victimizing herself. That's all I'm saying, right? Because like I said, I've been trying to be optimistic about everything. I've been trying to be very positive about everything. But I will say this entire issue with like the whole Tashika going on the UFA tour, even before we officially knew, definitely just rubbed me the wrong way. And it's rubbing me the wrong way in particular just because of all that's happened that month of my on my stream and how everything like fell out from there. So
no, it makes total sense. Like.
Yeah, this is a Discord announcement from Tashika. She says, I will be taking a month off from streaming. My brother is planning on getting a bunch of ducks, and as a bird lover, I think I'll enjoy focusing on that and spending time with family. Also, I have also decided that I will be helping the Unfuck America tour. These people who will be attending these events. Hold on.
Yeah.
We'll be attending these events with while having controversial pasta. Oh, controversial pasts have shown openness and willingness in discussion with me. They have treated me personally with respect. I have spoken to them on their behaviors, and it's given me insight on how these people think and how I will interact with them and others in the future. And with this information, I just know there are things we can be better at. At the end of the day, this is my passion. So yeah, it goes on to say, I'm being given the opportunity to meet and possibly get membership from the small represented group that is Black women in politics. Many don't know that most of the Black-owned organizations are completely right-wing. I do not have a lot of space to grow with others, and my something is low. Okay. So yeah, so it sounds like she's saying like she's Controversial past. Controversial pastas would have been much better. That would be a lot more interesting to me.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Sorry, obviously I feel really weird about it too. I don't know. I don't even know what's big, so it's like, okay. Just disappointed. It's like the best way I can say.
Yeah. It's and I don't even know if I should be disappointed in somebody that I'm just not that close to. Like, I don't know Tashika. Tashika doesn't know me.
Yeah.
So like we're strangers on the internet. Like, I don't know half of y'all. I really don't know y'all, right?
No, that's totally fair.
Right.
Yeah.
It's more so like, I don't know if I would call it disappointing, but considering the fact that she is heavily in like leftist liberal spaces, and I think that she's a very intelligent person, I think what she's doing now isn't necessarily smart. And I'm only basing this off of the way that she spoke about these people a month ago, like just a month ago. So that's where my take is. Like, if it would be different if, in regards to like the criticisms that she had with the.
Wait, I'm sorry. I gotta see what the fuck this is.
Been kicking back, drinking margaritas on the beach. But really, you've been hard at work writing a book, meeting with leaders, thinking about the future of our.
This is Kamala Harris. This is lame as fuck, dude. I hate this trend. I really do. I hate this fucking trend of like. These people are so fucking stupid. I hope they choke on their fucking teeth and die out of nowhere. And then they go, who said that? Because the fucking thing is, if you guys go back and watch those, it's the same voice. Both times. It's the same exact voice. Both times. I think it's the same person. I think it's the same person both times. I think it's the same person saying it each time.
There's not been one word mentioned, not a single iota, not an inkling about what we're doing. But anyway, I might need your participation tomorrow. I don't know what it's gonna be. If it's just fucking more grifting, I don't know how excited I am gonna be about it. No familiar face other than Carly and Kira Lease, who I met at the TikTok studio thing that we did.
Sorry, this is Good Trouble stream. I'm spamming a bunch of shit in there.
She's a little social butterfly. Me, I don't know if you know this about me. Not so much, dude. Not so much.
Okay.
First tour was more pertaining to just, their issues of like how it's going to go, which I would be all for. I would understand that, right? And I'm like right there with her. But then it turned out to like you literally cursing out these people that are going on.
Hey guys, what was all the comments about Tom Foolery and shit like that? I got a bunch of comments on one stream that was saying like Tom Foolery, W Poop stream. Are they shitting or not shitting? That is the question. What are we talking? Why did everybody say this? I don't remember anything. I don't remember anything about this, so I have no fucking idea of what that was all about. Oh, someone said poo, and I thought it was funny. And they told me to watch it. So we all started saying poo. Okay.
2.0, right? You actively were against them for so long. You literally said that you would rather.
Yeah.
create a Black woman, like, you know, some type of Black woman event, than to ever like be a part of the UFA, only for a month later for you to be a part of the UFA. So it's like this is interesting, and it's just, I don't know. I think it's like whiplash. I will say that for sure.
Yes, whiplash for sure. That's a better way to say it. Yeah. That's how I felt too. Yeah. It's just weird. It's weird. That's all.
Yeah. Also, if you guys weren't here last night at the end of stream, Mantis messaged me and said, "I'm hopping on Pisco's right now." So we tuned into Pisco's, and then as soon as she jumped on, Destiny also jumped on, and so then Destiny and Pisco had it out last night. And so eventually we just raided into Pisco because we were just sitting here watching his stream anyways, but that's what a lot of people have been covering today.
All I keep saying is just weird. I don't know. But yeah. Sorry, I'm not the best with words, but I'm just like, yeah. Wait, yeah, Shane, I know. Shane, what happened? We were like all chilling like 3 weeks ago. What the fuck happened?
Yeah, exactly, Shane, because what the fuck?
You know, somebody in chat just said, just goes to show that hating on fuck America didn't work.
That's exactly what I said when I read this. I literally, when it was sent to me, I was like, wait. Like literally, wait. Like, whoa, wait. Am I missing something?
Yeah.
I'll just say, like, I really do hope that, like I said, never wish a Black woman to never wish negativity on a Black woman, you know? So I will.
And then there's, what's his face? Shit. What is his name? I've said that I talked to him a couple of times behind the scenes.
I'll just say, like, I really do hope that, like I said, never wish a Black woman to
Dan Malik. Yeah, Dan Malik said, if you can't beat them, join them.
Like, never wish negativity on a Black woman, you know? So I will say that I hope that things work out. I truly, truly fucking do. And y'all, one thing y'all know about me is that I will always wish for the best, no matter if the situation is complex or sticky. But I'm not going to like just, you know, shut my mouth about how I still feel about it, you know? So like, despite how I feel about how I feel like this is whiplash, that does not mean that I don't wish her the best in regards to this. I hope that this does bring her opportunities upon opportunities and everything. I do hope that it brings her, you know, things that could possibly be bigger than that. I really do hope that it brings her light and love and everything. But at the same time, I'm still going to call out the weird fucking shit because this shit's weird.
Literally.
Listen, y'all, two things. This is what I'm saying, that sometimes people want things to be really black and white, and I don't think it should be. I think that there should be some nuance, like, which is why I'm like, to an sense, once again, it would make sense. I wouldn't have an issue with her going to UFA if the way she spoke about it, you know, the first time, it would be I would have a completely different opinion. But since us all being front and center of the way that she reacted to the first time, then I'm going to, of course, side-eye her with the way that everything has transpired now. Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's totally fair. It's totally fair. I don't know. I don't know how much, you know, like, I don't know. We've had our own things on here, so I have a little bit more, but just like, what the fuck? I'm just like pissed. But yeah. I'm probably not going to be on for too much longer, though, so I just kind of came on to let you guys know that I know, because everyone and their mom was sending me this, like, I know. So, thanks, guys. But, yeah, I'm just, you know, disappointed about it. She was, yeah, I don't get the switch, like, Z still first time too, I don't know. But no, but you're totally right. I don't want to wish bad. Like I know she did have really good ideas. Wouldn't be where we're friends before this. She had really good ideas of what she wanted to do, like if she had the resources to do so. And I hope that like she's able to implement some of those ideas, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I wish that she. Okay, so once again, like I said, I'm gonna stand 10 toes down on what I say, no matter what. She had the opportunity to do the things that she wants to do with her own platform. I think that she's just building herself up by using UFA as a way, obviously, to like get attention, which is, I think that's good on branding. That's not bad, y'all. It's marketing. I get it, right? But at the end of the day, you're talking about wanting to feed the homeless. You're talking about wanting to build these bridges and intersectionality and nuance within these communities and everything. When she had the platform to do so, she's been having the platform to do so for the last 1.5 years or 2 years of her being on Debate Talk.
Mantis. Mantis. Oh. She can't hear me.
Hello, I can't hear you. Classic Tom, not setting up his computer.
Hello.
Alright, hi.
What's up?
Okay,
Wait, what was the poo
of all
thing?
the days where I actually called... What poo thing?
The poo thing? What do you mean, what poo thing? You just said in chat the poo thing was hilarious. What poo thing?
Nothing, he just said, it was calling people poo. Like, someone yesterday in chat said poo, and it was funny. It's
Oh, it was a thing from chat? What do you, I didn't say it was deep. I'm asking what it is. I'm just asking, what the fuck? Why are people posting poo and shit all over my comments and crap? Why? What happened? What? I'm just asking what happened.
Someone just said poo, and it was funny. And so then everyone started saying poo, and that's it. That is the story.
Okay. All right. I didn't see it. I totally missed this. So I was very confused all of a sudden when I keep getting a bunch of comments and shit about poo. And I'm wondering what the fuck is happening. But all right. So what's up?
It was like when Wasted yesterday. It was so good. I love Wasted Design. You're the best. But he was in Pisco's chat, and he was like calling Ogre Boy Ogre Dumb. Which is such a fucking stupid name. But
Ogre
then everyone
gay.
started calling him Ogre Dumb. And I said Ogre Gay, but like people get angry.
Yeah.
It was funny.
Bro, he was so lost in that
I just
fucking
wanted to-
conversation. He was so confused, bro. Ogre Boy. He was like when he was trying to explain his positions to Destiny and them, like he was just so fucking lost.
Yeah, dude. Well, it's because he's stretching. It's because when Destiny asked him, like, what do you think I was doing that for? Why do you think I said that? It kind of reveals Ogre Boy's whole thing, where he just puts like the worst intentions in people's minds, and then tries to like get them to spit that out. And they're never going to, because most people aren't like running around with like the worst intentions behind the shit that they say. So, I don't know. Ogre Boy is trying to make the case for like the worst intention thing. It's just never going to work out so well.
Yep.
I just went on Mercedes Live, or like there's a bunch of the Unfuck America Tour people doing a live.
Yeah, I saw right when
and I said
started
in the
streaming.
chat, oh, it's so... Yeah, and I said, oh, it's so good that that Tashika's joining the tour, kinda, or whatever I said. And they were like, no, she's not. I was like, wait, what? Apparently she's fucking not.
So, okay. So, it's not that she's not. She made an announcement in her Discord, like, from what I understand, days ago, saying that she was joining, but she hasn't signed the papers yet. And so, this is what she told me. Last I talked to her is a couple of days ago. She said that she's still thinking about it. She's still considering it. She did already announce that she's going to do it to her audience, but she's not, like, she hasn't put pen to paper yet. She still has like a couple things holding her back from doing it. So
Okay. So it's just like, man, she probably should have said nothing until she
Yeah.
signed. But also, I feel like she would, hopefully she just works alongside them, even if she doesn't sign the paper, join the tour. I feel like she's kind of, her eyes have been open to like the prospects and the doors that open for her if she wants to kind of work with people like the people she's deemed assholes. So hopefully she does, because she's got massive potential. She obviously is passionate about this shit. Like, it's gonna do more good than harm, I think. So I don't know why she doesn't just go for it and get her name out there and start working in communities and shit. It'll give her real life instead of online bullshit off TikTok, like bullshit fake influencers, aesthetic lefty shit.
Yeah. I just read from Mog replying to this video posted in general, that because this video that we're watching right now, this was posted by Rikanu in general chat, and Mog started saying that like progressive victory was all purity testing everybody and trying to keep the progressives away from the Democratic Party, and that it was progressive victory's fault that Kamala lost the election. And I was like, where the fuck did you get that from? When did they do any of this? And then they said, you tell me, you were privy to the meetings, no? Did you at least not didn't you at least strategize about how to best run leftists off the platform? And then they said, how did that happen exactly, that a radical suddenly became more popular than the Democratic Party? Weren't y'all in their ear? Erudite said you were. I don't know what
is happening?
I don't know, but I was not part of progressive victory, so I don't know where the fuck this is coming from, but I had nothing to do with progressive victory. I was not part of it. I was invited and didn't do it. I have no idea what where this is coming from.
I love how, like, what is this progressive victory killed Twitch poll? What is that about? Like, that's not even true.
Yeah, I don't know. There like,
is that like,
no.
You feel like Twitch poll was killed by?
No, I can show like tons and tons of like streams and shit before like a year before any of that happened, where everybody was saying Twitch poll was dead, Twitch poll was gone, that like it was over. There was literally a stream with, I think it was Dylan Burns, Aiko, who was the black guy with like the big afro? I forgot his name. He was around for a little bit, and I haven't seen him in a long time. And then Chud Logic. And yeah, the four of them sat there talking about like how Twitch poll was gone, and they were all just having like a little reunion stream saying like, hey, remember Twitch poll? And that was like a year before all progressive victory even existed, so I don't know.
Yeah, I remember Twitch poll being like people were trying to destroy Twitch poll from like the commentary community and outside of Twitch poll for ages, like, because politics sucked apparently, and it's cringe having debates, and it's cringe talking about anything to do with politics, and it's boring and gay and lame. That's what happened. Like, and then also the infighting is what happened. It was just infighting among Spurg mentally ill people. That's what happened to Twitch poll.
Yep. Yeah, the Twitch poll broke up because of all the fucking drama that everybody kept getting into. It was mainly leftists. It was mainly leftists purity testing everybody too much and making too big of a deal about everything, to where they kept like trying to cancel people, kept getting people banned from the platform, to where everybody eventually moved over to YouTube instead.
Yeah, exactly. And then on YouTube, it was just a bit, kind of the same sort of thing, kind of ended up semi-following at times, but then it was like, then it was just like, people just went off and did their own things, and then the rest of the people were just trying to destroy Twitch poll because it was boring. I came into the end of YouTube poll or whatever. I don't know if like the end of a lot of interaction between politics on YouTube, and I don't know. So I missed like where it all completely fell apart. It was kind of it was already ended, if not like coming to an end when I was here. So And that was like before progressive victory. What are you doing? Every time I come on here and talk, I never get like any kind of. I always finish a sentence and then it's like you're fucking playing a game or some other shit. You're doing like other shit, and I can't see you because you don't have a camera on. So I just assume you're just like doing something else.
Yes, I was replying to the stuff in the chat. Where you came to talk about the Tashika stuff, yeah.
I just wanted to ask about, like, they said that she wasn't even joining, so, and they were pretty adamant, and I said, oh, but she's not joining, but she's working alongside, right? And they were like, no. And everyone's like, no, but but now you've explained it's because she didn't sign anything yet.
Yeah. What do you think it's good if she joins?
I got a message from SCB. I already explained. Yes, I did. You weren't listening.
Well, no, you said that you thought it was kind of based on other circumstances. I'm asking, like, for Unfuck America, do you think it's good if she joins?
Oh, for them? Yeah, I think it is good. Why not?
Why
I feel like Unfuck America is in such an early stage that just like numbers is all that really matters. It's just getting a following, a big group of people, and ideally a diverse group of people.
Mm-hmm.
I think Tashika's got a cool story. Like she's got an interesting story, especially like the fact that there's still conflict is kind of cool. I like it. I like that there's a little bit of like, I'm not even sure. Like we didn't start off on the right foot, but then we got to know each other and blah 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 blah. Like that's cool. And then she's also really smart. I think Tashika's really intelligent. I don't know how she is at debating, so I don't know whether she would be like a good person to debate. I'm not sure, but I think she's really, really intelligent, so she will opt for them like new strategies or avenues or ways to like actually influence in the real world. She seems practical. Like she seems very pragmatic. She wants to actually help people, like by putting food in their hands and by getting supplies to them and by like getting people, like fortifying community. So I think that she would be really beneficial for them.
Yeah, Philly also messaged me about 10 minutes ago saying that he can come on in about 20 minutes. So I guess he'll be around.
But he asked, he said, are you going to go over the Destiny Pisco debate?
Well, no, I went over it yesterday, right? And so that's what he asked me. He said, are you going to go over this? And I said, no. Or he said, are you going over it? I said, no, I went over it yesterday while it was happening. And he said, okay, well, we can have the debate another time when you're actually talking about the topic. And I was like, wait, what? I don't know that we'll ever talk about the topic again. Like it's been like 3 or 4 days of this now. Like why not just tonight? So he said, okay, I'll be there in 10 minutes.
All right, cool. Well, I'll come back when he's ready.
Okay. Later, Gator.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
So what is it about now that you suddenly change your mind to what you could have done before? And
That's
these
something
are
we talk
questions
about
that
in
I
Discord
have.
sometimes. Like I play Minecraft with our Discord sometimes. We talked about this. Like this is something that I don't know.
Okay, we back?
Had Discord call, she would join my live. Like we definitely talked about.
I think we're back. Are we back? We should be back. We should be back. We should be back. Back.
A lot of things. I'd say we had a developing friendship, if at best. But like, yeah, we would talk about these things, and I just don't know where I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't get it.
Yeah, no, and like I said, like this, no matter what, like I'm also thinking about it from like a marketing standpoint, and like getting like exposure. Like at the end of the day, I understand why this is probably something that she feels like is best for her, because I know that she's talked about it before about like her wanting to do more. So like in a way, it's like this is putting her on a pedestal or in like the lane of being able to do more. So I think that's beautiful, right? It's just the hypocrisy of how it all happened, right? Of how she got here. If she was more nuanced and not as black and white as she was beforehand, then I would be all for this. But she wasn't. She was very strict on how she felt. She was very insulting of how she felt as well, and very negative with how she felt regarding the entire situation, right? So to go from that to be like open for this, that's where I'm like, okay, this is weird, you know?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
No, I get it. I get it.
That's like the best word. Power mode. Sorry, guys. It's like the best word I can come up with is weird. Like, it's like so bad. I just have like such a lack of words right now, and I'm so sorry. I don't mean to make it awkward. But yeah, I just have like such a lack of words. But I totally agree with you. I mean, I don't know. I like your mindset on it. I think I will.
Like I said, wish the best for her, but at the end of the day, if this bites her in the ass, then oh well. That's all I gotta say. Like literally, that's just what type of shit I'm on right now, because there's no way you did all that. There's no way you did all that, and now we're here. I'm gonna stand on that. I don't care. But with that being said, I know you said you're gonna go ahead and dip, and I do have to dip as well.
Yeah,
thank you for letting me on. I do appreciate it.
Of course. No, thank you as well.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Much love. Yeah, so like still, and like I said at the beginning of the live and now, I really don't care to talk about this for longer than like literally right now. I will keep looking at the finances if I see weird shit. Like
Wait, hold on. Wait. No, I think Tashika did call me a skinhead a bunch of times. I think she did call me a fucking Nazi and a skinhead a bunch of times. Now that I think about it. I think she did. I think maybe that did happen. Wait a second. I'm starting to have like a small flashback of her calling me a skinhead over and over. I think it's this one.
It did not happen hundreds of years ago. It happened for hundreds
Yeah,
of
this
years.
is it.
My own father grew up during segregation. I don't want to hear that bullshit come out of your mouth. Second thing is that indigenous people, there's no evidence that indigenous people ate other people. that is a lie that came up from white people. Okay, there's no documented evidence that indigenous Americans fucking ate people. So let's get that racist bullshit the fuck up out of here.
That's not really true. That's not true. There is evidence. It's just a small amount of them who did it, but there definitely is evidence of it. Based on historical accounts and archaeological findings, some Native American tribes engaged in cannibalism, according to Colonial Williamsburg. However, the nature and frequency of such practices are subject and ongoing debate amongst historians and anthropologists. So there's a specific group that I'm trying to think of that I can't remember who it was. Well, okay, coolest dude, I'm gonna have to wait because I think Philly and Mantis are like supposed to be hopping on right now, so I got other people who are about to hop on to have a debate, so I gotta wait. But I can pull you on after. Some accounts suggest that ritualistic cannibalism, often involving the consumption of small portions of enemies or deceased relatives, was practiced by some tribes as part of purification rites. martial rights, or a way to incorporate the strength or essence of the consumed individuals. For example, the Karankawa of Texas practiced ceremonial cannibalism with their enemies, according to the Texas State Historical Association. Survival cannibalism. There are also instances where Native Americans, like other groups facing extreme circumstances, may have resorted to cannibalism out of desperation during times of famine. There is conclusive archaeological evidence of cannibalism in certain prehistoric Native American societies, particularly in the American Southwest among the Anasazi people. According to the New York Times, evidence includes butchered human bones, tools with human blood residue, and human tissue residue in cooking pots. So yeah, there's another one that was from like the West that I'm trying to think of that's like known for how just fucking brutal they were. And I can't remember who it was. I can't remember the name. I feel like it's something like a tomahawk or something like that. No, it's not the Anasazi. It's definitely not them. It's not Cherokee. It's not like it's the one that is known for how fucking like crazy and brutal they were. Come on. Mohawk? No, not Mohawk. Close though. We're getting closer. No, not Sequoia. Apache. Yes, I believe it was the Apache. I think Apaches. I think maybe even the Aztecs as well, but Apache, I believe. While the Apache did not practice cannibalism as a common or regular part of their culture, there are some documented instances of ritualistic consumption of human flesh, particularly in the context of warfare and revenge. These instances were not for sustenance, but rather were tied to specific rituals, often involving the taking of enemy body parts to absorb their bravery or power. Yes. Yep. Boom chakalaka.
Okay. Also, yeah, I think it's fully like valid and reasonable to not like white people. Again, I think it's pretty valid to have an aversion and not like anyone who benefits or perpetuates any type of oppression. And the main oppression that we live in under these days is fucking white supremacy. So as long as white supremacy exists, as long as you as a white man could feasibly rape, kill, and burn me alive in that order, and feasibly get away with it, is why I will never like it. I will never like any demographic of person that can feasibly ruin my life and kill me and get away with it. That's never gonna happen. These things did not happen hundreds of years ago. My own father is 3 years fucking Ruby Bridges senior. Do you know who Ruby Bridges is?
No, I don't.
Ruby Bridges is the first fucking black person to go to an all-white school. My father grew up during segregation. Do you understand that? So this was not hundreds of years ago. This was pre my own fucking birth with my own goddamn father. Okay, so let's lock the fuck in.
Just to be clear, her initial claim was that she wanted all white people to die because they ate her people. They ate black people. And then she moves to, and I said, yeah, that was hundreds of years ago, and so did Native Americans. So then she just says, Native Americans never ate anybody. That's white bullshit. And this wasn't hundreds of years ago because Ruby Ridges just happened, like 70 years ago. It's like, okay, the Ruby Ridges is not an example of any. I don't think anybody ate her, so I don't know that that's a good example.
You skin-headed motherfucker. Okay.
So yeah. Again, yeah. See the skin-headed motherfucker thing. That's.
Have you ever seen the Troll movies? Like are they called the troll movies? No. The Trolls movie with all the singing and dancing? No. You never okay, so in that movie, right, there's a type of monster called the Bergens, right? And the way that the movie begins is that the Bergens used to fucking literally eat the trolls. And by the end of the movie, the trolls kumbaya with the Bergens, and they all become a friend afterwards. Are you gonna sit here and fucking tell me in my black ass?
Explaining why you're racist is hilarious.
Okay, get these fucking white supremacist skinheads the fuck up out of my face, okay? What's funny about that? I agree with them though. Like everybody thinks there's a good reason.
Yeah, he's black, by the way. He's apparently a white supremacist, but he's black.
To be racist, that is what you're doing, is saying I have a good reason to be racist. Nick Fuentes.
I'm not. It's not racism though. It's self-preservation. You think self-preservation is racist?
Discrimination based on race. How about that?
I don't discriminate against anyone. I said I don't like you.
Wait, no, but you say that you hate white people, right? So it's not just self-preservation, but you hate them. Yeah. So it's
no. I hate white people. No. I hate them because I require self-preservation against them. I don't hate white people because they're white.
Yeah, you can believe that it's self-preservation while it's still being racist. That doesn't change.
I hate white people because.
So she's still saying yes, it's justified. It's justified racism. That's it. Like that's literally the Trib is saying, like, she's just saying it's justified racism, and she's like, no, I'm not saying it's justified racism. I'm just saying that it's self-preservation. It's like, yeah, so you're justifying your racism. Thank you. Like,
they created things like white supremacy. I hate white people because they created racism. I hate white people because, again, you could feasibly fucking kill me and get away with it. So is that racism or is that self-preservation?
Well, it's the opposite of self-preservation. Like, obviously that would be.
How is it opposite of self-preservation?
Obviously that would be
people that can kill and eat you.
Yeah, obviously that would be like a negative. Like the people who like benefit, right, is somebody like Candace Owens who can like take the whiteness and try to blend in and benefit
she cannot
off of
take
it.
her whiteness.
But the exact like opposite of that would be to make enemies.
Abaddon 6,666 tipped $5. The best skinhead ever.
Yeah. Based. Thank you, Abaddon, for the $5. For the $5, I don't know.
All of the people.
Well, I'm sorry. Why did you bring up Candace Owens? What can Candace Owens do? Candace Owens herself has been hate crime several times.
Yeah, she says she hasn't though, right?
Right. So why did you bring up Candace Owens?
Because she tries to blend in and tries to use like
but she doesn't
the
blend
fact
in,
that she correct, but she tries to use the fact that like she claims there was no racism against her, that racism doesn't exist, to try to be able to blend in.
Yeah,
with
she's
white people.
She's a grifter. She's
right.
made millions off of this shit.
Right, exactly.
If I didn't have any integrity, I'd do the same thing. But it doesn't. I don't know why you're citing Candace Owens like I give a fuck what some coon thinks.
I think that it was essential to the point that I just made. Can you repeat back to me the point that I was making with bringing up Candace Owens?
I've been a black skinhead for longer than I've lived.
What's funny about that? The black guy who just don't know that he's a black skinhead.
What's funny about being a black Klansman?
I don't know that he's a black Klansman.
Anyway, you seem to be like a really big fan of that governor. Anyway, so yeah. Anyway, yikes in the chat, y'all. Anyway, so yeah, I don't like anyone who is able to benefit from the system in which we live in right now. I don't like anyone who benefits from that. And those people happen to be white. I don't hate white people because they're white. White people hate black people because they're black.
No, you do hate them because they're white because they don't choose as to whether or not they benefit from the system. If there's people who are actively working
all
against
white people
it.
benefit from the system. It's not a tit for tat.
So
that's she's just proving my point. So yeah, I guess she did call me like a fucking Klansman and shit like that. So I guess maybe she did. I was literally in the middle of like messaging Allie and being like, hey, why the fuck did you say Tashika cussed me out for being a fucking neo-Nazi? This never happened. And then I remembered this. And I'm glad as soon as I fucking clicked on it, that was immediately what it popped up to.
In white and bold, okay?
Sure.
Like I was saying before.
Are you paying attention?
More than you were, baby. Anyway,
Okay.
did all your brain stems go away with your fucking hair? Lock in.
Yeah,
okay?
so,
Like
so
I was saying before.
can you engage with the point about the grouping people based on something?
It's not grouping people. The fact is, Baldy, is that all white people benefit from racism and white.
It's not grouping people. All white people. So yeah, okay. She did say it. All right. Fair enough.
I will keep updated with things that happen, but overall, like, this is not what I care to make my focus on. I just know that this is what y'all sent me this morning. I do plan to have like a normal live tonight, hopefully, or tomorrow. Because yeah, I'm just not like, now we know, and that's it. So best of luck. And And I truly do wish the best. I mean, we literally talked, not like literally that live, I think before Kyla came on, about like ideas or things that would be really cool to do with the amount of money. So that does not mean I support the tour though. I cannot say that people on the tour. But yeah, I don't know. Like, it's not like, I don't think any of this should mean to be directed to bring more hate, but like those in her community, I mean, I know I'm feeling pretty betrayed a little bit, like I don't know, I'm just kind of confused. Yeah, Archie. Yeah. So I'm gonna jump off though, and yeah, if you guys want to see the breakdown of my finances, you guys can go on my link tree, and there's a Reddit you can join. I've really
Dude, there's no fucking way she's still doing this shit about the fucking about the breakdown, dude. There's no way, dude. She literally had a conversation with numerous people about this. Has been debunked across the board. She actually had a conversation with Z about this, believe it or not. She had a full fucking conversation with Z about this too.
Why is it not in the finances?
What do you mean? What are you first of all, what are you talking
Should
about?
be recorded in the FEC finances.
Look at that beautiful fucking face right there, dude. The whole fucking time, dude. The whole time we got that. She's trying to pull in the viewers. She's trying to pull in the viewers by getting a fucking good looking dude on the screen, bruh. She's milking my face. I don't know, dude. She is making money off of my likeness. I feel like I deserve a cut. That she's got this up on like every fucking stream, dude. Every stream she's got this picture of me right there the whole time.
This is what I mean.
Looking all sexy and confused. Like, that's this is objectification, dude.
See what I wrote on your video today?
Yeah, and it just didn't really answer anything. What effect have we seen from your voter registration efforts? Who did that go to?
Wait, my voter registration? What are you talking about?
Like National Ground Game voter registration
efforts?
efforts?
National Ground Game. We put on an entire voter registration program during the Florida special elections.
Okay, and
if you know anything about, if you know anything about voter registration, it's incredibly expensive to run voter registration programs.
Okay, so who was that with?
Who was what with?
The voter registration efforts.
Soul Strategies. They do that. National Ground Game. Hold on. National
what do you
Ground
mean
Game.
by
This is what I think you're not understanding.
National Ground Game and Soul Strategies are both owned by Z. So it's National Ground Game owns Soul Strategies, which owns Unfuck America Tour. So when Unfuck America Tour makes money, that money goes to Soul Strategies, which goes to National Ground Game. Then from National Ground Game, they give out all of the receipts and everything through Act Blue and all these other things. But it's always a tour behind, because if they're doing a tour right now, right, and they have Parker and Dean and Tashika and all these different people who are coming to Unfuck America Tour, this one has to be paid for right now. They can't wait until they get there to pay for everybody's fucking plane tickets there. No, they have to pay for their plane tickets before they go there. So they already have the money from the event that came before. So the event that came before is where all the receipts are going to come from, because they already have the money to pay for everybody to come to this event. While they're doing this event, they raise more money. Then they do another event. Now they do an event with Mercedes and Destiny and all these other people, right? Well, with the money from for Destiny and Mercedes, that money is coming from the Parker and Dean tour. And that's where that money comes from. But she keeps doing this like one-to-one, like the money that came from this one, you raised $100,000 on this one, yet you didn't spend $100,000? What the fuck? It's like they didn't have to spend $100,000, because that's not what they made on the tour before that. They made. So yeah, it's so fucking stupid.
National Ground Game does not have canvassers. National Ground Game does not do direct work for
we're just trying to understand the impact of Soul
Right,
Strategy.
Soul Strategies does canvassing. Soul Strategies does work for like tons of different campaigns. Soul Strategies is like a campaign operation program where they just help a bunch of different people run for office, and they have something like 600 different campaigns that they've worked on.
Yes, Soul Strategies is a canvassing. It's a canvassing organization. Well, it's not just that.
Own.
It does. Yes, correct. I own it.
Okay, so then why are you talking in third person like you don't know anything about it? So what?
What are you talking about? No, I'm not. I'm saying that Soul Strategies, my company, Soul Strategies, they are a canvassing and fundraising and digital operation for candidates. National Ground Game does not have the staff to run voter registration programs.
Okay, so we see a difference of like payroll when you guys are actually reporting payroll though. And
yes, because payroll run in two different places. There's
Okay.
There's the National Ground Game staff. So there's two part-time people.
Staff payments, I don't really get that.
Allison, hold on. You don't even let me finish what I'm saying before you just interrupt what I'm saying.
Because this is wrong.
Hold on. Do you actually want to learn about how PACs work, or do you not?
I do. Go ahead.
Okay, so National Ground Game has 3 staff right now. They have 2 part-time staff and they have a full-time staffer. The full-time staffer is organizing the college campus tours and organizing the volunteers for the PAC. National Ground Game does not have the money, nor does it have any type of staff infrastructure to run a field program. Yes, I see.
Well, okay, so what happened to your 2 businesses that like failed? Then?
What
Did you
2
know all
businesses
this?
that fail? What are you talking about?
Here,
First of all, I own 2 businesses. I own a business called Common Sense America, and I own a business called Soul Strategies. Those are the only 2 businesses I've ever run.
This is not true. What about Amani?
What about Amani?
Oh, we already reached out.
Okay. What about it?
We're really interested in.
What are you interested about?
See, she's doing this just asking questions thing, where she's throwing out other people that that Z worked with, and just saying, "Well, we talked to your business partner. We already talked to them. We had a conversation with them." Like, okay, so
Your payment for being the ambassador of the No Goon June campaign during Pride Month.
oh, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. We're gooning the whole time. Fuck that. Not me. I don't know who you got me fucked up with, but that, not me. Alright? This just went up on my fucking Twitter today. This says, just posting this to piss off a liberal. Let's fucking go, dude. Liberals just got fucking wrecked. Get fucking wrecked, liberals. Thank you for the $5. Bonzig. Like a sober October, but for the gooning. Yeah, or like no shave November, but no.
I think the foundations of how you had an interview in 2021 about talking about how great Soul Strategies was when you
Amani used to work for
registered
me.
it in 2022.
Hey, Amani used to work for me.
Why was it registered in 2022?
Okay, so what happened was Soul Strategies originated in Oregon because that's where I was living at the time. In the state of Oregon, when you move over to another state, you then have to re-register the company. So it was re-registered to Nevada when I was there. I moved there at end of 2021. Yeah, so actually the first day of 2022 was my first official day.
Okay.
And so Soul Strategies re-registered then. There's no fail businesses. Hold on. I'm trying to tell you what the businesses even do so you can better understand it. Soul Strategies is a democratic company that helps campaigns. We run over 500 campaigns. We do fundraising, we do digital, and we do field operations. So we do things like voter registration programs, door-to-door deep canvassing, door-to-door, right? So, and then I have another company called Common Sense
Ask about this company, and then you can talk about the other one.
What questions do you have about Soul?
Yeah. So when you're talking about Soul Strategies, like how many staff work for Soul? I mean, are you splitting the money?
Sometimes full-time year-round, we have about 10 staff, but then like in the on-season, we can have up to 35 staff.
Okay.
And then that's not including our canvassers.
And tell me if this is incorrect, but were these not your businesses?
What businesses are you looking at?
Cozy Cabin Rentals?
That's my husband's business that's currently still open.
Then why is it under your name? And it's
because
not.
Because we're
it's
married.
Not under your name.
Hold on, what do you mean? Eli is my
It literally was just revoked.
Yeah, because he doesn't do it anymore. We moved houses, and now he had an Airbnb when we lived in.
Yeah, but that's not. But the status that it was given was not a status you get when you like choose to revoke.
What are you
like,
talking?
It looks like you didn't fill out paperwork. Let me go to my.
No.
It was an Airbnb. That's it. That's all it was. They were just running a fucking Airbnb. That's it.
Oh, his business license was not revoked. What
Then
happened
why is
was,
your name?
Allison, are you gonna let me finish saying what I'm saying? Because the thing is, you want this to be a conspiracy so badly.
It's not a conspiracy. I just can ask questions when you say something.
Yeah, my husband's business was open back then when we lived in a place in Nevada. In that place, Airbnb became illegal. So in the last summer, it became illegal. That then caused us to move to another place, which you already know, which is then reopening a new Airbnb. That happens all the time. Like,
Okay.
what do you mean?
Well, when we look at it, it looks like revoked. So this was
revoked as in he didn't renew it because he doesn't have to renew it because it's first of all, can you please take my address off the screen? That address that I used to.
What the fuck, dude? Why does she keep putting her fucking address? What the fuck? What is wrong with TikTokers are fucked, dude. TikTokers are fucked. They are actually fucked, bro. TikTokers are so fucked. They are so fucked, dude. What is wrong with these people, dude? What is wrong with them? Why do they do this? And then even this person, this is Allison, she even reposted this without fucking blurring it out, dude.
To be that, I'm no longer there anymore.
Revoked May 1st.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, bro. Fuck this fucking bitch, dude.
Revoked because he didn't renew the license. We don't live there anymore, and the business isn't there anymore.
Okay, so if the business is running out of your house, and this is a concern of yours,
that's not my. First of all, it's not my business. It's my husband's business. We're married.
I don't know where you're from. Okay.
What, you don't think I'm married?
Okay, well, I mean,
wait, hold on. First of all, Ozzy, you don't think people that are married run businesses together?
I didn't say that.
So why is it so weird that there's a business that, like, why is that weird? That's not weird
I'm just
at
trying
all.
to understand that there's two businesses established within like a 2-month period, and then they
First of all,
were
look at how much
same year.
Yeah, so that
Are you
business,
getting a
I
lot-
just told you what happened to that business. That business is an Airbnb that no longer exists anymore because in that area, it is illegal. You can look it up yourself.
Okay.
It became illegal in 2023 in July.
So we're not even
short-term
close to,
rentals.
like, we're
So
not-
therefore, hold on. Therefore, he didn't
Shut
renew
the fuck
it.
up, Joe
Then
Blow.
we go to another place where we're going to have a legal Airbnb and open up a new business. That is completely normal. That happens all the time. I'm talking to you about my two businesses. I have two businesses, Soul Strategies and Common Sense America. Common Sense America is for non-Trump Republicans that are in areas where Democrats can't win. So we run field programs for those Republican candidates. That is still a current open business, as is Soul Strategies. They are both open businesses, and I did not have any failed businesses before that. Before that, you can look at my LinkedIn and you can see where I worked, which was the Oregon Nurses Association. And I was there until February of 2021 when my business made enough money for me to leave.
Okay, and so I hear you there. I kind of want to go back to like the actual national ground game if we could for a moment. The actual earmarked versus unearmarked transactions. What was your
so earmarked means that the receipts are in, and unearmarked means that they have not gotten receipts as of yet. That is also normal because it takes a long time for treasurers to go through every single transaction. So if you look at pretty much any pack,
but these ones are already recorded. This is from May 31st.
Right. Yeah.
That's so these ones have already been processed. They've already been
at the end of every month when you submit the documents, because PACs are different from campaigns. In campaigns, you do it at the end of every quarter, right? And at the end of every quarter, you have to have your receipts done. They understand that with PACs, you might not have all your receipts done every month. So they have earmarked and then they have unearmarked. And then once they get those receipts, it becomes earmarked. That is a normal process for every single PAC.
And so Act Blue is 100% funding this.
What do you mean Act Blue is?
I mean, because those are the only earmarked transactions I'm seeing.
Act Blue, see, this is what I mean by I want you to like better understand the process. So Act Blue it's a fundraising tool. So Act Blue is where every Democratic candidate, every Democratic PAC, every Democrat in this country uses that platform to raise money. They take 3%, which I think is outrageous. Sorry, Act Blue. I think you should lower that. But that is, everybody uses that system because it then puts everything in there for it to go directly to the FEC through a treasurer. So when you look at our treasurer, you'll see that he's making a lot of money because he's going through every single transaction to make sure that it aligns with what's going into Act Blue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just, once again, though, that doesn't... Okay, what are the unearmarked transactions? Are you even aware of what they are?
Yes, of course. I run Soul
So what are they? And how much was it?
I think that you...
$378,000?
I think that you think, Allison, I think that you think that there's this big conspiracy as if the money's all going to Soul Strategies. The money that goes to Soul Strategies...
55% of it has.
55% of it has what?
Gone back to Soul Strategies.
Yes, 55% because we run field operations. Like, what do you not understand?
Yeah, and so with a PAC, you have to have transparency. What that does is creates a
yes,
of course. Where the $50,000 are going.
Do you know?
How the fuck do you know the money went there without transparency, motherfucker? How the fuck do you know the money went there if they're not transparent? What the fuck? She's so bad faith. She's such a fucking piece of shit, dude. She is such a fucking worthless piece of shit. This is what I'm talking about. So yeah, so she keeps doing this where she's like, guys, I'm still doing this. I'm still doing this whole thing on the money. I'm still trying to figure out where the money went. No, you're not. You're not trying to figure out shit.
So I'm gonna jump off though, and yeah, if you guys want to see the breakdown of my finances, you guys can go to my link tree and there's a Reddit you can join. I've really just been posting the finances, the lawsuits, and it's really just been about factuals. I'm really not trying to.
The lawsuits were lawsuits that she fucking won, dude. The lawsuits are lawsuits that she won. And they keep posting these lawsuits, just showing claims from the lawsuits that were found to be non-credible. They didn't even go to like I don't think any of them even made it to the like evidentiary parts. Like they didn't even make it that far because their claims didn't even make sense from the very beginning. Like they didn't even break the law or anything. Philly said like another 20 minutes. Okay. Well, yeah, I was gonna try to wait a bit. But all right, we'll move on.
I had the privilege of going to his island, and I did turn it down, but a lot of people in Palm Beach were invited to his island. In one of my very good moments, I turned it down. I didn't want to go to his island. Yeah, and that was it. I'm glad I did, if you want to know the truth. And by the way, I never went to the island.
Chad, I said privilege, Chad, because guys, he shouldn't, guys, this is, I know why people are so stumped about this. This is classic. It's keeping face to what you know is as, or you try to portray as the truth, as in like, oh, from my perspective, from my whatever, this is a cool place and not whatever people make it seem to be. And he's holding that. I'm not defending you, dumbass. I'm just saying, like, it's crazy that people think this is outrageous. Well, it is outrageous, but you can see how they're trying to like stand on business when it comes down to keeping up front.
Okay, again, the problem is that the majority of the shit didn't happen at the fucking island. The island shit is all just a bunch of conspiracy bullshit from a bunch of like wackos. That's what it's all about. So he can keep saying like, you know, oh, I didn't even go to the island. So what? So what, you didn't go to the fucking island? That's not relevant. It doesn't mean anything. Who cares if you didn't go to the fucking island? It doesn't mean anything. The majority of the shit happened in Palm Beach, Florida, where Trump also lives, and in New York, where Trump also lives. So, like, I don't think it's just this huge coincidence that Trump and Epstein happen to be best friends, happen to have their two residences right next to each other. Trump happens to be on the flight log 7 fucking times. Trump happens to be in lawsuits listed right next to Epstein's name for raping underage girls. Trump happens to be, just taking tons of pictures with this fucking guy. And it's just like, oh, well, he's standing on business saying that he never went to the island, guys. That's so fucking stupid. So fucking stupid. It's so dumb. Yeah, this stuff happened really close to Trump's hotels, I'm pretty sure. We just played a video of him yesterday, for those of you who didn't see it, of Trump, like, admitting that Epstein stole women from Mar-a-Lago. He literally admits this. He admits that Epstein numerous times stole women, underage women, from Mar-a-Lago before he kicked him out. Donald Trump straight up admits that Epstein stole underage girls. Yes, those were his underage girls. Yes, exactly. Those were his underage girls. He stole my underage girls. And everybody knows that's not okay to steal my underage girls. So that's when we had to draw a line. And we gave him a stern talking to when he stole my underage girls. We gave him a real stern talking to when he stole my underage girls. In what way were they his? Trump's. They worked in the spa. The greatest spa. Everybody says it's the best spa. He literally, while he was talking about it, saying his girls, he says, he starts doing like a fucking ad for the spa, talking about how great the spa is. And then says, yeah, that they stole him from the spa. Which, again, the idea that we know of is that Epstein would get underage girls to come to his house and give him massages. Right? That was the whole idea, is that these underage girls would come to his house to give him massages, and then he would get them to perform all these extra acts and shit and start paying them and trafficking them. So the fact that this happened at the spa kind of aligns with everything that we know about Epstein and the way that he did shit. It's insane, dude. The fact that he said this openly is so fucking wild. So fucking wild, bro. I cannot believe this. This is the clip, if you guys didn't see it, but this is 3 different clips. So this is this is Virginia Giuffre. She's the one who like died recently. She got hit by a car. Everybody made up conspiracy theories about her getting hit by the car, but she actually had like really bad kidney failure already. She was already dying. The car accident was just like a totally separate thing. And yeah, everybody made up a bunch of weird conspiracy theories about her dying and shit. But yes, this is Virginia Giuffre. She used to work for Trump at Mar-a-Lago, and that's where Epstein stole her from. And so then later Trump talks about girls that got stolen from Mar-a-Lago.
I was recruited at a very young age from Mar-a-Lago and entrapped in a world that I didn't understand, and I've been fighting that very world to this day, and I won't stop fighting. I will never be silenced until these people are brought to justice. So thank you all very much.
For years, I wouldn't talk to Jeffrey Epstein. I wouldn't talk because he did something that was inappropriate. He hired help. And I said, don't ever do that again. He stole people that worked for me. I said, don't ever do that again. He did it again. And I threw him out of the place.
Epstein has a certain reputation, obviously. I'm just curious, were some of the workers that were taken from you, were some of them young women?
Were some of them
young women?
Well, I don't want to say, but everyone knows the people that were taken. And it was the concept of taking people that work for me is bad. But that story's been pretty well out there. And the answer is yes, they were. Yes, they were.
The concept of taking people that work for me is bad. Not the concept of taking young women is bad. The concept of taking young women from me is bad. It sounds pretty conspiratorial from you, Tom. Wait, it's not conspiratorial. He's literally saying it right here. What the fuck? He's literally saying it with his own fucking words.
Everyone knows the people that were taken. And it was the concept of taking people that work for me is bad. But that story's been pretty well out there. And the answer is yes, they were.
And the answer is yes, they were. The answer is yes. After all this just randomness, yes, they were.
Yeah. In the spa.
In the spa.
Yeah, people that work in the spa. I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world at Mar-a-Lago.
One of the best.
And people were taken out of the spa, hired by him. In other words, gone. And other people would come and complain, this guy is taking people from the spa. I didn't know that. And then when I heard about it...
Sure, he's saying bro stole his employees, no? Wait, what do you... That's what I said. That's what I said. I said that he says that Epstein stole one of his employees, and then he stole them again, and that was when he kicked him out and stopped talking to him and everything. That he says the second time. That's what I said. I don't know what you got from what I said, but that's what I said, is that yes, he allowed them to steal the first time, gave him a real stern talking to. That everybody knows the concept of stealing his girls, that's bad. But then when he stole them a second time, that's when it was like, okay. So what is so fucking wild again? This? What do you mean this? The fact that he says that they stole one of his employees and this guy's still welcome back. He's still allowed to come back and do it again. And then when he does it a second time, that's when, like, he's crossed the line. That's when he's gone too far, is the second time he does this. Right? Normally you would think like, oh, a guy that we know is recruiting young women into these sorts of things, that if he does it once, first off, if we know he's doing that sort of shit, like, he shouldn't be around. But if he does it the first time, you would think that, like, yes, he'd be cut off. He's not allowed around anymore. He's never allowed back. But instead, he just gave him a stern talking to the first time, and then he did it a second time, and that's when he got kicked out and not, was no longer talking to him, was the second time. That is what is so fucking wild. So much reaching here? What is the reaching? I'm just repeating what he fucking said. I'm just repeating what he said. So giving a second chance is wild. Yes, the giving a second chance, that yes, like we're saying, like yes, he can steal a girl and that he gets another chance to then do it a second time. That now the second time is when that's like, all right, we're cutting him off here.
In other words, gone. And other people would come and complain, this guy is taking people from the spa. I didn't know that. And then when I heard about it, I told them, I said, listen, we don't want you taking our people, whether it was spa or not spa.
He gave him a good talking to about this one. Spa or not spa. All right.
I don't want him taking people. And he was fine. And then not too long after that, he did it again. And I said, out of here.
Mr. President, did one of those stolen,
And just to be clear, when he says, it doesn't sound like it happened once. He says, when I found out, I didn't know. And when I found out that he was taking people. So it sounds like it happened more than once. But even if it didn't happen, like, the idea is that he finds out that this guy is trafficking women from his workplaces. And he says, gone, like never seen again. That's what he says, right? He says they're just gone, never seen again. I guess I'm not easily bothered. What do you mean? What the fuck is happening? What is happening? What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? What is happening? Trafficking women? What? I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I get it. Okay. Maybe you guys have never heard of Jeffrey Epstein before. Okay. My bad. Okay, I should probably explain who Jeffrey Epstein is first, so that you guys understand. Jeffrey Epstein is somebody who is one of the most notorious child trafficking pedophiles of all time, and that's the person that we're talking about here, who's taking young women. And so when he says that they just take them, bro, this is so corny. You're just repeating that over and over. Can you tell me what the issue is here? Steal means he took them to be employed by Jeff. How is Trump to know what he was doing with them? First off, why would he have like a big problem with somebody like just recruiting women to go work for them? Like, that's normal in business. Like, that's a fairly standard thing. Like, if you can make a better offer to somebody to go work somewhere else to where they're going to make more money or some shit, like that's standard practice, that like people know that you're going to, that their people are going to get recruited by other places just for jobs. But that's not what he's talking about. It's very clear. He even says, yes, they are young women. So why would he... That's exactly right. Jeff gave them a better offer. Holy shit. Brain mazing. Just a minute ago, you were talking about how fucked up this is. And now that you had some other cult members come in and start saying the opposite, you're being infected by the fucking brain virus. The cult has come in and they're all like, no, we must defend Trump. He's like, oh yeah, sorry, I didn't do it, I promise, I didn't say anything. Yeah, this is corny, right guys? It's corny, dude. It's just corny. Somebody saying that they knew about the fucking child trafficking that's just corny, dude.
In other words, that's everyone knows.
Of them, young women, reputation, obviously. But just curious, were some of the workers that were taken from you?
So he says, like, Jeffrey Epstein already had a reputation.
Epstein has a certain reputation, obviously. But just curious, were some of the workers that were taken from you, were some of them young women?
Were some of them young
women?
Well, I don't want to say, but...
And when you say to go work for him, again, Virginia Giuffre was not saying that she was recruited to just go do a job. She was not like going to be a fucking bartender or some shit. Like, okay, that's not, I don't know if you guys haven't heard of Virginia Giuffre's story. That's not what she got recruited to do. So I don't know what the fuck you think's going on here, but no, they didn't just get a better offer.
Everyone knows the people that were taken, and it was the concept of taking people that work for me is bad, but that story's been pretty well out there. And the answer is yes, they were.
Yes, they were young women? What did they do?
In the spa.
And so, yes, they were young women.
In the spa. Yeah, people that work in the spa. I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world at Mar-a-Lago. And people were taken out of the spa, hired by him. In other words, gone. And other people would come and complain, this guy is taking people from the spa. I didn't know that. And then when I heard about it, I told them, I said, listen, we don't want you taking our people, whether it was spa or not spa. I don't want him taking people. And he was fine, and then not too long after that, he did it again, and I said, out of here.
Mr. President.
And everybody knows that the story of him kicking him out is over him, like, getting into it with the underage women, right? And so he's saying the second story that we've all heard about, like, him supposedly going and, like hitting on underage women and shit, that this is not the first time that this thing happened. This is the second time that he knows of that this thing happened. And it sounds like the first time he heard about it, it was multiple people, so he told them not to do it anymore. And then he goes and is hitting on another underage girl again, and then he kicked him out and said, you're out of here. That, like, we all know the fucking story about him kicking Jeffrey Epstein out for hitting on some 14-year-old girl at Mar-a-Lago.
Did one of those stolen, persons, that include Virginia Giuffre?
I don't know. I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. He stole her. And by the way, she had no complaints about us, as you know. None whatsoever.
I don't understand what's missing here. Yeah, I think Virginia got free was 14 when she first got pulled in. Tom has some hardcore TDS. You guys are trolling me at this point. There's no shot. No fucking shot.
Zed King tipped $5. Crazy how Trump supporters can make conspiracies out of thin air but can't put two and two together to even consider the idea of Trump being implicated. They are either complicit by being willfully ignorant or they have an intellectual disability.
Again, yes, we have quotes from Trump before this saying that like Jeffrey Epstein loves young women. That like Trump says Trump even says that he stopped talking to him because he didn't like that guy and blah blah blah, right? So like it sounds like he makes it sound like he knew how bad Jeffrey Epstein was and shit, but also he was best friends with him for a really long time. He never mentions this part. He never mentions like how close they were and all of the fucking partying they did together and the like the just like the fact that they lived like right by each other, that they that other people have said that they were with each other like every day, just that like when Epstein came around everybody knew that he was like Trump's best friend, so he had to be treated like he was the fucking boss, and they had to in like we just listened to people from the casinos the other day talking about the fact that like every time Epstein came around, they all had to treat him like royalty because he was Trump's best friend. That we have Epstein saying he was Trump's best friend. We have Trump saying that they were really close for 15 years.
Ariana tipped $3. Heard you don't like cunts. Also, where is Philly? I'm here for the main event.
Yeah, Mantis said, he said just a minute ago he needed 20 more minutes. So yeah, I guess that like they'll be here eventually. It's not what, Severin? Do you know if there's any basis for that narrative? Wait, what narrative? You guys got to be like way more specific when we're like talking about something for like 20 minutes and then all of a sudden you say any basis for that narrative. I need some specifics here.
From Minnesota.
Mr. President, I want to thank the Center for Nevada for her work in trying to bring these bills to a vote on the floor. I want to thank Senator Grassley, the chairman of the Judiciary Committee. I want to thank...
I would say that he knew, he participated, and will never find the evidence enough to convict. I don't think that you can. So again, from the beginning, Trump said that he was cooperating with like the investigation and that he was working with the officials. This was while he was president. And so I've said the whole time that like even if there was some sort of fucking list or something, most of those people probably got like immunity deals for cooperating the whole time. So the whole idea of like there being a list of people and shit, there's literally no way it could ever get released because they probably all got some sort of immunity deals. And it's not for me to say that Trump is or isn't on the fucking list. I'm saying that I'm not I have no reason to make a claim one way or the other. The story I've heard and not confirmed is that Trump finally had to shut down the recruitment after someone in his elite circle had their daughter recruited by Epstein. So it sounds like that is what Trump was doing. Or sorry, it sounds like that is what Epstein was doing, is that Epstein was trying to recruit some young girl, and that yes, he was hitting on her, and it was a 14-year-old girl that was, I believe, one of the like members, one of like the VIP members' daughters. I believe that is the story, and that it has been confirmed. Fuck. Trump says Epstein stole young women from his Mar-a-Lago spa. Is this okay? U.S. President Donald Trump has said he fell out with sex offender Jeffrey Epstein after he stole young women who worked at his Mar-a-Lago beach club spa. The president made the remarks as he returned from Scotland, where he faced more questions over his relationship with disgraced financier. He took people. I say don't do it anymore. You know, they work for me. Beyond that, he took some others, Trump said. Once he did that, that was the end of him. It comes as the legal team for Epstein's conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell, indicated she would only testify before Congress on what she knows about the case if she is granted strict legal protections. Amid public pressure for more disclosure in the Epstein case, a House of Representatives committee subpoenaed Maxwell, who is serving a 20-year prison sentence, to testify before lawmakers on August 11th. In a letter obtained by the BBC's U.S. partner CBS, her legal team said she would only do so if granted immunity or pardoned and provided with questions in advance. Questions about Trump's relationship with Epstein followed him on to Air Force One on Tuesday, where he was asked to expand on comments he made the previous day in Scotland, where he said he, Epstein, stole people that worked for me. Asked if the employees were young women, Trump responded, "The answer is yes," and added that they were hired out of the spa that he ran. Trump said that one of the women was Virginia Guffrey, who had said she began working at Mar-a-Lago in the summer of 2000 when she was 16. According to court documents unsealed in 2019, Guffrey alleged she was recruited by Ghislaine Maxwell to give massages to Epstein while she was working at the spa. So again, this is what I said. This is like, it's all a part of the process. We know that this is exactly how he did everything, is he would have people give him massages, get naked while they were doing it, and then yeah, that recording just came out. It was just recorded and came out 2 days ago. So all of it happened. It's not like an old recording or anything like that. It was recorded on Air Force One 2 days ago and came out the same day. But yeah, and that this is the process, is that for all of the women that he trafficked, that like this is exactly how he would do it, is he would initially start by just asking them to give him a massage, and then he would get naked, and then he would get them to get naked.
Hello.
Billy!
How do I sound? Am I good?
Yep. You sound good. How's it
What's
going?
up, Foolery?
Nothing.
Chilling. I'm tired, man.
We're going over it. Have you seen the new stuff from Trump? Were you listening?
For like the last 20 seconds. But yeah, I did hear about the stuff with Trump.
Yeah, the stuff about him Epstein stealing young women from his Mar-a-Lago hotels and spas.
Yo, this is a never-ending fucking rabbit hole, bro. It never ends. I mean, like everywhere you look, it's just some new shit to fucking research, some new shit to chase down. It's yeah. So, me and you have talked about like how deep the rabbit hole goes and like which ways you want to follow. Yeah. So I haven't even personally, I haven't like really started to research. I've been, seeing things here and there, and I used to be deep down in the conspiracy before he killed himself, but then I stopped paying attention for years, and then all of a sudden this year, like it popped back up in a big way, and it's a lot to catch up with for sure.
Yeah, I never paid attention to it much before, and then now that all of this is popped off, I've really gotten into it a lot more. And that, yeah, over the last like 2 weeks, I've been doing tons and tons of research on this, and tons and tons of reading, watched a bunch of documentaries, watched the Netflix documentary, which is just truly a horrific watch with all of the like police recordings of their interviews with these young girls talking about like everything that happened to them. It is
and then the lengths that would have been gone to cover their story up, like, or to to make it so that their story is less public. Like Netflix went through a lot to put that out there, and then people act like it doesn't exist. Like you barely hear the victims talked about or mentioned when people talk about this.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'd never heard anything from the victims much until
watching that documentary.
Yes, until watching that documentary, and then I was like, "Oh shit!" But that's the thing, is that there was always claims that like the victims want all of the names released, the victims want this, that, and the other. And it's like, if that's true, why don't the victims release it then? Like if they were there, why don't they just tell us everybody who they saw and everybody who was around them? Like, if that's true, but I've never seen any of them demand that these things be released. A bunch of people said Virginia Giuffre demanded that the list be released. I can't find this anywhere. They said that she demanded it on her deathbed. I went and looked. That didn't happen at all. Not even close. So it's just, it's very, it's kind of all over the place with the way that people talk about this stuff. But,
yeah, and the problem with the victims is who knows what type of strategies were employed to kind of keep them silent, right?
Well, one part that's really confusing is that if Ghislaine Maxwell still claims her innocence, but says that she'll testify, but only if only if she's not able to be held accountable for anything that she says. That's odd, but it says or a full pardon. And it's like, wait, those are two very different things. And so it sounds like one is she'll get a pardon and she's not going to mention Trump or anybody that like is close to Trump, so that like she's not willing to say anything that will make him sound bad. Or two, she says that she can't be prosecuted for it, which means she will mention Trump and that they can't do anything to like hurt her afterwards. So these are very like different implications from one to the other. And it's just, I don't know if I trust her one way or the other now, because there's like massive incentives on both sides.
Her. Yeah, it would be hard to trust anything she has to say right now. And also, the fact that the government is muddying the waters, and there's a lot of smoke screens being sent up right now. So we kind of gotta wade through this shit with caution, because there's a lot of interested and motivated people to have this go a certain way. You know what I mean? So, beyond Trump, right? Imagine how many people were in his ear when he was teasing releasing that thing. Like, let's just take off the table that Trump was a pedophile and all that, right?
Mhm.
Like, let's just, for good, faith, assume he wasn't. But just imagine all the people who were in that file, or who were wrapped up with Epstein in any way, right, business related or otherwise, who put pressure on Trump to not have those. I mean, I think Epstein was running a blackmail ring. I don't really think too many people would dispute that at this point, seeing as how nobody knows how he made his money, and there's a lot of proof that he was running, not proof, but there's a lot of evidence to the fact that he was running a blackmail ring.
I don't really believe that. I don't have any evidence for that. There is a lot of evidence for how he made his money, and it's so
that you've read so far.
So, well, that he went in, like, he worked at a school for a while. Did we talk about this? I don't know if we talked about this yet, but in the documentary, they talk about the fact that, so go ahead.
Go ahead. He was a math teacher, right?
Yes, he was a math teacher. Yeah. He lied on his application to get the job. Then when they found out that, like, all of his, like, degrees and everything were lies, they went to confront him on it, planning on firing him for it. But then he just, like, made them feel bad for him, saying, like, I wanted to tell you guys, I'm sorry, like, I've wanted to tell you the whole time, I felt horrible the whole time, I just wanted the chance to be able to prove myself, and I knew that if I didn't have these degrees, nobody would ever even look at me or allow me to prove myself, and so I just wanted a chance, and I'm really sorry that I lied. And they, like, really felt bad for him and felt like he was doing a good job, and so they were willing to let him stay. And then later he got fired for, like, some like horrible shit. Then he goes on to work on Wall Street, and but they said that, like, he had, like, a lot of, like, really bad ethical problems, and they couldn't hold on to him much longer because he wasn't abiding by the rules. So then they handed him over to a, like, full-on scam artist guy who was just, their whole thing was selling fake trades, or everything was about, like, insider trading and shit like that. And so then when that guy got caught, the lead guy who was running this organization, he says that he didn't snitch Epstein out because Epstein was so good at manipulating people that if he said Epstein was part of this, that Epstein would have been, like, he said that he would have had the FBI agents wrapped around his finger and made the top guy sound way worse than he actually was, that he would have made them believe that Epstein was, like, innocent and pulled into this. And so from the beginning, he just said Epstein had nothing to do with this. He didn't know that we were doing illegal things. He had no idea, because he just didn't want Epstein to turn on him and make him sound way worse. And then he started working with, what's the guy's name? The guy who he was the Wes Drexler? Lex Wexner. Yes. Les Wexner. That's what it is.
Wexner. Yes. Leslie Wexner.
Les Wexner. Yes. Okay. And so, yes, and so he started, like, giving him tons of money for all sorts of different things. That we don't know why. We know where the money came from. We just don't know exactly why. But we do know that he was making trades through nonprofit organizations, and that he was, like, handling people's money, people like Les, and that he was doing all of the trading through these nonprofits.
So all the things economists or people who study money, or who would have invested hundreds of millions or millions of dollars, want to know why people like Leslie Wexner invested so much or gave so much money to Jeffrey Epstein. And two, why wouldn't they just hire, a firm or, something, a reputable place? Why would they hire this, failed math teacher who got fired
for all
from
the same
his
reasons that we heard about literally
Wall
everything
Street
else,
jobs.
that he's like super smooth and like good at manipulating people
No,
and
no,
talking them
nope,
into things.
nope.
And so
You don't
hold on.
manipulate people to giving you hundreds of millions of dollars.
Hold on,
by
wait, no,
smooth talking
that's
them.
not, we're not talking about giving him. That he had the ability to move funds for investments, and that while he's doing that, he is actually making them a lot of money to where he's making
Why
an
was there no
insane
trail
amount
of
of
this?
commission.
Everything you're saying makes sense, but why was there no trail of this? Like, why didn't he have a big company? Why didn't he have anything
'Cause he was a personal
acknowledging how
investor.
good of an investor he was?
Because he was a personal investor. That's what he did, is he worked for rich people and was a personal investor for small groups of people who had a lot of money. And so we do have like payments from them and money from them. And if you
But
look
like I
at the
said,
amount
everybody
of money
who
that
knows
he would
what
be
they're talking
investing,
about
hold on, wait.
can't
That
figure
if you
out
look at the
why
amount
he-
of money that he would be investing for them and the amount of money that he's getting from them, it all aligns perfectly. It all makes perfect sense. Like the amount of like commission that he's getting.
Okay, well, the good thing, here's the thing, right? Me and you are going to be dual researching this, so
Yeah.
we can fucking figure this all out together, right? We don't
Yep.
even have a debate. We could just figure this shit out together. All right, bring Mantis back in. So she
Yeah, I just messaged her. I was like, wait, we're literally like wrapping up right now. Come back.
She got impatient.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So if one of y'all want to tell
Really
me,
wrapping up right now. You're just getting fucking heated about gay Epstein. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. If one of y'all want to tell me like what led up to this first, then I want to make sure the other person agrees. But yeah, if one of y'all want to go first.
Well,
Okay,
Mantis, you might as well go ahead since
Yeah. Because I was the one with the problem.
You're
So,
the aggrieved party.
Yes.
I'm the aggrieved, yeah. So all this shit's been going on with like Pisco. It's all related to like Pisco, Destiny, like the Hassan shit and lefty stuff. And anyway, I was in Pisco's chat, and I was kind of calling him out or saying it's cope or like it's bullshit, the stuff he's been saying. And he called me out, but he was kind of trolling, but he called me out and wanted me to give an explanation and was doing the yes or no thing. And the chat is just fucking deranged. Like, Pisco's chat, his audience, whatever this audience is that he's cultivated, are fucking deranged. Like, majority of them, I would say now. It never used to be like this, but now it is like this. And anyway, so they were just trolling me and doing the yes or no thing. And then Philly's there, and Philly's like, oh, you got Hassan derangement syndrome, holy fuck, blah, blah, blah. And it just fucked me off. And so I messaged Philly, and I said, yeah, his YouTube chat, not his Twitch chat. I don't know anything. I guess it shows up on screen, but I don't know anything about that. So I messaged him and just said, like, bro, I've lost respect for you. And then he asked why. And then we had a back and forth, but essentially I said in the DMs, like, I'll actually read it word for word. I said,
we're leaking DMs now. Hold.
I was just about to say you're cool.
Well, just my part.
No, I'm playing Mantis. Go ahead.
Just what I said. Just what I said.
I'm literally joking.
My
No, you can read
reason,
what I
not
said
like-
too.
Okay,
You
go
can read what I said too. Oh, go ahead.
Okay. But I basically said, dismissing my opinion because you lump everyone into some boogeyman category of nonsense bias is a tactic that you use, and it's pathetic. You run around screaming that everyone does that, all while you're doing it to others. The contradictions in the way you pretend to be versus the way you actually are is insanely transparent to me and others, but apparently not you. People can have reasons besides derangement syndrome, etc., for why they think the things they do, and you acting as if you aren't biased is the most fucking cringe thing you do, honestly. That's what I said. It's a bit harsh, but...
No, I mean, so if I hadn't said to you way earlier in the conversation, like after you had said you lost respect for me, the first thing I said was like, I'm joking, I'm memeing, relax. Like, like there are serious arguments to be made, but I don't seriously think you have Hassan derangement syndrome. Like those are just memes and chat. And then the whole yes no thing was Pisco said, Mantis, answer the question, yes or no. But he didn't ask you a question. That was the meme.
Yeah, I know. He was
like,
he
Mantis,
was
yes or
memeing,
no?
like he does this
Yes.
memey
And I laughed about that.
That's
and then you were like, you know what, Philly, honestly, fuck you. You know, that you're deranged. Like, and I'm like, Mantis, I was memeing, relax. That's the approach I tried to take at first with you and DMs, but you pressed on. So listen, I'm going to respond to your points because you were making a serious point. All right. I was memeing in chat, but there's things to respond there too. So you said I dismissed your opinion because I lump you into some boogeyman category of nonsense bias. That is a tactic that you claim this is a tactic that I use to lump you in with everybody, to as a way to dismiss your arguments, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I reject that, but you go on to say that I run around screaming that everyone does that all the while I do it to others. Okay. But then you say I contradict myself in the way that I pretend to be versus the way that I actually am. And that you're actually the way you actually are is insanely transparent to me and others, but apparently not you. People can have reasons besides derangement syndrome to not like Hassan, basically, is what you're saying. Okay, so let's go to the one thing at a time, because this might be boring for the audience, right? That's why I wanted to have content to bounce off of before we had this conversation. But just for the audience sake, this is all in relation
We don't have to
to
keep it just
the
yeah.
The context for the last 6 months, I'd say, with Hassan, Ethan, Destiny, all the everything that's been going on. So I think this has kind of been a build up from all of
Yeah,
that.
I think my audience has been
are.
keeping up with all of this stuff. That's why I'm saying I don't think it has to be one, all part of the same topic, because obviously you've jumped on tons of times to have these conversations with me. We've been keeping up with everything with Destiny and Pisco and all of them. So it's but you do seem to believe that a lot of people that are Destiny adjacent have this hardcore bias against Hassan. So what would be the difference between that and Hassan derangement syndrome?
So the Hassan derangement syndrome, that's just it's shorthand to say that everything Hassan does to you guys is malicious, evil. He's this duplicitous character, right? All the things we've argued about since I've met you, Tom. Right. And so, but the main thing with Pisco yesterday was that Pisco was, in my opinion, being insanely good faith with the way he was arguing with people, with the way he was trying to engage with this, even though he's extremely hurt with the way what Destiny has done to him over the last week. He's extremely hurt by that. He still was trying to be good faith. People were talking shit against Destiny in the chat, and Pisco wasn't reading those chats. He was like, "We're not doing that. I don't want to be accused of being a snark page, whatever." But Mantis was like, "Pisco, what was your exact criticism, Mantis?" So
I can't remember now, because there was a few. There's a few things that he's. Yeah, I can't remember, but there's been a few things that he's said that I just think I think it might have just been me saying he's cringe, and that. Yeah, because there's been a few times I've been in this chat this last week kind of saying coping or you're cringe or whatever. So I don't know what it was specifically, but I just think that Pisco, as much as I don't think he's bad faith. I think he's just kind of unhinged at the moment because he's hearing, or he's I think he's hurt. And so he's framing things in this
not only
really
is he not bad faith, he's extremely good faith. No. What though? Could we get an example?
Wasn't the argument at the time about whether or not he was sucking up to leftists? Wasn't that?
Yeah, and he wasn't.
Yeah, mostly. I think mostly.
Yeah, and he was not. So to me, real quick.
Well, there's obviously been a bit of a debate about whether or not he is or not. I've never said he's sucking up to leftists. I've always maintained that my issue with him has been over mostly the Hassan stuff recently. You
have accused him of cozying up to Hassan, or there you go, bending over backwards.
Yeah, so it's the Hassan shit, and then also this whole the way that Pisco is framing everything, I do think is kind of like he's taking the worst interpretation possible. Like instead of like for me personally, I never said that he abandoned Hutch, for example, but he always forces like people to contest with this fucking concept of everyone's saying I'm abandoning Hutch. It's like no. I personally didn't say you abandoned him, but I am going to say that it was a fucking 4 or 5v1, and I think you're a part of that. And that's not me saying you're abandoning the guy at all. So why don't we just contend with that argument instead of taking the like most extreme negative framing of it that you're being told by fucking retards in your community, I guess. Or like maybe, I don't know where he's hearing this shit from, but like the most deranged people, maybe Dan Saltman, so he's like so obsessed with Dan that he's framing it all in this like the worst way possible. So that's what I've been getting annoyed at, because there are genuine criticisms there that he's not contending with.
So okay, yeah. So I feel like his Pisco stance is that he wants to build as big a coalition as possible to support the Democrats against Trump. He feels people like Krystal, the Vanguard, Kyle Kalinske are helpful to the coalition if he can get them to support the Democrats, right? And
You already do, though.
What'd you say?
In his words, the reason why he's willing to talk to them is because they already do support the Democrats.
People like the Vanguard?
Yeah, the Vanguard said that they voted for Kamala Harris.
Even the Vanguard.
Okay. Yeah. And so what would be the issue with him building a coalition with somebody like the Vanguard?
Because they're radical leftists who aren't really, who've spent majority of their time, bar the day before the election or the day of rather, shitting all over the Dems. So it's like, it's very frustrating to watch like people, liberals want to bandy up with people who are kind of have been harmful for the movement thus far. Like they've given Dems a bad name. They've shit on things that people like in the moderate aspect of the party would like just not agree with. We don't agree that Biden was a piece of shit. We thought Biden was actually fucking awesome.
Do the Vanguard agree that Biden's a piece of shit? Have you watched
a lot
their
of criticisms
content? I'm a little confused because I hear a lot of statements that are. It's the same thing with Hassan. Like I hear a lot of statements ascribed to people, but then when I go see their actual position, it is so much more nuanced than that. Their position is not Biden was a piece of shit. Their position was Biden ran and campaigned on a bunch of promises, which in their mind ended up just being sort of what's it called, bones for the left. Like he never intended to carry through with any of them. And they bring up specific issues that they're upset with Biden for not carrying through with. But if you watch them, they will praise Biden for the same things that Pisco would praise Biden for, or a liberal would praise Biden for. They praise him for his the CHIPS Act. They praise him for his infrastructure bill. They praise him for his response, his handling of COVID, and everything he did in office. They even praise him for his withdrawal of Afghanistan, which he caught a lot of shit for, and they'll sit there and defend him for that. Why? Because they agree with that
they're
stance.
Anti-war.
Yeah,
because they're anti-war.
And
yeah.
I'm sorry, is that a problem?
I mean, I think it's a stupid position to have.
So wait, they support a candidate with something they agree with, and you're like scoffing at it.
Because my contention with people like the Vanguard and like these lefties that we've been like everyone's been talking about this last little while is not just like some of the dumb things they say here and there. It's their whole like their values. I disagree
I just
with
laid
their
out
ideology.
to you their values.
I'm not anti-war, for example.
Okay. So, but how is that dangerous to the Democratic Party?
Because
nobody's asking you to agree with 100% of their positions. I'm asking you to show me how they're dangerous to the Democrats.
Wait, Phil, you remember when
the whole argument's
you remember when the whole thing happened with like Pixie, and you kept saying that like the that like I was against Pixie and all of them, and then eventually you would admit like, okay, you are saying that like you're on her side, but it just seems like because a lot of your content seems to be arguing with other people who are on Pixie's side, that it looks like you're taking a side against her, and that's like a harmful to like her movement and things like that. That's going to be the same position I think from most of the liberals, is that other people where the majority of their content is shitting on or when they talk about Democrats, it's the majority of it is shitting on them and talking about how they don't do enough. They did a whole video about how Hutch is literally a right winger and he's pretty much a Republican now, that like they do a bunch of content about liberals, like in it's very anti-liberal or anti-establishment Democrats, that they don't really help these sorts of things. Well, so the Democrats have like record-breaking low approval ratings right now, and
Yes,
and so a
and
lot
they're
of
critical of the Democrats.
Yes, and so this is what I'm talking about. So when you come to me and you're upset that I'm critical of other people who I believe are spreading misinformation about things relating to Pixie and Destiny, that the
what did the Vanguard spread misinformation about?
Oh, wait. That's not what I'm saying. In this scenario, I am the Vanguard. Okay, so if I'm critical of people that I believe are spreading misinformation about the whole thing, and I'm calling them out over and over and over, and you agree that like there's this optics of that I am against Pixie now because of this is the same thing with them, is that over and over they're going to have the optics of being against the Democrats.
Okay, so you're saying that you're saying that their optics is mostly picking at Democrats, and that's not helping the optics of the Democrats, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I wholeheartedly disagree with not so much the fact that they're picking at the Democrats, but that picking at the Democrats is a bad thing, right? It depends at what they're picking at the Democrats for. What you would have to do is prove to me that
it depends on what solutions they're providing, because the problem isn't just that they criticize it, because I hate this fucking framing that you're about to do here, where you're going to say, "Oh,
wait, so you cut me off mid sentence to say you hate what I'm about to say."
I think you're about to do this whole like, "Oh, how are you going to tell me that criticizing the Dems is a bad thing to do?" And that's just a fucking stupid question.
But that's your argument.
It's not.
It's Tom's whole argument.
No, it's not. See, this is the problem. Why are you framing it like this? It's not.
You just said okay. I purposely restated Tom's position to make sure I wasn't missing what he just said. You just said the biggest issue is that they're picking at the Democrats, and that looks bad for the Democrats optically. And you agreed. What the fuck? What? I'm sorry. Am I missing something?
Well, okay. So it's one part of it, because just criticizing the Democrats isn't like there's things.
I'm sorry. No, wait, Tom. Why don't we just clear up your position for you to then a minute later say that's not your position? Why did you just do that?
Because saying,
do you know how frustrating that is?
Because to dumb it down to just criticizing Democrats, well, I fall in that bucket now too. I also criticize Democrats, so it can't just
literally
be
everyone
criticizing.
has some criticism.
Yes, it can't just be criticizing them or being critical of them. Sometimes is the problem, right?
Wait, I'm sorry. You're saying being critical of them is the problem, not what they're being critical of.
No, it's no, I'm saying that it's not just criticizing them. Nobody's saying like, hey, you can never criticize Democrats, because obviously we all criticize Democrats sometimes. We're saying the problem is hold on one second, I got TTS coming through. The problem is like having this overall thing where it's rare you're ever actually backing up Democrats or on their side or praising them or making them look good, and then only ever criticizing them. That's what we're saying. So just the same as when you scroll through my Twitter, your issue wasn't that I ever argued with people that were on Pixie's side. It was that you're saying I feel like I can find more things that seem to be optically anti-Pixie than I can find things that are optically pro-Pixie, and so you come off as somebody who is being a Destiny sweeper just because of the optics of this. That's the same thing that we're saying here, is that it's optically bad that they're over and over just shitting on Democrats to where sometimes it's hard to tell a difference between them and Republicans.
Okay.
Further than that, I
So
mean, Tom's
this is
jumping
an
in here with
optics
his
thing.
like
What the
argument,
fuck?
but
Yeah,
he's not. That's not
sorry.
the complete picture. But
Yeah,
I
I
don't
was just
like that
making
Tom
one
does this,
point.
but
Sorry.
you did. Yeah, but Tom's jumped in and given you one aspect of why hanging out with, like, well, not hanging out, but kind of cozying up to that group of people is a problem. We can start with that, but there's more. But yes, okay.
So the
Just
optics,
the optics of it,
the
obviously, is
optics
shit.
of the fact that they criticize Democrats, not the substance of the criticisms, the optics of it, is enough to banish them from the political party. But you're saying it's more than that. But let's start
Some
there.
of their
That's one
criticisms
more
are
reason.
also, if we want to expand this into like the rest of it, is some of their criticisms are fucking retarded and like nonsense and unnecessary. They're just spiteful
Okay,
because, in my
let's start
opinion,
over.
their ideology necessitates that liberals, and that includes the Dems, are essentially right wingers who they don't support. So this is my issue. It's not just the fact that they're constantly nitpicking and criticizing for it's also unnecessary, and it's also like they essentially are creating a group of people to just hate liberals, which, I mean, they hate the liberals.
Okay, all right. I don't have a lot of time here, so I'm really going to try to make this nice and neat. Okay, so we don't go all over the place. Mantis, can you make one firm claim?
No, Philly, don't be a fucking 4-year-old retard. I can make a few claims, and I think if you had a pen and fucking paper, you can write them down.
I'm not saying
and
that you haven't been. No. I'm not. So that's why I was asking for a reset, because I'm not addressing anything you just said. I'm not saying that you're all over the place. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying I don't have a lot of time to discuss a million one of things. So let's reset and start this argument over so we're more focused. So let's start with just one claim. Like, okay, if you can't do it, I will do it. Okay. I feel like, Mantis, you were being unfair to Pisco and giving him positions that he didn't have. For instance, I feel like his stance is that he wants to build as big a coalition as possible to support Dems against Donald Trump. And I also feel that Pisco feels like people like the Vanguard, Kyle Kalinske, Krystal Ball, Aaron, people like that are useful to the Democratic Party. Okay. I agree with Pisco. That's my statement. That is my claim. Okay. So you can argue against that, or you can make your own claim for me to argue against, but I'm not going to go and like, I don't have a lot of time to like yell at you and do this whole thing and call you retarded. I really just want to get your ideas, argue against them, and
Okay, well, I like that
cut the fat.
we've conveniently moved off of why I got like where this started and addressing the issue between
this started
you
in
and me
Pisco's chat.
and not the
This started
issue.
in
Now we've
Right.
moved on to
There's-
like the argument about like politics and the left and shit like this and the Democrats. But okay.
I said,
were you just going to repeat the whole? Like, have you been watching any of
Are you
this
listening?
Pisco
I'm sorry.
Destiny stuff for the
What I
last
need
week?
you to do, Mantis, what I need you to do is open your ears. I said you can respond to that, or you can make a claim for me to argue against.
I already have made a claim, but you're just
Could
avoiding
you
it.
please rephrase it for me, please?
I gave you 3. I said I don't
Could you
think
rephrase
working
one,
with those
please?
people is actually beneficial because 1, optically, they fucking ruin Democrats. 2, their ideology is illiberal, not fucking liberal. And 3, they eventually fucking eat each other and themselves and everyone in the Democratic Party. You can pick
What
one
is your
of those
proof
and
that people
argue
like
against
Kyle Kalinske, the Vanguard, and Krystal Ball are harmful to the Democratic Party? What is your proof of that?
I think just the fact that their audience doesn't like the Democrats is why people use them as an example of why Democrats are cooked, why the left is retarded, why the left is radical or unhinged. They use people like Krystal Ball and Kyle Kalinske and those crowds. I mean, Kyle Kalinske is not as bad anymore. At least they're like voting for the Dems and saying that the Dems, like they would vote for the Dems over anyone else or whatever. They're not just throwing everybody out. But they're pretty critical. They've always been pretty fucking annoying, and the audience that they cultivate are pretty like the Democratic Party. They essentially, their motto is that they're the same as Republicans.
Okay, so the fact that they have criticisms of Democrats that you don't agree with, the fact that you feel like their audience hates Democrats, and this is proof that they are harmful to the Democratic Party, to you, in your eyes. You don't do any more digging deeper. You don't look at numbers. You don't do any sort of like trying to figure this out. You just go off feels, and I feel like this, so this is what it is. And then you feel like that's a sturdy argument or a sturdy foundation for an argument.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens.
Okay, so all the evidence is against you. The Democratic Party, the numbers of the leaders of the Democratic Party is in the shitters. So people like Kyle Kalinske and the Vanguard is not the problem with the Democrats. The Democrats right now are the problem with the Democrats. And I feel like any healthy, and I feel like what you're saying, your second point was that the Vanguard and Kyle Kalinske and all that is a liberal. I feel like what you're saying is illiberal. They are supporting elections, they're supporting free speech, they're supporting healthy discourse among people you even disagree with.
Are.
Why not?
I've already explained. I don't think they are. I don't think that they have cultivated audiences and like any kind of like media presence that suggests that they're in support of fucking Dems. I don't think that's true.
They were one of the first people to interview Zoran Mandami years ago, 4 years ago, before you even started paying attention to politics. They were interviewing the next mayor of New York City. How are you going to say that they don't support the Democrat? You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, and that's the problem. You can't give me something they've said that is illiberal.
That's not true the whole time. You're just gonna
Wait,
say.
I'm sorry. Is they interviewed Zoran Mandami? Excuse me. If they interviewed Mandami 4 years ago, that's I disagree, or is that a point that you can't contend with?
What do you mean? What is them interviewing?
He's saying that's evidence of them engaging. He's saying that's evidence of them engaging in democracy.
The fuck are you talking about?
That's like
I never said that they didn't engage in democracy. That's not. I
never fucking
helps. Yeah, he's saying that it helps liberals and Democrats by them doing stuff like this.
I don't think so. I mean, I think it can.
I know you don't think so, and what I'm doing is
asking you from the beginning.
Evidence.
I really dislike that we're even having this fucking conversation, to be honest.
Well, you want to have it.
To talk to you about the issue that I have with you and the fucking complaint that I said and read out in my message. And I fucking knew that you were going to come on here and try and have another Pisco Destiny debate that we've all fucking had to listen to for the last week and a half.
You don't want to talk about that. You're wrong about that. Concede that you're wrong. Okay, let's move on. Concede you're wrong and we'll move on. Concede you're wrong. Concede you're wrong and we'll move on.
The way that they talk about Dems is too critical, in my opinion. And then you're just going to say that you don't think it's too critical. You think the Dems suck.
Guess what?
And that's
Libs are on the way out, so you can live. You can live and wick out.
Okay, hold on. Wait. Hold on. Okay, so from my understanding,
she's not making a point.
Okay,
she's ranting.
Okay, hold on. From my understanding, Mantis, he's saying that this is like part of your disagreement with Pisco and what it is that you were criticizing Pisco for, and why he thinks you're being too hard on Pisco.
My issue with Philly is him running around fucking saying Hassan derangement syndrome and dismissing everyone's opinion.
I understand, Mantis. I understand, and he's saying this is like reason for why he would say things like that is because he thinks you're being unfair to Pisco, and so then when you're getting into whether or not you're being unfair to him, these are your claims against Pisco, so he's getting into whether or not it's fair.
It had to do with the Hassan shit.
Okay, I'm sorry that these all run together from everything that's been said so far. I don't understand. These are all the same. You're going down a line of argumentation. He thinks you're being unfair to Pisco.
No, because the reason I had an issue, the reason I said that he was like Pisco was shit about the Hassan stuff was the hand waving away of the evidence supplied to him by his fucking the people that were calling in to debate him, they're hand waving away of it because he doesn't understand that Hassan does this weird like mask on, mask off thing. That was my fucking reason why I call him cringe and fucking annoying about the Hassan shit. And secondly, I said to you at the very beginning of this that I didn't like the way that Pisco would frame everything in the most unfair light. That was my fucking thing, saying he was cringe. The way he makes everything out to be like, oh, you saying I'm abandoning Hutch, and you saying I'm like, you know what I mean? His inflammatory way of like framing everything. So then you're put in the position to defend a stupid fucking take, when that's not your position at all. Like, my position when I'm criticizing Pisco over the lefty shit is just that I think he's, like, it's not that difficult to understand that people like the Vanguard and Krystal Ball and, like, whoever else lefty you want to name, we can talk. You can't really add his.
It is hard because you never give examples.
Wait, but
It's
we're
hard to
going
understand why you
back
hate
to
him,
like the
because you never
Vanguard
give
and Krystal
examples.
Ball again, whereas like I thought we were
Yes.
trying to stay away from that. He's asking for like what claim is it that you had against
Do you think
Pisco
it's a? Do you
so that-
think calling Pete? Okay. Do you think Vanguard calling? Here's a specific example. Then, do you think Vanguard calling Pete Buttigieg a fucking rat, and he smells like a rat, and he looks like a fucking rat? Do you think that's good for the Dems?
Do I think it's good for the Dems? No, not necessarily. No.
Do you think that optically like benefits the Democrats to see a group of people who are who say that they're like voting for Dems and that they support the Dems to be shitting on the fucking like some of the most productive and helpful people in the party right now, like that in that way?
I'm sorry. I swear I'm going to answer again. No, I don't think that is helpful. You can ask a third time in a different way, but the answer is going to be, wait, I'm sorry. They made a joke tweet on Twitter, and that's your now like mic drop?
That's not a joke. Why are you doing that?
Wait,
Why did you just say it's a joke? Do you think it's a funny joke?
I'm sorry. Did I say funny? I said joke. What is it? You think is it a critique of his policies? What do you? He looks like a rat, and what else? I didn't even see the tweet. What is it?
They called. I will go find it for you because you're so autistic that you need like word
I'm
for word
autistic because I asked you what did they say. What the? Are you okay? No, seriously, are you okay?
Yes, I summarized it for you very accurately. They basically
they said he looked like a rat. Okay, and I said obviously, so that's a joke. And I said that's a joke, and you're like,
hold
you
on.
think that's a joke?
Yeah, he said.
And I'm saying, wait, am I missing
he said
something?
It was a joke, and you asked him if he thought it was a joke, and then he said that they
A
call him
funny
a rat,
joke.
and then you said he needs the tweet. He was asking if it was. He
This man
thinks
is a
it's
rat.
joke.
He looks like a rat. He talks like a rat. If you smelled him, he would reek of rat. You think that is a joke, Philly?
Oh, well, no, that's not what you said, though. So that sounds more like a critique of
Exactly the tweet.
Pete
I can send it
Buttigieg.
to you if you want.
I don't need you to. Just by you reading it to me, I can tell you exactly what they mean by that. And it doesn't take a 100 IQ person. That he's not this progressive that he's reformed himself into. He is a rock hard liberal, and whatever progressive message he's trying to sell people and win people over.
For not being full on Israel is the spawn for hell.
I don't know. Why are Democrats unpopular right now?
You think they're unpopular because they're not progressive enough?
I'm sorry, was that my question?
She asked you a question.
No, I asked a question, and instead of answering the question, you asked me a question. I will answer your question after you answer my question.
Ask again.
Why do you think Democrats have low approval ratings right now?
I think for a multitude of reasons, but them not being progressive enough is not one of them. It's not a major, like a significant
Mantis.
factor in that.
Okay. I didn't ask you what it wasn't. I asked you what it was. So even if it's a multitude of things, I'm sure you can make a one.
I think they're shit at messaging. I think that they, and because they're shit at messaging, they let the fucking Republicans dominate, and they managed to convince everybody that economically they were fucked, even though they weren't.
Just a joke, like
I
Philly
think
is a kitty toucher.
in terms of immigration, again, like they've allowed everyone to convince the masses that they were shit at immigration, that they were shit at the economy, that they don't get anything done. That I honestly just think it's politics, and they lost the political messaging game. That's kind of what I think about it.
And have you heard of Vanguard?
Because I don't think that policy-wise they failed like terribly.
Yeah.
I don't think policy-wise they failed terribly or anything.
Have you heard the Vanguard boys speak about Pete Buttigieg at any length at all?
No,
and what they think
where are
of
you
him?
going with this?
I just think it would be helpful if you're going to.
Okay, well, I'm going to take a wild stab in the dark, and I might be completely wrong, and I might be straw manning the fuck out of the Vanguard. Can I just finish a sentence? But I'm going to assume that he's not progressive enough. He's too moderate, and he is like not doing the fucking radical shit that
those
they
are
want
meaningful. Those are meaningless statements. Progressive, moderate, radical. These things mean nothing.
Or relatively illiberal solutions.
These words
am I right or am I wrong?
Nothing. These words. I mean, in a general sense, you're right. But
it's fucking engaged, Philly.
Well, yes, he's saying that he thinks that it's going to be about policies that they do or don't support. He's saying that it's going to be
in a general sense. You are right. Yes, but it's not just he's moderate and now he's a rat, and he's not progressive and now he's
Philly,
a rat.
You gotta,
no,
yes,
I feel like both of you guys are. Yes,
well,
both of you are doing this. Like we have to.
No,
if hold on, if you think it's too broad,
is
then
the
just ask.
I
understand. I understand, Philly. Shut up.
With my claim.
Hold on.
Mantis is the one. I know. You're saying
I know, Philly. Stop talking.
Okay. All right. Jesus.
I'm saying. In response, just ask her, say, okay, if they're not progressive enough, then what policies do you think they're upset about that aren't progressive enough? Like it's this is happening on both sides. My head's gonna fucking explode.
Yes.
Yes, because I didn't come in here to have a fucking debate about the policies of the Dems. I came in to talk about the optics of the Democrats, and he wants to like turn it into this nitpicky policy thing because he doesn't want to because optics is too broad in general. Yeah, I'm sorry. Fuckface.
I've made claims and you're not contesting with any of them, and then you're saying that I just want to do this and I just want to do that. But I've made claims for you to contest with. You are failing miserably to contest with my claims. Now I'm trying to contest with yours. And your claim is that
you haven't actually explained why the Vanguard would call him a rat. Just fucking get to the point, Philly. Why did they say that then? If you know so fucking much, Mr. I don't watch content.
What? All right, this is exactly what I like. I'm too tired for this. This is just this is not what I came here for. Like Mr. I watch content. What are you even saying words right now? What are you even talking about?
Can you fucking hurry
Mr.
up?
I don't watch content.
Why they call him a rat? You called it a joke initially. I don't think it's very
because
fucking funny.
I didn't. Oh my fucking god. Are you following the conversation?
Okay, hold on. He didn't know what the fuck was.
I got it.
You showed him the tweet. Now he's saying that he's engaging with it, saying that like he has another interpretation of it besides it being a joke, that he thinks that they're saying that he's too moderate. And then now the next question was like, why do you think that they think he's too moderate? That's where we were going.
I don't know the specific policies, but I've heard. I don't remember. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I have heard them go over this before. I don't remember the specific policies. Okay, so I'm not here to defend their tweet against Pete Buttigieg. I agree that it's not a good tweet. It's not helpful. I'm not here to defend them against the tweet. I just don't think.
You agree with me? Why don't you just say that?
I don't agree with you because your claim is that because of the things like that tweet that it's hurtful to the Democratic Party. So I don't agree with you, and I don't know. Like, I had to look up exactly what that particular disagreement is over. What?
Okay, so you said it's not helpful. So these are different claims. So Philly's saying it's not helpful. So Mantis, if he agrees it's not helpful, but he doesn't think it's harmful, what is the argument that there's harm from stuff like this?
The harm from shit like this is what you do. It just fractures the party, one, but it also it's given the Republicans, for example, an opportunity to leap onto the fact that like they take the worst shit like this and they use it against the Democratic Party as a whole. So they take these criticisms and they kind of, this is what the Democratic Party gets seen to be, because nobody cares about what moderate takes are and the liberal take. They're boring, right? People want like outrage porn, so they find the most outrageous shit, which is generally coming from like the libs of TikTok shit, or like people like the Vanguard who are just hyperbolic and unnecessarily critical and saying shit like what one of the guys who I would consider has done a good stuff for the Democratic Party, who's one of the a lead candidate in the Democratic Party, and they just shit on him and call him a rat. And it's not. Do you understand why that like makes the Democratic Party look just fucking disjointed, disconnected, and then it makes the Dems themselves like liberals. It starts painting a picture of liberals.
I don't
being
see how
rats
two
and shit like
content
that.
creators shitting on a fucking politician harmful to the no. They're two YouTubers. Now, if this is a senator, if this is a influential policy, like if it was somebody like that mattered, I could see how that's harmful to the Democratic Party. But these are two shitter fucking YouTubers, two stoner shitter YouTubers. How the fuck are they harmful
so
to the
now you're just
Democratic
doing
Party
a thing
by shitting
where
on
you're
Pete
acting like
Buttigieg? You act like he's infallible, like he's this,
Wait,
God
no,
that
no, no,
can't
no,
be called a rat.
Philly. If you wanted to make that argument from the beginning, where she's saying like this is her problems with them, you would have made that like at the beginning, saying who cares what they do, like they're irrelevant. But now that like you've asked
No,
for
no, no. I'm
issues
not saying
that
who
she's
cares what
giving
they're
you
doing. I said
issues.
they're not harmful to the party. I'm not saying who cares what they're doing. I didn't say that. I said they're not hurting the Democrats because they made a tweet.
Okay, but you understand
if that's
that
the case, then Destiny is way more harmful to the fucking Democrats than the Vanguard. Okay, like what are we even talking about here?
So if they're harmful, if we're agreeing that like these types of things would be on a larger scale, then would it make sense if other people had problems with them, like treating these people like regular Democrat liberals and kind of treating them like
Because
they're on
of
their
one,
side?
but this is not their
No.
this is not
It's one
their
example.
stated out position on Pete Buttigieg. But all right, Tom, I hear you talk about. All right, I'm about to switch topics because this Pete Buttigieg, we were going on too long about a tweet that I haven't, that I've already said I think it's helpful.
Wait, but I'm saying but she could give another example. It's just the one example that she gave, and I'm saying that like the idea now that like, oh, okay, fine, they do these things, but they're not big enough to
No.
harmful.
That's not my final answer. My answer is that is not that is not their fully stated position on Pete Buttigieg, and just to act like that is like the wrap up summary of how the Vanguard feels about Pete Buttigieg
So what
is
is their
just
position?
kind of missing.
I've asked for it a number of times. What do
Well,
you
no,
know
it
so
doesn't.
much? What is their
It
position?
doesn't matter.
That he is in a position of power. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say it doesn't matter. Like it's about like behaviors like that where people are saying they just shit on them, right? It's not like about like
But that's not true that they just shit on them. But that's not
The reason
true
I'm
that they
asking him
just
to
shit
clarify
on
what
them.
their position is because I know, one, probably that he couldn't, but two, is because their position is detrimental to the Democratic Party. If he would be like honest about their position about people like Pete Buttigieg, I would say it's detrimental to the Democratic Party.
If I would be honest about people like Pete Buttigieg, how have I been dishonest about Pete Buttigieg?
You don't fucking listen ever, do you, Phil?
I thought, didn't you just say that?
Their position on Pete Buttigieg.
If I'm trying to get you to answer my question about the Vanguard's position on Pete Buttigieg. Let me finish before you interrupt, because I know you're about to. And then the reason why Tom's saying that it doesn't matter, I'm saying it does matter, because I think that if you were honest and you answered that question honestly, if you knew their position, that it would be something that would be detrimental to the Democrats. But Tom's saying it doesn't matter. I disagree with you, Tom, so shut up.
I mean, listen, to be honest, I don't remember, like I said earlier, exactly what their disagreement is with Pete Buttigieg. Like, specifically.
So do
I
me
have
a
watched them
favor
talk about it
and
before.
don't try and
I've watched
defend
them
it
talk
ever
about it
again.
before. What?
Well, don't try and minimize it then. Don't try and act like
How
it's
did I
a,
try to?
it's, I mean,
You're
you've
just
literally admitted
saying
that
you're
it's
not
not a
listening.
good
Shit.
book or it's not good.
Yes.
But
So wait,
that's not
apparently you don't
minimizing
hold
it.
on,
It's
wait,
not minimizing
wait.
it.
So
Just shut up.
wait, Mantis. What
Okay,
what do
fine.
you say their overall position is on Pete Buttigieg?
I would say that people like the Vanguard are
She doesn't know.
gonna like completely fucking. They can't. They're all or nothing. So if you are
They
like
want him to
pretty progressive,
do
Hold on, let her
better.
answer.
Do better. She doesn't know.
What?
She doesn't watch the
She's in the
Vanguard.
middle
She
of
has no
answering.
idea.
Just let her
fucking asked you,
freaking
Billy,
answer.
and you didn't answer
Be
me.
more progressive. Be more progressive. Got it.
Bro, she asked you the question. We let you answer. Now I'm asking
I'm sorry.
her the
I'm
question.
tired. This is like bullshit. This is why I didn't want to come on here because this is so like pointless. Like this is like
You're such a whiny little bitch, dude.
I'm
Shut
just
up and partake or
tired.
fuck
I'm
off.
just tired. I'm just tired, man. This is so stupid. The Vanguard is harmful to the Democratic Party. Why? Because they call Pete Buttigieg a rat. Oh, well, that's not their full position on him. Well, what is it? I can't remember right this second. Oh, well, don't ever talk about Pete Buttigieg. Don't ever open your mouth about this situation ever again. Like, this is so.
That's not what happened. She
so
said that they do
pointless.
things that are harmful. You asked for examples. She gave you an example. And then once she gave you an example, you said that, well, that's not their full position on him, which doesn't matter. You asked for an example. She gave an example.
Harmful. It's not harmful. It's not harmful. It's not.
I think when there's a number
disagree
of
that it's
people who
harmful.
do this,
I said that.
I'm not saying that they're a majority part of the party. I'm saying that as a minority, they're fucking loud and obnoxious, and they do like
So what?
they ruin the optics of the Democrats by doing shit like this. This is harmful.
Like what?
If you were
Well, it's some
okay.
I think if you would ask them, I think supporting a genocide would also be bad optics. That's not a good look. That doesn't make people feel too good either. But yet you'll sit here and you'll throw that type of ideology all day. They think it's a genocide. Wait,
Billy,
are we?
they think it's a
Do
genocide,
you
and
not?
that's exactly
Do
why
you
they
not?
keep paying
Do you
and
not?
supporting
Do
them. They
you
100%
not?
think it's a genocide, and they love supporting the genocide. That's exactly what's happening.
Who?
See, you saying
The
that
Democrat?
is the problem. Like, you framing it like the Dems support a genocide, like, in this fucking way, is kind of the problem. Like,
But that is a problem. You're right.
understand that the
You're
whole
right. That is
Buttigieg-
a problem. And
Are you
certain
just
people
gonna
don't
keep
want to
doing
be
this
a
thing
part
where
of that.
every time I'm explaining something, you're just gonna keep mumbling in the
Yeah,
background?
I
Is
told
that
you
what
I
you're gonna
don't
keep
want to be
doing?
here. I don't want to be
Then
here.
fuck
This
off,
is
Billy.
pointless. This is
You're
pointless.
literally
You're not
like
making a
you are
point.
the epitome of why nobody wants to fucking work with people on the left.
I don't
No, wait,
care.
she is in the middle of making a
What?
point. What do you mean? She was in the middle of making a point.
But this is so like bad faith. I really did want to have a good faith conversation. That's why I came in here,
It isn't
stated
bad faith
position
at all. You're
for us to
being a
work.
fucking
Yes, it
bitch.
is. Like that, all that. That's all ad hominems. That's all. I have not called you a name. I might have called you retarded once,
I don't give
but
a
like
shit.
this
I
is
would
all
rather that
starting
you did just
from.
call me names instead of acting like a whiny little 4-year-old.
I'm not acting
you
like a
don't have to
whiny
be
little
here. No one's
4-year-old.
keeping you from being here. But all you're doing
Holy
is
shit.
like deflecting from the actual anything that I bring up
You-
because it's not specific
okay.
enough. Because it's not like basically instead of disagreeing with it, you just like you're palming everything. This is the problem. You're palming everything
I
away,
am
acting like
disagreeing
it's
with it,
insignificant.
but you're not
And
providing me
I'm
any
saying to you
proof.
that I think
You're
these
saying,
optics are significant, and I do think that they do damage to the
and then
Democratic
I
the
say
view of
that the optics of a genocide is bad, and you're like, oh, you're saying that the Democrats support a genocide? Like, we're gonna have a whole fucking argument over if it's a genocide going on right now. This is so like,
No,
I
we're
don't have
not.
time
We're
for
not
this
going to
right
talk
now.
about that at all
So
because I
why
could
would
care
you
less
say that
about
I didn't
Israel or
respond to anything
Palestine,
you
to be
said?
honest. I don't
So
give
why
a
would
fuck
you
about
say I
any of
didn't?
it.
But why would you say I didn't respond to anything you said when that was my response?
Holy fuck, Philly. If we go back to the Vanguard and the rat thing, you have yet to fucking answer my question, but you've criticized the fact you're acting like I don't know their
Well, listen,
position.
ask
But
it
you
again.
can't
Let's see
give
if
their
I haven't
position
answered it.
either. So how the fuck would you know?
Well, that's why I tried to move on maybe 15 minutes ago. Tom didn't want to. He wanted to stay right here. So we've looped around on this fucking tweet that is like, you can't prove that it's harmful to the Democratic Party. So we just have to sit here and argue around your claim that the Vanguard and people like them are harmful to the Democratic Party. And all I want you to do is prove that. And then your first Proof is a tweet.
Do you
And
think
then
it was
we've been
harmful
squabbling about the tweet. And I think things like,
do you think it was harmful?
voting to fund a genocide is more harmful to the optics of the genocide. But you dismiss that and just, act like I'm too wild or crazy. And that's some radical position. Yes, there's big disagreements on the Democratic side. And I don't think shunning, what could be up to 10 to 15% of them is going to help anybody at all, especially if we're trying to win elections. We vote for the same people. There's no...
Do you think liberals are fascists, Philly?
What?
Do you think liberals are fascists?
I think liberal ideology can help fascists, intentionally or unintentionally, but no, I don't think liberals are fascists. Like, that's... No.
So you don't like the liberalism? You have a problem with liberalism?
Wait, Tom. Am I speaking English?
I mean, if you think that the liberal
Wait, I'm
ideology
sorry.
can
You
enable
said are liberals
fascism,
fascist?
I don't know.
I said the liberal ideology can lead to fascism, but no, I don't think liberals are fascists. And then
Then I changed the question. I asked you another question.
No, you
not
said
about
so.
liberal,
Don't.
but about
So you
liberalism.
don't. You said you didn't just ask a question. You made an assumption. So you don't. That's way more than a question. If you were in a relationship with a man, you would know that
Are you this?
that is not.
Are you this fucking like?
Okay, no, hold on.
Everybody just to avoid.
We can't keep doing this.
No.
Philly? Do you believe in
Can annoy me,
liberalism?
Mantis. Get on my last nerves.
Philly, do you believe in liberalism?
Tom, are you a Nazi?
No. Do you believe in
how easy it is
liberalism?
to answer a question?
Mantis, are you a lesbian?
Nope.
No. Are we just gonna like circle around? By the way, the answer is no. In case I had to. My point was I didn't fucking have to. You fucking retard.
I think she's going
We're
somewhere
asking a
with it,
question.
but I think her question is supposed to lead to
Please
something.
do.
But
Please do. Please do. I really hope it
I don't
does.
think that
This
really
should be
understands,
hilarious.
and people are they ask questions to lead to a point, but I don't think Philly wants to get to the point, so he avoids
Sure.
answering.
No,
like,
lead me to
basic
how I'm a
ask
liberal,
questions.
Mantis. Let's go. I'm your passenger. I'm riding shoddy. Let's go.
You have
Lead
a
me to
problem with
how I'm
liberalism.
not a liberal. No.
I didn't ask if you're a liberal. I said, do you have a problem with the ideology, with liberalism?
No.
You have no problem with it.
No.
You just said before that liberalism can enable or like lead to fascism somehow. I
It can.
would really like you to explain
if
that.
done wrong. Well, if you are so liberal that you tolerate fascists, then that can lead to fascists. Why would you need somebody to explain that to you? This is fucking
like the idea of free
politics
speech
101.
means that people are capable of convincing each other of fascism.
Yes, obviously.
So what would your solution be to something like that?
If we were leading towards fascism, like we kind of are, I would build a bigger coalition of people that agree with me to stop the fascists. That would make a lot more sense than sitting here and arguing with people that
kind of like a liberal policy, right?
Like what? It depends. Like what?
I don't know, like amendments to to not have the First Amendment be so fucking free, like to take away people's free speech or something like that, or to punish people, or I don't know, just something. Think of fucking something illiberal.
Just give me an example.
It's like
you can't just.
She just gave
so
you
I don't know how
example.
Tom does this all the time. It's actually fucking infuriating.
What?
To take away
Violating
like freedom
free
of speech, yeah, or to like punish people for their speech.
No, I don't believe it. No, I don't believe punishing. Of course not. What? Unless it's hateful, unless it's like dangerous, inciting violence, or like, and hateful is a little bit too. But I don't even know if hateful. No, I think it could be hateful, unless it's inciting violence. Basically, that's the only liberty I think I would like kind of stop people from doing. I don't know. It seems like that would be the only. I can't think of any other reasons I would violate somebody's free speech, or I would
Okay.
deliberately take it away from them.
Mantis, where was this going?
Literally want to fucking
Nowhere.
kill myself. That's
It
where it's
wasn't
going.
going anywhere, Tom. She had no point. She had no point yesterday. This is all a waste of time, and that's why I was avoiding it even coming here tonight.
I disagree. I think there are
Because I knew
people
this
on
was going to
the
be
left side of
pointless.
the
You haven't
party.
proved anything.
Can you shut your fucking mouth for 1 second? Or are you just gonna keep
Listen,
fucking
you
mumbling?
dumb. Oh, I'm not even gonna go there. Go ahead. Continue being disrespectful, man.
You
You're
just
right.
keep fucking mumbling. Do you think
No,
there
you're
are
right.
people on the left side of the party? And these are the people I think there are. I think there are people in the Democrat. Well, they're not even in the Democratic Party. They're to the left. They're to the far left, and they're vocal and they don't like the Democrats, and they talk shit on them, and they don't like
But the Vanguard's
liberalism
not them,
as an
and
ideology.
Kyle Kalinske is
They
not
think that
them, and you cannot
liberalism
prove that it is, and you never will. So you'll just sit here and circle around this fucking drain. Prove the fucking Vanguard's illiberal. Prove Kyle Kalinski's illiberal. Prove any of it. You can't. You point to fucking tweets of them making fun of somebody. So and that's how you come to your dumbass conclusions. So who's fucking being dumb now? You sound fucking retarded.
Yeah, because I think that the influence
Give me
that
one
these
example
figures
of them
have
being
is like
illiberal.
mass media.
Give me one example of them being
mass
illiberal
media
or supporting
is negative, and I think it
illiberalism.
breeds illiberalism. Yes.
You think. Show me. Show
What do you mean?
me.
There's an entire group of people on the far left who are illiberal people.
Yeah, I agree, and it's not the Vanguard, it's not Krystal, and it's not Aaron, and it's not Kyle.
I think their audiences are like part of that. I think that
We're not talking about their audiences, are we? Are we talking about their audience? I'm sorry. Are we talking about their audience? We're not. So get back to the fucking subject and make a fucking point. I'm losing my fucking
We are
patience. This
talking
is
about their
retarded.
audience.
No,
Obviously.
how are they illiberal?
Why would I not
How is
be?
the Vanguard illiberal?
Why would I not
How
be
is
talking about their audience?
You dumb bitch. How is the Vanguard illiberal? Answer my question.
I think that they diss liberalism, and I think that they diss
liberalism.
Dems
You
for
missed they
being
diss liberals.
for-
They diss liberals. They're not the same thing.
Why though?
Because not every fucking liberal believes in liberal values.
Wait, what?
There's
Why
liberals
do they
right now.
You
There
just said
are
because
liberals right now
they
that
don't
will
believe in
disagree with
liberal
taking away
values.
your fucking my fucking free speech and lefties' free speech, and then that's not, according to you, that's not liberal. But there are quote unquote liberals right now who are fucking promoting that exact thing. So I'm not going to sit here and argue on liberal, illiberal, liberal, when you're supporting illiberal things.
You don't want to argue on it. What things?
Taking away free speech
From who?
from the American citizens, from immigrants, from people with green cards, from college students who speak out against Israel.
Wait, Democrats?
Yes, there are Democrats that support that. Yes. You ever heard of
Who
Richie
supports
Torres? Have you ever heard of Richie Torres? Have you ever heard of what's the lurch from my fucking state? I can't even remember his name's not even coming. Fetterman. Yes, there are Democrat quote unquote liberals that support this. So once again, how is the Vanguard or what policy have they ever supported, promoted, talked about that is illiberal? I'll wait.
What? Hang on. Why do they diss the Democratic Party then? Because I've seen it.
Because they disagree with certain Democrats. They disagree with certain Democrats. You do understand
why would they diss
that,
the whole party?
right?
Don't you think that's bad? Don't you think it's bad to why don't they just focus on the
Yeah,
specific
if
people
the
who
leaders of the party are
illiberal?
shit, because the leaders of the party are shit right now. They have a below 30 approval rating. Do you not understand what's going on right now? Have you been paying any attention? Trump, the fascist, just got voted into office. Democrats are
after a loss,
approval rating is below 30%, and
going,
you look to your left and you say you guys are the problem. Are you fucking kidding me?
Like, hang on. Two things, like
But you
many things
can't
can be
even
true at
point to
once,
anything.
Billy. It doesn't all have to. It
Yes,
doesn't have to.
no,
It's not
point
like
to
the
something.
failures of the Democratic. Because I just said at the beginning that the messaging in the Democratic Party is dog shit. So there are obviously issues with the Democrats, and like I don't think two things can be true or multiple things can be true at once. It doesn't just have to be. But this is one part of it that I do believe is harmful.
Once again,
What is it? It's not all the blame goes just solely to people far on the left, but it is a part of it. Like, I don't, again, you're doing the all or nothing thing. That is like a way
were
to
yelling
avoid
at
addressing the
Pisco
issue.
yesterday for excusing people that you feel are illiberal, who will lead to, I don't know what, communism, I don't know. But you and everybody in DGG were screaming at Pisco for the last few days for
Why are you bringing? Oh my god!
Because we're about to get back to the main point, which you will not be able to prove. You were, and this how our whole argument started, was that you were yelling at Pisco and I was saying, this is a little crazy. This is a little crazy, Mantis. Your man unhinged. And then Pisco called you out. And then, I don't know, you sent a super chat or something. But the whole crux of that argument was that Pisco was supporting people who are harmful to the Democratic Party. So that is wholly relative to what we're talking about right now. And
the criticism isn't that he's supporting those people. It's the criticism that he
he's
doesn't
not
push
pushing
back
back
or like.
hard. Right. He's not pushing back hard enough. Got it. But he contends that he did sufficiently push back. Right?
Yeah, that is what's been going on the last couple of weeks. Good job.
Yeah. Okay. So there is like, Tom, do you see where my frustration is coming from at all?
To an extent, I
okay.
think
Mantis
both of you are doing this,
was yelling at me
yes,
and calling me unhinged yesterday because she was screaming at Pisco about something that he was right about. And then she goes on to call me retarded and all this other shit.
I think he was right about it though. Like he's not right. My issue with you is different from my issue with Pisco.
Right, but and your issue is that I do the same things that people like Pisco do. I dismiss your opinion and I lump you in with everybody, right? And I do all this like nefarious stuff.
This isn't the same criticism. Again, you've changed it. I had criticisms of you, and I have criticisms of Pisco. They're not the same fucking thing.
Right, but his criticisms. Wait, Mantis. His criticisms of you come from the way that you treat Pisco, and so that's why it keeps going down this road. Is because his criticisms of you come from the way that you talk about Pisco. So in order for him to justify, if you're saying, hey, I think you're being unfair in the way you're criticizing me, he has to be able to argue why Pisco is right.
So you don't like that I think he should push back on people like the Vanguard a little bit harder. That's in essence, you think that I'm me calling him cringe because I said that he was like basically it was like I said, he puts people in like the most hyperbolic argument, like you abandon Hutch, and like he frames everything like you're being that hyperbolic when actually I'm not. I just disagree with Pisco. I just think that he didn't actually push back that hard, and I think he's cringe for the way he's framing everything when he's on a stream. That's what I was saying from chat. So you have a problem with me calling him cringe because I think that.
Well, if that was all you did was call him cringe, obviously that wouldn't be an issue, but that isn't what you did, man.
Yeah, I said cope and cringe and shit like that.
No, you spent like the previous 4 days screeching at him. Why are you saying this? Like I wasn't there. You weren't sending, and I don't know if they were super chats, but you weren't sending in chats that he was putting up on the screen and arguing with you for at least like 2 or 3 days straight. And if I call Pisco right now, will he tell me that yes, he has been responding to you back and forth in chat for the last like 4 streams? Or are you going to deny that? You know his streams are taped, right? Like, why are you even denying this right now? I was there. So all you weren't. So it wasn't just I said cope. It wasn't just that. Please, Mantis, please stop doing that.
Yeah, you say Mantis, you had 2 conversations with Pisco on stream as well, and so I think he's saying they're like,
yes. Oh my god, I forgot about that. Holy shit! And said DGGL on the way out. Yes. So stop acting like all you said was he was just a little cringe.
Yeah,
and then I was so out of order.
I literally said I literally said Pisco, Philly. I literally said like fuck you, chat DGGL, because chat was trolling. It was to troll chat. Relax.
Forget that was
Because
a
the
throwaway
reason why,
comment.
and
That
you
was a
know,
throwaway
the
comment.
reason why I
Go
said
ahead.
that, Philly, is because of this whole like. This is kind of the problem, is the way that Pisco's been framing shit over the last little while.
I got you.
In the eyes of the worst, most like unhinged criticism, and they've put up this like boogeyman of everyone's in it's DGG and it's a Destiny
So,
like
but
thing.
now
It's a
do you see
Destiny
how
fan
this
thing.
narrative
And
is forming and
hang on,
spinning? Because you can stop acting obtuse now, Mantis. We can stop the. I just went and said he was cringe. And then you started screeching at me in chat. I don't understand what the problem. We can stop. We can drop that act now. Okay. So you were arguing with Pisco for the previous
hang
3 or
on.
4 days.
You literally
Along with
forgot.
the rest.
Wait,
Along with the
wait.
rest.
You literally just forgot
Why you
that I
cut me
even
off?
went onto his fucking stream. So
Yes,
like
I
I
did.
don't know why you're
Yes,
acting like we
yes,
can drop this act about
I
what I
did.
said. If you have a problem with what I said on like to him on his stream, then you can bring up examples of what the problem
Okay.
is. But you're
Okay.
not. Again, you're
All right.
doing this thing
Can
where
I
you're
finish my
acting. You're
sentence?
just annoyed that
Can
I
I finish my
criticized him
sentence?
at all.
Okay,
You don't
hold
even
on.
have an
This is what
example
y'all
of why
do.
my criticism is deranged.
Okay, hold on. I think that's what he's getting to. What was the drop the act, Philly?
Yes. So the drop the act was Mantis acting like she doesn't understand why I was criticizing her in chat while memeing, right? These weren't hard criticisms. Hassan derangements, and is that like some scathing criticism where your feelings will be hurt? Okay, so I'm memeing around in chat with you a little bit, just like every fucking time I come into Tom's chat, and I don't know, say my opinion, people fucking have a meltdown, and I get added from 16 different random chatters, okay, all saying the same retarded shit to me.
Dude, I had 16 people watching me? Let's
So
fucking go,
so
dude.
you come into Pisco's chat, and the same sort of thing is happening to you.
Foolery
Like,
on
and
the rise.
it's just people like, oh man, this shut up, man, and it's just little light ribbing. It's nothing even crazy. Nobody's disrespecting you. Nobody's calling you out of your name. And I say, oh, Hassan derangement syndrome. And then Pisco says, Mantis, answer the question, yes or no, but doesn't ask you a question. And then I say, Mantis, answer the question, yes or no. And we're all having a laugh. And then you DM me, and I'm like, you know what? I'm done with you. I've lost all respect. And I'm like, yo, I
This
was
is my
mean.
issue,
That's
though.
literally
You
what I
address
said.
my issue. I don't address the issue I came in here to talk to you about. Then, so now
Because
that
we don't have hardcore disagreements that are worth arguing over. I don't feel.
about the Pisco Destiny lefty like communist shit. Address the fucking issue. Then, yes. Ask me why that did bug me more than you think is necessary. Ask me why.
Okay. Why? Why did that bug you more than?
It's a thing that is happening at the moment, and it's not just you. But even Pisco did this, and that was part of my criticism. This is part of my issue. Is it's a way at the moment to put someone in a like to make someone into this like boogeyman of the worst thing that like and dismiss their fucking opinion, even though their criticism might not actually be as deranged as you think, or actually be as fucking ridiculous. Like for me to have the criticism of Pisco that I think he didn't push back hard enough, it's actually not that fucking a deranged take. It's really not.
Yeah,
it's
you're
not
right.
a big fucking
That's
deal.
why
It's
I
not a
said
reason to
I was
dismiss it.
memeing. Jesus Christ.
For me to say like that I think the TSA shit with Hassan or like the stuff that he says about Hassan is like a little bit like silly, because like I
a little
called
bit
into
silly
stream
is
and I
fine,
explained to
but
him a little
bad
bit
faith
about why I
and
thought it was
cozying up
fucking
to
stupid.
Hassan and all the other criticisms he got is not fair. A little bit silly, that's fine. But Pisco's been getting a lot more shit than that these last couple
Yeah,
of days.
but that wasn't
all
initially me.
orchestrated.
It wasn't. This is my problem,
That wasn't
though.
my claim.
It's
That
not
wasn't my
like
claim.
there are plenty of
That
people
was
who
not
have
my
criticisms,
claim.
and they aren't just. It's not all just about like the fact that they're Destiny simps or cocksuckers, and it's not just about the fact that they
So
have
the day
assigned arrangements.
before you come and argue with him, you say DGGL on the way out. He continues to get shit from Destiny and his audience. And then you
Do you
come in the
remember
next
that?
day.
Do you know what I said in that conversation, Tim? We agreed on a lot of things.
I know.
I actually
And then you
agreed with
said
him on a ton of
DGGL on
shit,
the way
and I
out.
wasn't.
And
And I
I don't.
tried to tell him not.
Right. So it seemed like
God.
everything
I
was
can't.
all good and
Every time I
everybody
try
was
and.
joking, right?
Oh,
So that would leave you the impression that everything's all good and everybody's joking, right? Right? So
What did you
when you
say?
come back,
You
then
keep talking in the middle of when I'm replying to you, and it's getting
that
like
will
I'm
give you the impression that that would give you the impression that everybody is joking around. So when you come back the next day and people are still
You're not
memeing with you,
joking though.
you cannot. But I said I was. You're not a mind reader. You're not going to do that. You are not going to do that.
You're not joking though. You're just
You're
hiding
not
behind
going
it.
to do that. You said you lost all respect for me. I said I'm memeing. Now you know how
do,
I
because you're
feel
not
in
I
times.
see you.
I
I
said
watch
now
your
you
chats.
know
You're a
how
bullshit
I
artist.
feel
You say
in
one thing
time
and then you
chat.
walk it back and you act like it's all a joke and you don't
Okay,
actually mean
sure.
it. But you're
What
fucking
don't I
you're just
mean?
talking
What
shit.
what did
You're
I
just
say that I don't
hiding. You're a
mean?
coward.
What did I say that I don't mean? This will go the same way the last topic went. But I already said I don't mean that.
Yeah, but anyone can say that. I think your actions disprove that. I think you believe
Wait, you
people have
think I?
Hassan derangement syndrome. In fact, you've had a number of
Oh, I do
conversations
think
where you've
people
come up on
have.
this stream and
I
you've argued that people
I
have
don't know if
Hassan
you
derangement
have Hassan, but I never said you
syndrome.
did.
Correct?
I do think
Yes or
people
no?
have. Correct. Do think some people have Hassan derangement syndrome, but I don't know if you do. We
Yeah,
can
and
always talk about
I've
that,
been watching you say it about people in this like
but not you.
in the Hassan TSA stuff,
Who?
and I've been
No,
watching you say
actually,
it
you're lying because
in
I've
this whole
never said it
Pisco
before.
drama.
No,
Come
I
on.
actually have never said it before. You're lying. You actually are lying right now because I've never said it before. That was the first time I've ever said or typed out the words Hassan derangement syndrome. You are lying. 100%.
You haven't. You believe that though, Billy. You've argued it many times.
And Mantis, why do you think he believes this? If he says he's joking, what makes you think that he's serious about it? When you say he's argued it many times,
Well, I've
and
seen
he's
you in
saying,
the chat.
when you say he's argued it
seen
many
you in
times, and he
Pisco's
says
chat.
he's never said Hassan derangement syndrome, what is the contention?
Okay, well, you've come up. Okay, I can give you a number of reasons, but whenever stuff with Hassan comes up, you've come up onto this stream, and I've listened to you talk to Tom many times for hours actually about how you think that people aren't seeing things clearly, that they have a bias against Hassan, and that largely it's because of the lies that people like Destiny tell. Two, I've seen you in chats during
I don't
this,
think that's my
in different
argument.
chats and different streams.
I don't
Agreeing
think the
with the
Destiny
points
part is
that
true.
are essentially
I never
saying
said. Wait,
Hassan
hold on.
derangement
Wait, they
syndrome,
just
and
don't
that
want
this
to
is
answer
just
my
like
question.
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on, Mantis. So he's saying
Well,
that
Billy
yes,
likes to
he
just
says
talk over
that
people.
people have biases against Hassan and that they like all do like this groupthink thing within DGG. But he's saying that he never made that claim about you and that he doesn't necessarily believe that about you. And so I'm asking,
Or the Destiny thing. No, like I don't think people like whatever she said that I said about Destiny. That's not true.
Okay. I don't want to go, but I feel like I could easily find clips of you saying that Destiny is just super biased against Hassan and that he's just going to talk shit about him one way or the other, and that DGG runs around following him, just repeating all the claims that he makes.
Yes. Okay, but yeah, okay, yes. Okay, I'm sorry. I misunderstood what you were saying. I do think that people do that. I do, but I don't call it Hassan derangement syndrome.
Sure,
and
but
I
that's
don't
what
like
she's saying.
running
The
around
idea,
accusing
not the
specific
label.
people of it.
Not just the label,
Sure,
but she's
okay.
saying like it dismisses
just
her entire
fixating
idea
on the
by
label,
just putting
so
a
it's
bias out there, and so she's saying that just claiming that she's biased and that she doesn't actually have
Right,
real
right.
criticisms.
No, I get it. Look at it like this, right? Have you ever made the criticism of somebody or Trump and said Trump derangement syndrome? All right, and then have you ever said that to somebody, but have just been joking around and not really meant it, even though you have made that criticism before, like not of that person, but
Yeah, sure.
you have put the idea of Trump derangement syndrome out there. It is possible to meme and call somebody and say, oh, you have Trump derangement syndrome, when somebody could be making a good point about Trump. They could not be. Like you're just memeing. You're not like.
Okay, so
right? Like,
so Mantis, so if he's saying yes, he admits that he makes these claims about people, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he means it about you. Do you have like a reason to believe?
Yeah, I don't care. I wasn't bringing it up just to like make it just about me. I like the reason I brought up in the DMs that I think it's fucking annoying is because I think you do this in general, and I think this is a thing that is happening in general, and it actually is something Pisco has been doing as well. it's
All right.
frustrating to watch like a
That's
group
a
of
hard thing
people
to
run
argue
around
against.
and try and like dismiss the actual criticisms. I mean, I think that is what's been happening this last like week or so. Is there's been criticisms, or like actually longer, because I guess it started with the Hassan TSA shit. Like ever since that shit happened, this is a thing that keeps happening, and I think that you're one of the people who. I mean, you can deny it. I guess there's nothing I can say if you're just going to deny it. But I think you believe this to be true. I think you're. So
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I believe you think I have Hassan derangement syndrome, but I think you do this to people. I think you do dismiss their
I
opinions
agree.
because you think they
No,
have
I don't dismiss
derangement
people.
syndrome. And I think it's a
Okay,
stupid thing
so
to do.
I got you, Mantis. Here's what goes on a lot of the time for me, and this has been. I dropped my lighter. Sorry. Destiny has been making very, very, very bad faith arguments against Hassan for as long as I can remember. Okay. And my policy has always been whenever Destiny is talking about Hassan, I literally I don't watch him anymore, but when I did watch him, I used to turn the stream off. Like I could be enjoying the fuck out of his content, but as soon as he starts talking about Hassan, I turn it off. Not because he's talking about my favorite streamer and I can't stand to hear him talk, but he gets unhinged when he talks about Hassan. He gets like the most bad faith somebody could possibly ever get, in my opinion. And I've noticed this for years. This didn't just start this year or last year. I think this started in like 2023, 2022 maybe. He's been doing this for a long time, so I always turn it off. And this post that was made on Reddit the other day perfectly encapsulates everything that I've seen about how Destiny engages with Hassan. Not only Hassan, but other people as well. But Hassan is the biggest one. The one that got deleted.
Okay.
Yeah, it got deleted. I think that person got harassed and doxxed into deleting their fucking thing, their Reddit account. But okay, we'll leave all that aside. I think there are plenty of valid criticisms to make of Hassan, but I think the ones that Destiny makes are like very, very exaggerated. They're not good faith, and they go out of their way to try and understand where he's coming from. All right, like, and in order for you to critique something, you have to understand it. Right, that would be the first thing any philosopher would tell you. In order for you to critique something, you first need to understand it. Destiny has like a pretty good basic level of socialism and communism. Hassan, I literally have no idea how much he knows about it, but he claims to know a lot about it. Whatever. However, so the thing with the work camps, with the thing he was talking with Ethan Klein about, the forced re-education camps, and that example, right? If you just watch how that whole thing played out and how Destiny covered it and how Destiny explained it and everything, that is a perfect encapsulation of how Destiny covers Hassan's topics all the time. And I've been noticed that. So now I joke around when people make weird arguments against Hassan, right? That, this is a DGG tier argument, or this is a DGG argument, stuff like that. And then Ethan Klein, Willie Mack, Nick Diorio, all these different people start running with the same fucking narrative and the same story about Hassan, the same claims. Then it got to the New York Post, and I'm just watching the same misinformation just swirl all the way around until we got to the point to now Hassan not only supports terrorists, not only has these bad opinion, not only is a Russia shill, not only is a communist, but he now has a secret agenda to install a communist agenda to America, a Marxist-Leninist agenda. Now he might have said that. He might have said that on stream.
A Hassan debate. The Mantis, can you think of a time where you saw other people who watched the streamer and then they started using the same arguments as that streamer afterwards, and you thought, okay, they're getting their arguments from this streamer?
Damn, you just said everything I fucking said. It took me 15 minutes to say. You just said it in 2 fucking sentences. Thank you.
Yeah, I can.
So he's saying
God.
that he's drawing the same lines and the same conclusions in the same way that sometimes you might think this person's getting their arguments from a streamer. He's saying it's pretty easy to like draw a pattern there, and even though he might be wrong, like it's a pretty obvious pattern to where the majority of the time he's probably going to be correct.
Yeah, well, I mean, people do this all the time. I just think I personally just think it's a like thing you have to be cautious of. So like you can't just leap to the conclusion, therefore, that it's Hassan derangement syndrome.
Sure, I agree with
I'd
you,
rather
and that's
you
why I
just
told you I
continue
was
with
joking. That's why I told you I was joking. Like, if largely with you, I think you sometimes have your blinders on, but I don't think you're coming from a place of like, I'm not even going to think about what this guy Hassan has to say. I'm just going to dismiss his arguments. I think you truly do not like his ideas, and you truly, truly, truly think that they're going to lead us to an evil, dark place. I don't think you have Hassan derangement syndrome. I don't think you're like cucked. Your side's cucked on this. Like, yeah, you have biases. We all have fucking biases. I have a bias towards Hassan. You have a bias towards Destiny. That's okay. We can work through that. That's not my issue at all. It's just like, I don't think you were making the best faith. And here's the other thing that was annoying me with Pisco is because we need people like fucking Pisco. I'm sorry, I'm not even trying to like glaze him, but it seems to me that he does have principles and he does have conviction and he's willing to fight for those things, even against people he doesn't agree with, like Hassan. Right? Like, I don't think he's in a Hassan simp. Listen, I could be wrong, but the reason I was so
I think he's naive,
triggered when
I don't
the reason
think he's
maybe, yeah, okay. If you were saying like, okay, yeah, maybe. But the reason I was getting so defensive with Pisco and so like triggered when you were saying that was just because I feel like he's like one of the last genuine good people we got in this space, right? We don't have any weird cases. We don't have any weird behavior towards people. He goes out of his way to, not harass people. I'm not saying he's the best faith person in the world. Pisco can be extremely bad faith. We've seen him argue in bad faith before. Like, so I'm not saying he's like this infallible, perfect person, but like we can't always, I don't think it's fair in this case to assign bad faith to him when really he just was sticking to his principles, especially when it comes to Hassan.
I'll say
Hassan
just
and, like,
for me
that
personally,
whole thing.
after watching last night's stream with Mantis and Destiny up there, I felt very differently about the entire thing because after like thinking about it, I thought, okay, Pisco left like the Destiny community and just kind of said like, yeah, I'm just not going to engage with him anymore, and that's that. And then just moved on. Didn't really talk about Destiny, didn't say much. But Destiny did eventually start going after him and start talking about him a lot. And there, I think to an extent, I kind of feel bad for Pisco because I think he felt like he was like trying to do the right thing and stay away from the drama and stay away from like milking Destiny. And even though it would have been like super opportunity, it was a great opportunity for him to do so. I think he stayed away from it, and then Destiny still ended up turning around and attacking him and coming after him a bunch. And Destiny also recognized patterns of like, he said that he blocked Pisco after the whole thing with Aaron, where he started doing a podcast with Aaron. So Destiny just went and blocked him because he thought that this was like creating a pattern of him becoming like a anti Destiny person. And so I felt bad for Pisco and thought like, yeah, this kind of sucks that like he did kind of like do the principled thing and try to stay away from the shit and still ended up like getting attacked anyways.
Getting fucked. Yeah, and you could see, like, not to get too gushy here, but you could see his soul crushed when he asked Destiny why he blocked him, and Destiny said, I think it was because of Aaron, and you could just see the soul leave out of Pisco's body. It just crushed him. It sucked to watch. But anyway, so like, not to get too mushy, but back to what we were saying, like,
I mean,
yeah,
really
sorry, go ahead. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe I'm reading too much into it.
I understand why he's hurt. I can see that, but that's my issue with a lot of this stuff is like it's coming from like a lot of the way he's engaging is like coming from a place of hurt, and so he's engaging in like he like as if everybody is Dan Saltman, instead of like as if people just have like genuine normal
But
criticism.
Dan Saltman hosts a podcast with this person, so it wouldn't be too crazy to think like, okay, Dan Saltman has been unhinged coming after me. Destiny is now what Pisco says is lying maliciously about him, right? Like I have never seen Pisco talk about something like this. Like, you know, he's like Destiny's maliciously lying about me.
Destiny blocked Pisco over who he was doing a podcast with, while like Dan's coming after Dan's going after Pisco pretty hard, and it makes sense that like Pisco is going to make those connections to an extent. I think that, but on top of that, like you have to understand that like even for Pisco's, like he said last night, though, a large portion of his audience is DGG, and a lot of DGG has watched like liberals or leftists just like be super fucking unhinged in the way that they attack a lot of the leftists have been unhinged in the way that they attack liberals and people like me, people like Destiny, people like all of these other folks. And so then when they're like cozying up to them, yeah, a lot of us are likely going to feel some type of way about it. Like when we feel like these people have been like on our asses forever, like, yeah, we're gonna look at that and be like, fuck those people, dude, they're the fucking enemy. Even if we can look at it electorally and think, well, there's some benefits here and there, like we still look at them as like, these motherfuckers are always talking shit.
Who are you talking about?
Not Pisco, the people that he's talking to. So again, so like the Vanguard, they made a fucking video on Hutch being a fucking right winger and a Republican, and they
what? That's content. Who gives a fuck?
Wait, that's
what? Like they attacked them personally.
Oh my goodness! So then this is just content. Who gives a fuck? It's just content, Philly.
Wait,
who gives a fuck? No, it's just content. Who gives a fuck? It's just content. Who gives a fuck?
You said that Pisco. Wait. You said that Pisco is doing content with people that viciously attacked Hutch. Hutch was there.
Yes, no, I know. Hold on.
What?
That's but Hutch also has like a lot of criticisms of these people and says that he doesn't like them. He's gone after the left as well. He's been on a fucking warpath against leftists.
The criticism is fine. The criticism is fine. It's the unhinged shit that people have a problem with, and like making all these connections and you know, saying like these secret agendas and cabals are going on, and that, you know, just all this like crazy.
I don't know where that came from. I don't know where that came from.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, that was
okay.
What is
okay. You guys haven't been watching Destiny.
No, hold on. Wait. No. Hold on. Wait. We just went over the fact that like there's a lot of connections that people are going to be drawing that like kind of make sense, and it's happening on both sides where everybody's drawing connections and just kind of grouping people based on some team sports.
Okay.
And so then I thought we were past
Destiny's
that, and now
theory
saying
is
that
that
like it makes sense that a lot of people already have biases against these people, and a lot of it is because they're just kind of fucking unhinged in the way that they attack liberals. So liberals now don't like these people either and feel some sort of way about them as well.
But the argument isn't do we like these people or not, is should they be part of the political movement? Like if you have a personal problem with these people and you don't like them personally, fine, but don't mask it in some gay weird political stance that you had when last year you were having fucking chicken and waffles with Nick Fuentes, bro, and sleeping with Lauren Southern, and you're sitting here like wringing your hands about somebody's political affiliations.
Yes,
it makes no sense.
It's somebody's personal life. Like, can you?
What?
Jesus.
No. Hold on.
Did you bring up like someone's?
Yes, I did.
It is
because it has everything to do with it. What do you mean? What do you mean? This type of sweeping and covering up is why he's been able to be the fucking slimy fuck he's been for the last couple of years. His sex life, who talks about his sex life more than fucking him?
Okay.
No, it's a point to be made there.
I'm sorry,
she is
derail a perfectly fine
forget her.
conversation with
Forget
one
her.
fucking comment, fully relax.
But you did. But you did. But you did.
You don't have to turn it into a character assassination now. Like, carry on.
Okay, forget her. Let's talk about Nick Fuentes. If you can associate with people like that, why can't Hutch associate, or not Hutch? Why can't Pisco interview the Vanguard without proper pushback, or else they should be banished from the party? And as a matter of fact, you shouldn't do a podcast with Hutch or with fucking Econoboy because reasons.
Nobody's talking about associating. Why are you doing that?
I think that the difference is that with Destiny and Nick Fuentes, it was obvious that like the beginning of their relationship was like very anti each other. Destiny was still clear that like this guy was somebody with like bad beliefs and dangerous beliefs, and somebody that he was very much against. So like it wasn't like platforming to where he was showing this person as like a empathetic figure. But and I'm not comparing him to like, I'm not saying that nobody should do that with the Vanguard. I'm not saying that they're that bad. But the point is that I do think that that is what they do with liberals, and that they look at liberals within the Democratic Party and they say, oh, these people are bad for the party. We need more progressive people. We need to push them. And then they do spend a lot of time attacking liberals because they don't want liberals. They think liberals are bad for the Democrat
Vanguard
Party.
doesn't do that. They don't do that. You seem to have a big problem with the Vanguard and the way they treated TYT. Do you know why they attacked TYT the way they did? Do you think it's just because
No,
they...
I wouldn't call TYT liberals. I would never call TYT liberals.
Okay, do you feel like that's bad for the Democratic Party?
Them attacking the fucking TYT. No, that just has to do with like why I think they're fucking bad faith. But that's not. I never made that argument as far as like the. I never brought up
we
TYT
look at
as
things
far as
completely different. To you that proves their bad faith. To me, that proves they have moral consistency.
But they made up shit. They literally just lied.
Like what?
Like that.
Like what?
Like that Anna Kasparian hates fucking homeless people. That she shits on homeless people.
That's not even how the whole thing started.
No, I don't care how it started. I know that they've said this tons. No, I know. No. Hold on. I'm telling you what it is that I don't like about them. You brought up the fact that I didn't like the fucking way they covered the TYT shit. That is what it was, is that they kept saying Anna Kasparian hates homeless people, that she wants them to die and shit. Like, that was what I hate. That's what I got pissed off about, is they kept repeating over and over that she hates all homeless people.
Okay, so Destiny lies about Pisco and lies about Hassan, right? He said that because he said that what? He said that Pisco is a communist.
No, he didn't.
And that he also said that the reason that Pisco has the takes he has is because of his commie girlfriend or his socialist girlfriend. We're losing the good liberals to the socialist girlfriends, was his exact quote. Him and Slotkin. We're losing the good liberals.
You realize if you'd actually followed, if you didn't just look at clips and stuff, that he's clarified many times that he doesn't
grandstanding. I'm not in DGG.
Please stop talking over me.
Because you're saying dumb shit. I'm not in DGG. So stop with if you would follow the whole. You sound like a fucking cult member. Holy shit!
I'm disagreeing with you, Philly, and I'm telling you that he has said many times that he doesn't believe that Pisco is a communist, and that's never what he's actually said.
No, what he actually said was, "We're losing another good liberal to a socialist girlfriend," is what he actually said.
Yes, because what's the argument? His argument is that he thinks he's being a little too cushy with socialists.
So he lies about Pisco. So he lies about Pisco. So he lies about Pisco.
Wait, that's not the
whole point of my thing.
That's not the. Those are different. Those are different things.
It's an opinion, right? It's an opinion, right? It's an opinion, right?
Well,
it's an opinion, right?
No. It's that they're saying that they're losing people isn't like the same. That's not even the same like category. Like,
he's implying that the reason Pisco has the opinions he has is because of his girlfriend.
I guess, yeah. Is Joe a socialist?
Yes.
Where did that come from? I don't think Joe's a fucking socialist. Is she?
Yeah.
Yes. I don't even think Joe's a fucking socialist.
Okay.
Did he say that? That's fucking stupid. Yeah, she's definitely
Destiny did say that.
That's fucking, yeah, that's dumb.
Destiny did say that. Yes. And so he's lying, right?
It sounds like it's in jest to me. It sounds like a
in the Vanguard can't say in jest, I think Hannah hates homeless people because she took this weird, bizarre position? Or do you think their position is actually Anna secretly hates homeless people and wants them to die? Come on.
Yeah, so
this is the type of engagement I'm talking about.
No, because what that started with was her saying
she
that
lied
she was
about
sexually
her story.
assaulted by a fucking homeless person, and then they all ran around saying
and they went on a crusade against the homeless in LA. Yes. And they criticized her harshly for that.
When you say a crusade, all I heard her say was that she that these people
lobbied
are
against
scared.
Gavin Newsom. bro, she went on for days and days and episodes and like we're screaming at congressmen on Twitter talking about how they don't care about the regular people in LA. They're letting the homeless run amok, and Gavin Newsom is the fucking worst the worst he's the governor, right? The worst we've ever had in California. And you want to talk about campaigning against a Democrat? She would vote a Republican over Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, no, I hate Anna Kasparian. I think she's a piece of shit. Like I said, I would never call her.
But you're saying they lied about her. They probably just said it in jest because of her behavior towards homeless people over the last 4 years since that one incident happened to her. There's a whole thing around this that you're leaving out. Like, they just decided to lie. I mean, you didn't say this, but it seems like you think that they just decided to lie about it. They woke up and was just like, you know what? Fuck this bitch. We're just going to make up a bunch of baseless accusations against her.
Yes.
It's a whole thing with the homeless thing in LA. So, yeah, they probably said it in jest. Like, I don't think their actual position is that Anna Kasparian wants homeless people to die.
Okay.
And then
I think
the real problem with TYT is that
number of times. But anyways, hold on. The point that the only point that I was making again is that these are people that these are people that are obviously anti-liberals. That they also think that
you
liberals
keep saying
are
that. Obviously, you keep saying that. You keep saying that. When
Yeah.
you say anti-liberal, do you mean illiberal or against?
No. Sorry, I
Like,
mean
center
liberal
people?
Democrats. I mean like liberal like beliefs, like if in the way that we would say a
Okay.
conservative, not that because yes, I'm saying that they think that like liberals like me are harmful to the Democratic Party. Liberals like Hutch are harmful to the
certain
Democratic
ways.
Party. Liberals
You
like
can be.
Pete Buttigieg are harmful to the Democratic Party, and that they are against these sorts of people taking over. Just
But they're
the
not
same
trying to
as that-
jettison you from
just
the
the-
party. They're
the
just trying to
same
get you
as-
to change your positions. They want you to change your positions. They don't hate you. They hate your positions,
If
bro.
they say we're literally
Like,
Republicans
let's
and
be real.
they're acting like we're already not part of the party. Like they already act like we're
Oh, come
fucking
on. How?
conservatives
What, is,
and
and
Republicans.
what does that
Like,
tangibly mean? What does that tangibly mean?
it means that they think that we
They
don't
go on
actually
lib and
have
learn.
beliefs
They go on
that are
lib.
similar
Wait,
to the
so one
fucking
side.
Democrats.
So one side of your argument is that the libs are being too nice to them, and then the other side is don't be too nice. Well, it's the same side. So, and then the follow up is don't be nice to them because they secretly hate you.
Wait, no,
So
What?
I was in the middle of
You're
making
saying
an
that they
argument. You
hate
started
libs.
interrupting me, and now you're. I didn't say that.
I'm sorry. Your argument. You just said they're anti.
I'm saying yes, that
just
they
not
are
really
anti-liberals, and so we are also anti them. They're like they have like beliefs and ideologies and positions that we are against, just the same as we have beliefs and positions and ideologies that they are against, and both of us are kind of like fighting each other for control of the Democratic Party pretty consistently. And so these aren't like crazy like unhinged positions when people are kind of jockeying
Right.
for
We
power.
had this conversation the other day. These things never interact with each other in the real world. So these are pointless, baseless, stupid ideology arguments I told you are not tangible. Nobody gives a fuck. How? Well, but it's not based on liberal fucking tanky, liberal communism, liberal socialists. It's happening in the real world
We're not
because
arguing that right now. You are just now randomly. You brought it up. No one here was talking about tankies.
no, that's everything Tom was just talking about.
Wait, no, it's not. It wasn't.
Wait, I'm sorry, Tom. You just said we are against what they are about, meaning their ideology, right?
Yes, but that includes even people who are like, so even like Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur for a long time have been uber like progressive populists who have hated on Democrats for a long time and have been way too way too progressive to the point that I think that they were people that were harmful as well. Like it's not just you don't have to be a fucking Marxist Leninist in order for me to feel this way about you.
Okay, so I got you. My position is that the same as Pisco's. We need to build as big a coalition as we can within the Democratic Party. We don't need to have this fairy tale that people like Hassan or the Vanguard or Kyle Kalinske want to secretly, take over the Democratic Party and kick out all the libs out. We want to build a big coalition, and if anything, we don't hate you. We hate your policies, like defending, all types of wealth inequality, defending things that would hurt 99% of Americans. We hate those policies. We wish Joe Biden would change his policies against students. I was about to say student loan, against certain things like student loan. The Vanguard's criticisms can be unhinged. Their criticisms of AOC unhinged. Their criticisms of Donald Trump can be unhinged. Their criticisms of who is this? Who would you say, Mantis, with the tweet?
Do you
that
think
tweet
that
was
the
unhinged.
Republicans,
Yeah,
in the way that they engage with like politics, where like everybody who is like critical of Trump, they all get like a ton of shit. They get piled on by MAGA. They all freak out. There's a lot of like in-group bias to where you have to be like part of the group, otherwise you're a rhino now, you're fucked, you're not one of us. Like, do you think that this is very beneficial to them? We're looking at it the same. We're saying, you know what, we don't need to be fucking cult-like, we don't need to be that fucking unhinged and just
that's
ignore
why
problems.
they do that.
But
that's why
I
they
understand,
do that.
I understand, but we're saying there are parts of this that are obviously beneficial, and that if we started grading people based on their loyalty to Democrats as well, we would probably be a lot better. That when you say, well, Pisco wants to try this thing where he's reaching out and having a big tent coalition, I feel like that's literally what we've been doing for the past like 20 years. And then now we're looking at it and saying, yeah, this didn't work. We let a bunch of people in who are growing bigger and bigger and are being more and more critical of Democrats. That's making this more and more split up. And so instead we need to kind of have some
And the
more
proof of it not working is you losing to Trump twice. And like I said, you look to your left and say, they're the problem. No internal critique of liberal ideas, liberal policies. So how do you
those
say
things as well?
we
But
look
it's not
around
one
and
or
our
the other.
tent is too big? Why?
It's not
because
one or the other.
approval of the Democrats are below 30%, so that's the lefties' fault.
Well, what is the biggest reason for the Democrats' approval rating being down?
Them promising to do something about wealth inequality and doing nothing. I think them letting fucking Trump do whatever he wants for the last fucking 10 years.
Well, I believe is the biggest reason. I believe that was the bigger reason, is that the approval rating went down because they felt like Trump was getting away with too much. But that's part of my issue, is that right now there's literally not a whole lot that Democrats can do to stop him. And that every time something comes up where Trump gets away with something else and there's literally nothing they can do to stop him, they all blame Democrats for not stopping him. Where it's like, fuck, dude, like, what do you expect? If people aren't voting for them and everyone's running around talking shit about them all the time, why would people vote for them? Like, no fucking does. So now we have a minority in the House and the Senate. There's literally nothing we can do. So now we all just have to sit here and watch the fucking shit show until the midterms come up, and hopefully by the midterms we've got enough people on board with the fucking Democrats to where we actually win the next election, and then we can do things to stop him.
Yeah, you know what? I agree with that. So let's not try to kick people out. Let's try to convince them of, the good ideas. We'll pull the bad ones out of them, convince them of the good ones. No need to kick anybody out of the party. No need to jettison. No need to go to fucking war with your own.
Again, I
with
think
your own
that they've
political
been
party.
at war with us. I think they've been at war with us.
No, not you, Tom. Stop. Not you, bro. Like, who? You keep saying it's us.
Yes, liberals.
Like why do you identify as a liberal? You're an American, bro.
Hold on. Yes,
like, stop with this. They're against us liberals.
Stop. Obviously,
no,
again,
they're against liberal politicians who support
Stop! You're
bullshit
rambling.
policies.
Stop. When we say yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Is that when we say like liberals, again, like I mean in the American sense, like there's liberalism where like even conservatives are considered liberals at that point. But I'm saying like when somebody identifies as a liberal, to them it's like saying
what policy do they believe in that's against you?
What?
You as a person that would affect you, hurt you. What policy do they support that will hurt you as a person?
Wait.
Tomfoolery show and your family.
I don't. Why are you moving? Yeah, I just said
I'm
that
not.
they've
I'm asking you
been
a question,
at war
bro.
with us,
I'm trying to make a
saying
conversation.
that we're.
I heard you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Do you think the problem is I didn't hear you?
Yeah, I think.
Or
that
do you
you're
think I'm
being-
asking
no,
you a
yes,
completely
I-
different question?
Yes, I think you're asking me a
moving the
completely
goalposts so
different
that you can
question.
like avoid. Yeah, you're
Or
purposely doing this so that you don't
or
actually have to
Mantis, you
contest
can
anything
shut
he's
the
saying.
fuck
You do it
up and
all the
let him
fucking
answer
time,
the
Billy.
question. I'm sorry. Was I supposed to contest something there?
I just had to sit there and listen to you fucking do
Tom,
it to me.
You just said
supposed to
My
contest
brain is
something
literally
Yes,
broken
yes.
from
So
being
you
so
said yes.
retarded,
Hold on,
from
hold on,
catching
hold on, Mantis.
retardation from
Hold on.
Shut
So
the
what
fuck
they,
up,
what
you
I
dumb
said,
bitch.
what I said was that they are like they've been at war with us, and you said no, they are not. Who are they at war with? I said with liberals. You said what liberals? Who? What are you talking about with liberals? So then once I explained what I mean
All
by
right,
liberals,
let me finish my
then
point.
you
Let me finish my
made a
point.
new
Let me finish my
question.
point. Let me finish my point in case you didn't hear me the first time. They're not at war with you. They're at war with liberal politicians who support what they feel is bad policies that will hurt them and people like them. Holy fuck.
Right.
And you're sitting here so fucking sides cuck that you're like, no, team liberal.
Yes.
Not even understanding that team lefty would also support team liberal.
No, but I think
Like-
they're wrong though. That's what I'm
Like
saying.
these
Is I think they're
policies are
wrong.
like what?
So
On
like
what?
the
On
way
what?
that like
On what?
like the way that they attacked AOC over the voting for the dome.
Okay, yes, okay.
The way
So
that
what,
they attacked
bro?
Pete
So
Buttigieg,
what?
acting like he's this right-wing crazy person. What do you mean? So what? That's your question. I'm answering it. I'm giving you the answer. Why do you say so what
How
when I
does this
prove my
affect
point?
you? How does this affect you?
That they
How
are wrong.
does
That they
this,
are attacking these
I said,
people
what
incorrectly.
what policy do you disagree with?
Correct.
And you said that they attacked AOC on Twitter.
Correct. I'm
Now,
I
if
didn't
you
make
said
this
that they
point.
said
You're
that they're not
asking
going to
me
vote for
argue
AOC
something I
on
never
Twitter.
said.
Yes, you did.
No,
you said they're
no.
against me.
Yes, and then
you said,
you said they're
I said,
not.
what
Hold on,
policy
no,
is
no, stop.
against you? What
No,
policy is gonna
hold on,
hurt
stop,
you?
stop. Yes, you keep pivoting to that, but you said what are they against? And
Yes,
I said
because I'm
liberals,
trying
and
to
you said
have a-
no, they're not. You said they're against policies that they disagree with, that they think are harmful. And so then I brought up examples where they're not criticizing policies that are harmful to them. They're not criticizing policies that are harmful to
Bro,
them
shut the
whatsoever.
fuck up, bro. You sound so stupid. I hate this
Exactly.
shit.
They're personal.
Like you keep
They're
fucking.
they're not talking about the policies.
Yes, they do talk. You both.
Well, no,
neither one of
they are
you.
talking about policies. They're just wrong. That like AOC was voting for a
Okay,
fucking
that's
dome.
fi-
And so I'm saying that yes, like these things
Wait,
are the things that we
what?
would fight these people on.
What do you mean they're wrong? AOC was voting for a dome.
So they went and started saying that AOC was backing. So
No,
Marjorie
what-
Taylor Greene came
yes.
out with a bill where she was trying to get rid of funding for the dome. And so they, once the vote happened, everybody ran around saying that AOC voted for more funding for Israel to genocide Gazans. But that's not true. It's a defensive measure. The
Nice
dome is a
fucking
defensive
straw
measure.
man.
That is,
This is what
no, it's
y'all
not
do
a
every
straw man.
time.
It's
Y'all
not a
just
fucking
strawman
straw.
the
It's
fuck
not
out
a
of
straw man.
everything.
It's
Yes,
not
it
a
is.
straw man.
It's not that people were saying that AOC is going to. She's trying to support. No, it's that every support, everything that you do to support Israel encourages them to keep doing what they're doing. So even if she just had a protest vote, right, her vote's not going to make a.
It's not going to solve problems. It's not a solution. We disagree with that solution. It's not a fucking
Agreed.
solution. How does
Agreed.
ripping away somebody's defense system prevent what's happening?
Do you think that that's what? Do you think that they
This is
think that?
AOC's logic. Yet she explained that taking away their defense system doesn't actually solve the fucking problem. That was her reason for saying who gives a fuck. Like, this is why.
Okay,
That,
and
like,
there are people
they-
that vehemently disagree with her.
Correct.
About
And we
that
disagree
because
with them.
any sort of right.
Disagree.
Okay. Once again, how does this policy hurt you?
See, you keep doing that, dude. How does
I
that
don't care
policy
if you
hurt
disagree
them?
with the policy.
How does
We
that policy
disagree with
hurt them?
a lot of different
How does that
policies.
policy hurt them?
Wait, how does funding what they feel is a genocide hurt them?
Yes. How does it hurt them?
because your tax money that's coming out of your pocket that you're paying the government, which the government is supposed to be using in a way that, you know, is for the people, by the people, other people. There's, you know, they tax you and they're supposed to take care of your social needs and social services.
Okay,
They're also supposed to defend our
that's
country.
how it
There's a
hurts
lot
me.
of
They're
different
trying
things.
to take
Now,
my taxes away from
right.
the dome that I want to go towards a defensive measure to make it to where
I didn't say that. You said how does it hurt them?
Yes,
Not
no,
you.
yes, no.
You said, how
You
does it hurt
asked me
them?
how does it hurt me, so I asked you to answer how it hurts
But you
them
don't
first.
care about that.
But
You don't care about the genocide in Israel. So how would
wait,
that
no,
hurt
no, no.
you?
Hold on. That's not,
You
I
don't
don't
give
know.
a fuck.
There's, I don't know what that.
Like,
That's
you
not, hold
care
on. That's
less.
not. Hold on. That's not relevant to anything I
You've
just said.
defended it for the last
It's
3
not
years.
relevant to anything I just said.
Yes,
So-
it is.
No, it's
Yes,
not.
it is.
Stop.
They care about the genocide in
Stop.
Israel.
Repeat.
They care about the
Oh
genocide
my
in
goodness,
Israel.
bro. Just keep rambling. Just keep. Go
You're not-
ahead.
it's not
Just keep
repeating.
rambling.
You're not
Just
letting
keep
me
rambling.
finish my-
No, no, no. No, you
You're
did
not letting
finish.
me
I
finish
was
my
in the middle
sentence.
of talking.
No, I
You
didn't.
interrupted me.
No,
you
weren't.
asked me a question, bro. You asked me
No.
a question.
No.
You said, "What do you mean? How does it help you?" And I started to answer, and you immediately fucking interrupted me and said, "You don't care about this."
Nope. That's not what happened. You said, how does it help the Vanguard boys? You said,
Correct.
how does it help the Vanguard
Correct.
boys? And then I started to answer you by talking about taxes and all that. And then you interrupted me.
Yes.
And started talking.
Okay.
So
All right. I was answering your
switch
question.
things around. Don't switch things. Don't do that.
Okay. So did you,
It's not nice now.
so the taxes answer isn't your answer. What else was your answer?
How hurts the Vanguard? They don't believe in the war. They don't believe in killing children. So it hurts them by taking their money through taxes and paying for unjust genocide that they feel is unjust. Like, what do you you mean? Does it like take? Like, I don't understand the question you think you're trying to ask.
Okay, and I started to reply.
It's the
because you already said all these things, so I don't think I was interrupting you. You're just repeating what you said, and I was replying to it. Okay, so now I'm saying that if the issue is that they're using taxes in a way that they don't agree with, that would be my same answer, is that if they want the taxes to not go towards a dome, to where tons of like missiles from Iran and I think it's like literally at thousands now, tens of thousands that would have hit civilians as well. I'm not in favor of either side's civilians being killed. And if we could fund a fucking dome for Gaza, I would be totally in favor of that. But I'm not in favor of saying, hey, let's make it harder or let's make it easier for Israeli civilians to get killed too. That'll be the good solution. Or let's genocide the other side. That's why. So that, if your question is how does it hurt me, that's how. Is that I want my taxes to
Did you support AOC? Did you support AOC for Congress?
No, obviously, I'm
not
in
for
New
her.
York.
Do you stump for her? Do you campaign for her? Do you advocate for her?
I'm not in New York.
Do
I'm
you
not...
talk about her?
Yes, I talk about AOC all the time. What do you mean?
I didn't ask you, are you in New York? I know you're not in New York.
Well, you asked if I voted for her.
Or do you? Among about 6 other things.
Yeah, so I answered one of them.
So why would you seize on the one irrelevant thing to fucking obfuscate?
How many do you want me? Do you want me to answer only one of the 6 things, or what do you? I figured you want me to answer all.
It doesn't matter, but don't go to the one obvious thing and then try to obfuscate with that.
Why are you asking this anyway?
I wasn't. I was just.
Okay, so. You have no stake.
It's not even got anything to do with you. Like, this doesn't, like, your day-to-day groceries don't get impacted by the fact that AOC voted or didn't vote for this thing. Why do you even care, Tom?
All right, so you didn't advocate or anything for any of those things for her, right? So you have no relationship with AOC and what she says, what she promises as a politician, what she tells her voters and all that. You could care more or less. You don't really care. You're not a lefty. You don't care. But to somebody who supports AOC, to somebody who, might help raise money for her, who endlessly talks about, how beneficial she is to the country on her program, they might care a little bit more about if she says she's going to support a genocide or not. They might have some criticisms for her. Do I agree with the way they went about it? No. Is it going to matter in the long run? No. But that is not like indicative of their political value is if they're mean to AOC, because guess what? She voted for this shit like 2-3 years ago, and people still voted for fucking AOC. So yeah, she's gonna get her little criticisms here. She's gonna get her little criticisms there. But overall, all in all, this is a blip in the radar, and people still fuck with AOC, and they're still gonna vote for her. And I mean, it's that like that's what I mean. Like, when I say how it affects you, right? Like not does it buy you groceries or whatever Mantis was just like chirping on the side. How does it affect you? What does this have to do with you? Why do you care about this thing, right? And so for the Vanguard, right, it would make sense for them to criticize AOC because they care deeply about the Israel war. They care about the war, right? Like, so you're criticizing them for criticizing a politician they support and saying that it's like undemocratic or that it's going to hurt the Democratic Party. You said it's going to hurt. You said it's going to hurt the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I was saying that we have ideological differences with them to where we think that their beliefs are harmful.
And I always come back to prove it to me, or like, where are you getting this from? Like, is there polling data showing this?
No, but this is kind of like no, that's not feels. This is like if when Destiny had Nick Fuentes on over and over, that if he is sitting around with him, being all chummy all the time, and just like sitting with his wife and having conversations and just never like pushing back. I don't think I have to make the point that is harmful to the entire fucking country and that Nazis are going to come and genocide all the Jews in order for me to think that is harmful.
If you made that claim, no. But you would have to show, if you're arguing with Destiny about this, he would want you to tell him, show him how this is harmful.
But he believes it's
you have to come with an argument.
No. He believes that platforming is a big deal. He believes that platforming people unnecessarily. So I don't have to make that argument because he already believes that platforming is something that's important and that he believes in. And so I only have to apply to his appeal to his beliefs in order to make that case. Just the same as with you, I think that you also believe that platforming is important and that you think that this makes sense. So just the same where we all already believe in responsible platforming and making sure that the things that you're putting out to your audiences are correct or at least not misinformation, that like these are the same things that when I disagree with people, I'm going to disagree with them and I'm going to call them out and I'm going to have these problems. And I think that some of those problems went on to the Live and Learn panel where they all sat there talking about Biden not doing enough, and then that moved to Hutch versus Pisco afterwards, where they asked Pisco, what do you think Biden should have done? Because they were saying primary people out of the party. And he's like, no, obviously that's ridiculous. But he should have asked Kristen Sinema to debate him. Like, these are the sorts of things. So like, I think I have
you've never said a
disagreements
dumb
with
thing
this.
in your life. What do you like? Yeah, okay. So what? They said something dumb. It doesn't mean they're gonna ruin our country, bro. This is retarded.
All right.
Yeah, they said a dumb thing. They said a dumb thing. They said a dumb thing. They said it. What policies? What policies? Is harmful
I give
or
policies.
incompatible
When I
with
give
Democrats.
policies, you
No,
say
didn't.
I give policies. You say that
which
doesn't.
one?
You
Which
didn't
one?
campaign for
Which
AOC, so
policy
it
did you
doesn't
give?
matter. Or
No.
or
What
this
policy
doesn't
did you
affect
give?
you. I
What
talked about the
policy did
fucking
you
don't
give?
vote. I talked about the don't
Talked
vote.
about the dome.
So they're yelling at AOC about that policy you don't agree with, and that's harmful to the country.
Oh my goodness.
Do you think? No, it's not. Oh my goodness. No.
You're just
Okay.
purposely
I'm gonna
being
wrap.
obtuse,
No.
Foolery.
I'm not. I'm gonna wrap this up. Okay. I came in here and I made two claims. I made a claim that Pisco wants to build a coalition as big as possible to get everybody to support the Democratic Party. Okay. And then I made another claim. Pisco feels people like Krystal, the Vanguard, and Kyle Kulinski are helpful to the coalition if we can get them to support the Democrats. Okay. I've attempted to back both those claims up. You two have obfuscated at every
You
turn.
already do
You've not.
support
You have
Democrats,
not.
so you're just like a waste of time.
Exactly.
Like,
So what's the
yeah.
then
So why do we need
would
to
ask
appeal to people
why?
that
So
apparently
then
already support the Democrats?
what?
Really? Why do we need to appeal to people? Liberals? Why do liberals need to appeal to people who apparently already support the Democrats? Is there a reason why?
You don't need to, but it would be nice to build a big coalition and maintain that coalition, right? You live in New Zealand. You have no idea what the fuck we're talking about. I'm so glad you have such a strong fucking take on this when it has nothing to fucking do. Like, just shut the fuck up. You're like a little gnat just buzzing in my ear. No stake in anything. Just talking. Shut the fuck up. If you want, like, you're
and you're doing it right now. Oh my god, thank God.
I came in here and I made 2 claims. I've backed both of them up. You guys have failed to make a claim. You won't make a claim. I ask you what policies are harming the country. You allude to vague tweets. You allude to posts. You allude to them being mean to certain politicians on Twitter. But you can't provide a policy that they support that is harmful to you, your family, to this country. You cannot. You say that them yelling at AOC for supporting, or not supporting the Israel Iron Dome is your reason for doing that. But
criticize the Dems is unnecessary.
Mhm.
That's what we're saying.
To you, because you're a fucking Dem. Yes,
Giving you
somebody
money.
criticizing you hurts. Somebody criticizing your ideas hurts, and of course you feel it's unnecessary. That's what fucking criticism is.
Unnecessary, and it harms the image of the Democratic Party
Prove
because
it.
they're like
Prove it.
nitpicking
Prove it. You
over
can't.
things.
Shut the fuck
So,
up.
like,
You
their solutions
prove
are
it.
stupid.
You can't prove
To
it.
get
Shut the
upset
fuck
at
up.
AOC for wanting
You
to not
can't
take
prove shit. You can't prove shit. You're just gonna keep yapping and running your fucking stupid little mouth with your dumbass accent, saying your dumb shit you always say, and you're not gonna make a point.
Rambling, yapping.
Yep. Like I said, I've proved everything I've come in here to prove. They're not a threat to the party. You guys won't provide me any evidence that they are.
And that you're
Yep.
a fucking shit talker. That's all you
Mm-hmm.
proved.
All right.
Who even cares? Well, how does it affect you in your daily life, Philly?
Yes. That is the reason you should vote on things, is how they affect you in your daily
We're
life.
talking about voting. So just to be clear, we started off by saying that we agree that the way that Republicans gatekeep is beneficial for them, and so we're saying we want to employ some of those tactics to an extent. That these people are constantly attacking us and against us.
How is it beneficial for them?
Hold on.
How is it beneficial for them?
I'm just.
No, we talked about it. Stop with the hold on.
No,
wait
we
in
already
10 minutes
went
to
over
fucking
this.
explain the same
No,
thing.
because we already went over this.
Yes.
We already agree on it. I
not-
don't want to go back over the
God.
same thing again. I'm just trying
All right,
to
all
outline
right.
the argument and how it went from my point of view. Is that this is beneficial for the Republicans, and so we want to employ some of those tactics as well. We're talking about a group of people who are constantly attacking us and coming after us and talking shit about us. So we also attack them and disagree with them on the things that we disagree with them. You say they disagree on policy though. So I say, okay, well, here's a policy that I disagree with them on. You say, how does that policy affect you?
Which one? Which one?
The dome. So then I gave the dome
You
policy.
disagree on the funding of the Iron Dome.
Yes. Then
Okay, go
you
ahead.
say,
Yes, go ahead.
okay, but how does that policy affect you? So I say, okay, well, how does it affect them? You give me an example. So I say, okay, it affects me in the same way. Then you say, this isn't ruining the country. And that wasn't the claim that it was ruining the country or that was what we were doing.
Yes, it was.
Wait, it wasn't my claim. Okay, it wasn't my claim that they ruined the country. It's that I disagree with them on policy.
No,
and so
that
obviously
their
if
policies will ruin the country.
Yes, that if they got their way, obviously, if I disagree with them on policy and they're able to take over the party and get their way, that these would be policies that I would disagree with.
Based on what? Disagreement about funding of the Iron Dome?
No,
Makes no fucking sense. All right, point to something else.
My God, dude.
Yeah, I know. My God, dude.
One of the things that they also attacked Joe Biden for on the Live and Learn panel was that Joe Biden never attempted to get student loan forgiveness through, that he lied to everybody saying that he wanted to get it through, but he didn't actually ever try, when in reality he did try. It got overturned by the Supreme Court, and then he did it again and he got it through, but they still say that he never even tried and that he didn't care about it.
If you think my claim
And they
or
said
that I'm
that
trying
once
to argue
given
that
proof-
there's no
hang on.
things to
Once
disagree
given
with them
proof that he
on
did do
is
that,
the
they
my
said
claim.
they
It's
don't-
not.
he was
My
still-
question was, please give me another policy that okay. Wait, so you're saying that this policy affects your life, that they lied about.
No, I just again, I'm not. You keep making it about whether or not it affects my life, but that wasn't my claim. My claim was whether or not this is beneficial to my views, what I think, what I believe, and the way that they act is negative to this.
My disagreement is not if they're beneficial to you. My disagreement is that they're going to destroy the Democratic Party, or that we need to excise them from the party. Okay, so like I'm not looking for you to agree with them 100% or name things that is beneficial to you. I mean, well, actually it is, but like that is like a disagreement on procedure, structure. I'm talking about like let me narrow this a little bit. Like, is there any like tangible economic policies or social policies that you disagree with, like that they take that you take the opposite position? Not just a disagreement and like and then that would also lead to some sort of implosion of the Democratic Party or destruction of the country type thing.
No, that's what I've heard them state outright. I mean, they're not off the top of my head right now. I mean, their name's the fucking Vanguard, so I would
All right, so please listen to what people say and like their policies, and then incorporate that to like if you're going to make a judgment on like if they're harmful to you and the Democratic Party. Like it would be, I would really implore you to understand people's positions first. Like it's very hard for me to argue against you or Mantis if I don't know y'all position.
I understand, but my position is not what you're arguing against again right now. Like my position again is that they attack us in ways that I think are harmful.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. That's why I'm not arguing with it.
Okay.
Wait, no. Just it being harmful. Like that's I want you. So if you are gonna make that claim, you have to prove to me that it's harmful. So I reject that outright. You have to prove to me that it's harmful. But more importantly, like you can't just claim it's harmful and not provide proof. But listen, my brain is fried right now. I am so tired. I've been saying this for like the last hour and a half.
Okay.
I really wanted to make those couple points. And it's hard to get through to you guys tonight. Just watch up on them, listen to their policies if you care. I probably don't, but like it would be good to engage with something tangible if you're going to say that their policies are harmful to the Democratic Party or to the country. Just like I disagree with this, I disagree with that. Of course, we're going to disagree on things, but saying that they're harmful to the party and need to be excised is a whole different burden of proof you're going to have to provide. Destiny's been trying his best the last couple of days to make Aaron a Marxist Leninist. He was trying his best to like make her and shape her into what he believes.
Yeah, I don't think she's a Marxist Leninist, but she would have to at least be a Marxist in order to be a communist, right? Like I don't Marxist Leninist is obviously a big difference, but yeah, I think that she would at least have to be a Marxist in order to claim she's a communist, because I don't think anybody's a communist.
Listen, I agree. All this shit is cringe. Like, I agree that all this shit is fucking like all this Marxist Leninist, communist, all that shit is super cringe. It'll never happen. I agree with you guys. But on an economic level, the way that they look at class structures and the way that they would like to kind of not fully, I don't believe in like seizing the means of the private production and everything, and like making all private property, abolishing all private property and things like that. I know they some of them do believe in it.
Asani, his ideas are communist.
I like his policy, like so this is where a breakdown always comes in, right? Like people always say like Trump is a fascist, right? But that is not going to make me not like him just hearing the word fascist. Like, of course, obviously, it's going to give me the same feeling that it gives everybody when they hear the word fascist. But obviously, I would like to hear his ideas that led you to believe as to why he's fascist, right? Like, he can come out and say every day, I'm a fascist. As a matter of fact, he says he's not a fascist, and a lot of people believe he is, right? So what they say
No
they
one
are.
takes what people say. They take the actions that they do,
Yes,
and like
and
the
what I've
things that they
seen
advocate
Hassan do,
for.
and what I've seen Hassan do is stump for Democratic candidates. I've seen him donate money to charities and causes I believe him. I've seen him interact with his fans on a very like holistic level. Like he doesn't
I've also seen
condone
him go out and talk
harassment
to many
campaigns.
people and tell them that the Dems suck and tell them that they're fucking useless, and he's done the opposite shit too. So
Well, guess what?
I mean, he's
Like 70%. Like, listen. Guess what? A lot of country believes agrees on him. So, like, are we gonna at this more
70%.
present
What was your
moment, the
stat
Dems
here?
He's saying that they have like a 30% sub
70% of the
30%
country
approval
agree with
rating
them.
right now.
Like, wait, were you about to argue with that, Mantis?
No, I thought you said 70%, and I didn't hear it, so I
I
asked
said
you a
70%
clarifying
of the
question.
country agrees
70%.
with him.
Okay.
Agrees with him. Yes, agrees with him.
Yes, you said 70% of the country agrees with Hassan, right?
Yes. The Dems suck. The Dems suck. They agree with him that Dems suck. All right.
For different reasons. So
I know. I saw that where I was about to go. Yeah, I don't know. Listen. I'm sorry, my brain is fried. I don't even know what point I was going to make there. Just
Well, I think that you just made my point. So
no, I don't think so.
yeah, I think you did.
Unless your point is that I sound tired right now.
They're shills for the Republican Party.
Well,
Yeah,
he tells everybody
that is the point I was making. Everything I've seen from Hassan is stumping for Democrats, donating money. Making, if you look at his YouTube channel, it's like 90% against Trump and MAGA. Yeah, everything I've seen from Hassan is beneficial to Dems, not hurting them. Now, if you want to go to his interim ideology and what end stage communism look like, of course, yeah, that's the positions you talk him out of. You don't excise
It's not
him
beneficial
with.
for someone like us who has liberal values. That's the problem.
Well, no, and on top of that, we're literally talking about like the low approval rating of Democrats and bringing up a bunch of like examples of these people giving bad criticisms of Democrats and the fact that they just shit on Democrats because they have this bias against them that they just won't even acknowledge when they do good. And so then like that, the fucking approval rating kind of is my point, is that yes, they just continue shitting on them, and it's it's something that we're trying to work against, is having a more cohesive base.
Yeah, kicking people out of the party is not going to make it's going to make a cohesive base, because it's going to be a very small, much smaller base, much harder to fight against Trump. Because where do you think those people are going to
We
go?
don't need him. Fuck him. This conversation's made me double
Where do you
down
think
even
those people are going to
harder,
go? Where do you think those people are going to go? You kick them out, where are they going to go? Wait,
fuck them off.
answer this question.
Like anyone
Mantis,
who has
you kick them off, where are they going to go?
fuck off and should be
Wait,
shamed
Mantis,
and ridiculed. And they
Mantis,
should.
you don't live in this country. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck. Go slice a kiwi in half or something.
Them so that their
Oh my
tiny
god.
little insignificant cells who apparently don't have any fucking influence will just fuck right out of America completely.
Oh man, I had some questions I wanted to put to Philly. Damn it, he ran off. I was being patient and waiting my turn.
Well, he was saying the whole time for like the last since he got in the call that he didn't want to be here. So I was assuming he was going to leave pretty quick. But yes, that again, that was my point, is that yes, they are shitting on Democrats and making them look bad unnecessarily, and that yes, when I'm bringing up points about the dome, I'm talking about the fact that they shit on Biden, saying that he never even attempted to get he never attempted to get $15 an hour. He never attempted to get the student loan forgiveness, that he never got student loan forgiveness, that that he literally lied to everybody and tried to pretend that he was trying to get student loan forgiveness just so he could just so he could just shit on them and ignore them the whole presidency. Like that sort of stuff is the crap that I'm talking about. The fact that Hassan continues to this day to say that there would be no difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump when it comes to Israel, even though Donald Trump literally is trying to do the most genocidal thing ever, which is literally move all of them out of Gaza and give them no right of return and then just build his own fucking infrastructure there. Like that, there's no way you think Kamala was gonna try to buy fucking Gaza. There's no fucking way, dude. There's no way you think she was going to try to buy Gaza. The fact that you think Kamala would have been the same when Donald Trump is bombing Iran, when Donald Trump's the one who pulled them out of the fucking nuclear agreement in the first place, there's no way you thought Democrats were going to pull them out of the fucking nuclear agreement. There's no way you think that. And so when he still, this is what I'm talking about. It is just the bullshit misinformation about Democrats that make them look bad unnecessarily. And all of these people running around just talking shit about Democrats just because it's the cool thing to do. That's all it is. It is just the cool thing to do. And when I say that they shit on liberals, and he's like, oh, stop using these these very general labels. No, that's the fucking problem, is they literally use the word liberal as a fucking insult for people. If they call you a liberal, it's like calling you a fucking slur. It's like calling you a boomer or something like that. Like, it is saying that you are uninformed, that you don't understand, politics, you don't understand theory, that you don't actually get what's going on in the world. That is the whole fucking thing. So when they attack us all the time like this and use our actual political identity as a slur, but we're supposed to turn around and be like, hey, we love you guys, though. We love you guys. We really love you guys. We want y'all over on our side more. Please come into our party and continue dragging us down. Continue talking shit about us. Be one of us while talking shit about us. That's exactly, like, yeah, that, I don't know. That's infuriating.
The idea that, so like, the last election, in my opinion, Trump didn't win it by that much. And people like Hassan make a moderate Democrat position on Israel basically fucking impossible. If they want to fully engage the Democratic Party, you can't have a moderate position on Israel. It's like, which is, Israel deserves on some level to defend itself, and I don't want there to be people starving in Gaza because Israel's cutting off food. Biden was achieving both those two things in my mind. And when it came to the election, you had people like Hassan saying, don't vote for the fucking Democrats, they're the fucking same, and basically sort of like pushing this extremist view that nothing can be done on Israel, except by voting the current Democrats out, so they understand if they don't fucking appeal to us, they're not going to fucking get in. And this is going to be beneficial somehow.
They literally say they want to primary us. Like,
yes. So I don't know. I think it would have been nice to be able to sort of like to bring these points up to Philly, but whatever. I find
just joking around. He's just joking, and it's like not serious, and it doesn't even matter. Actually, there's like no impact at all of this sort of shit. It has no impact. It doesn't matter apparently.
Mantis, you're New Zealand.
You don't even go here.
You can't have an opinion.
Have you turned my volume down to like 10%, Tom? Everyone's saying I'm like 10% volume.
You got way quieter as soon as Philly left, and now you're way louder again. I don't know what happened, but you just changed. Hold on one second, I got TTS.
No, they told me like
hold on, stop talking.
Half an hour ago. So 10%.
It's not a hard concept. Exclude groups who don't care about the electoral process to make room for those who do. Encompass those who believe in the electoral process, and I won't have a beef. Well, so the problem is that when we're talking about people like the Vanguard or Hassan, these people all say they voted for Kamala, right? Hassan shat on Kamala the entire fucking election. And this is the problem, is that when we're talking about like, oh, well, no, they just had criticisms of her. No, I had criticisms of Kamala. I had criticisms of Kamala. Nobody ever questioned whether or not I was for or against Kamala. Nobody ever questioned whether or not I was going to vote for fucking Kamala. Nobody at any point was ever questioning that. But I had criticisms of her the whole fucking time. And those criticisms were voiced regularly. But that, not like this.
Never forget the real enemy is illiberalism. Right now MAGA has power and they're on such a lesser playing field when it comes to accountability. It's wild.
Yeah, it's kind of like he's kind of playing a little bit coy there when he's saying that well, we can have a big party and we don't need we don't need to push these people out. But I mean, realistically, a lot of these like far left people, like they want to primary like more liberal moderates out of their position so they can propagate their ideology. I don't know. I feel as if like people like Hassan on some level is they are a cancer on the mediascape, and that is if you want to look at other positions Hassan has is bad. He's out there saying Russia will never invade Ukraine, that fucking Taiwan is a part of China.
Yeah, but the problem is that like even when Philly's saying like you can't prove this, like obviously we can't show some one-to-one on like Hassan says Democrats are bad, therefore Democrats lose votes. But I don't even think I have to like take it to that extent to where, again, if we all believe in platforming, we all believe that like platforming people will be a way of like changing people's ideas and changing their thought processes. Like we already start with like an axiomatic position that I don't need to prove this. Like we all believe that platforming is important for these reasons because it does influence people. So the whole like, we'll prove it then just doesn't, it's just not even a thing that I need to contend with.
I mean, he tried to hold you guys. He tried to say that, well, if you guys don't have like a specific sort of policy on like that these that a far leftist has that you disagree with, well, they can do nothing wrong. That's basically what I was getting out of a lot of that conversation. So I thought that was kind of a bit silly.
How can you possibly think that the effect that shit talking the Democrats and like bitching and moaning and like crying the way that they do in the media sphere, like in terms of influencers and whatever, because we don't even have like big liberal media people. Like it's like Hassan and Carl Kalinske and stuff online. So how can you act like there's no influence that has on people and on like their audience and how they go out into the world and how they interact with the world? I don't understand this like weird, it just doesn't matter at all. I don't think that they have enough influence in like, I think the biggest group are the moderates and the liberals. I think voting wise, like that's why it's better to just appeal to moderates. That's why it's better to like, you can't go and run someone like Mamdani for president. I don't think that's gonna work. I think you have to like tamper it down. Or AOC. I think you're trying to get the biggest base, and unfortunately that is not moving towards the far left. That's like moving towards moderates and staying in the center as much as possible. But then it doesn't mean that doesn't like that their impact, that they have no impact at all on the Democratic Party and the image of the Democratic Party and the weaponization of like the shit that they say against the Democratic Party. I mean, we just watched a fucking election where Kamala didn't even do anything bad, and the Trump managed to like take fucking all this rhetoric and use it against her that had nothing to do with her or what she stood for or her policies. It was all coming from like leftist fucking cringe trans shit.
So Violent Smoker just said, because there's more of you, it's cool to silence dissent. I don't know what, you sound like a fucking Republican when you say silence. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're. No, I didn't say ban Hassan or ban the Vanguard. Don't let them on YouTube or anything. When I'm talking about platforming them, I'm talking about like giving their ideas to my audience and not pushing back on incorrect information. Like that's what we're talking about.
Just to be clear, as I said before, it's like
not appealing to them at all. I'm ignoring for don't appeal to them, make them appeal to you, and then ignore the fuck out of them, make them fucking irrelevant. That's what I'm saying, and then shout over them. I am not saying like they can't ever speak. I am though saying now, especially after that conversation with Philly, that you should shout the fuck over them, and you should like smash down any of their stupid solutions and stupid like whiny crying things that they do where it's just unnecessary. I think you should be saying that what the Vanguard said about Pete Buttigieg and calling him a fucking rat or something is like ridiculous, and that they should shut the fuck up. Yes, I am saying that.
There was a in the last election, I believe there was like a ton of Democrats that didn't actually show up to vote between like this election and last election. Now I understand that there was an expansion of the vote, right? But I don't think it's a stretch to say that like Democrats didn't come out to vote because of like how the Israel-Palestine conflict has been framed by people like Hassan. That's just like, and this like this idea that, you know, Hassan will come out and say, oh, well, there'd be no tangible difference between like Kamala Harris and Donald Trump is quite frankly absurd. Like at every point during like Biden's, like there was several times, at least that I can recall, that Biden was bringing up and actively fighting with Netanyahu to try and rein him in. He enforced the food carrot. He enforced like the open food points at one point. He was actively threatening to like to sort of stop shipments. I think he did for a small period of time. It's like he was actively trying to rein in the worst parts of Israel, which is all you can try and do. And no, there's like this idea that if you cut off all shipments to Israel, weapon shipments, that Israel will stop fighting for what it perceives as like a threat to its existence. Israel is going to fight Hamas. Israel is going to fight Hamas, whether or not the United States supplies them. You could perhaps influence how they do it, but Hamas is like a terrorist organization running a border province to Israel that's supplied by Iran with weapons and uses a proxy force to attack it whenever Iran sees that something it doesn't like. And, you know, something it doesn't like is going on in the region, or it wants to, like, you know, exert more control over the thing, over Israel. It's to say that like Israel will stop. I think you've got, you know, if the United States stops weapon shipments, I think is a mischaracterization of what will happen. And Israel will probably just get their weapon shipments from somewhere else, like Russia.
Okay.
Just saying. Well, Russia's not in the position to do it right now, but that's what they would pivot to. Maybe a South Korea or another sort of weapons manufacturing to like get the arms they need. At least that's my opinion on the matter. And you know, to hammer it home, like the main thrust of that talking point is that the Dems only just lost the last election. And there were people advocating, like, making a moderate position on Israel. Just basically impossible. It was fucking impossible for someone to have a moderate position on Israel and be a Democrat. Because you give a moderate position, and you can appease the moderate core of your base. You don't. The far lefties are out. They're gone. They're never going to vote for you. And you're stuffed. And this is and you're put in this position, and it's not as if like the material conditions in Israel will improve if the Republicans are elected. Quite the opposite. So, you know, it's a bunch of dumb fuckery, if you ask me.
Okay. Well, yeah, I don't want to just sit and like talk
this
about
fucker in the chat,
Philly
I'm
after
just
he's
gonna
gone. If somebody else wants to hop on and like debate or something, that's fine. But yeah, I don't want us all just sitting and like talking
I
about it
just
forever
came here
after.
to-
he
Why?
left.
Is it retail?
I just came here
this
to
fucking
dance on
loser
Philly's
is the
grave.
in the universe. in the chat, I just wanted to quickly say, like, you're doing the thing again where, oh, I'm not allowed, like, why aren't you talking about the fascists? They're the biggest threat. You know, we can do both, you fucking moron. And then he said, oh, I haven't heard you say anything about fascists. Yeah, we're not fucking talking about that today. Actually fucking kill yourself.
Yeah, again, there's no, like, never mind. That's just such a dumb fucking thing. Like, obviously, I argue against fascists, like, in the far right and Donald Trump and all this shit regularly enough to where I can take an episode or two to have these conversations.
Don't let them frame it like that. You are going against the fascists. These people helped the fascists get elected. They helped Donald Trump get elected. Hassan convinced tens of thousands of people to not vote for the Democrats. It's just the reality of the situation. They work for Trump. They are controlled opposition. They just help the Democrats not go up and vote.
Apparently, if it's not like the biggest, most like pressing, urgent issue, if it's like not the biggest cause, then you can't talk about it at all.
Right, that's
like
how it starts
you're
out.
Not allowed to talk
It always starts out as you don't have a real criticism, and then once you actually like give the real criticism, then it falls to like, who cares? Like, oh my goodness, there's starving children in China. It's like, what the fuck? You said it didn't have, like, I couldn't justify this. I justify it, and now you're just downplaying it and acting like you don't care. Like, that's fine if you don't care, but I do, obviously. So
okay, so tomorrow are we getting like a 3-hour drama stream about you finally canceling Philly, Tom?
what? No, shut the fuck up.
No, you're not gonna pull rag on Pisco for 3 hours or something?
Mantis, you are way quieter again. You are again like you sound super quiet again.
I think you're moving.
Hold on, stop talking.
The closeness.
Mantis, say something.
Yes, hello.
Yes, you are insanely fucking quiet. Like you sound super far away.
I'm sitting in the exact same spot I've been sitting in this entire fucking time.
And your volume is going up as you're speaking right now.
Okay, so maybe it's.
Yeah, now you're much better. Okay, say what you were saying.
All right, now I've pressed the button.
Oh shit. Okay, whoa.
Now it's much better.
Yeah, damn.
Wait, is this better?
Yes, you are way louder, yeah.
Okay. I put it on a setting that I never use because everyone always yells at me and says that it sounds fucking horrific and it's really too loud. So it is what it is. It'll probably change again. So.
Yeah, it sounds like you might have something broken with your volume. Do you have a button that lowers or ups the volume, or do you just have something that changes the sound?
I don't have a volume button.
But you have a switch that changes isolation, right?
It's a
snowball. Yeah, so the snowball changes isolation, and that's about it. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna let you guys go, and I'm gonna.
Wait, you've got like so many people in the waiting room as well, and community VC. I think BF wants to come.
All right. Coolest dude, what's up? Coolest dude. Going once. Going twice. All right, Clay.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yep, we hear you.
I'm here.
Oh, all right.
Am I loud or anything?
Yeah, go ahead, Clay. We'll come back to coolest dude.
No, go ahead. Coolest dude can go. I'm fine.
No, Clay, go ahead, man. My mic was bad.
So I really just want to make a couple points because I do have to kind of get to bed early tonight. I feel very strongly that this whole chat was already too willing to pounce on Philly no matter what came out of his mouth. I don't know Philly. I don't know these internet people. Okay. So maybe he has like this history of just being a complete horrible person, right? But tonight specifically is what I'm going on. And tonight, it seems like the moment he jumped on, people were already vociferously attacking him. Like, and it was just, it was bizarre to see. And so I just listened to what Philly was saying. And Philly said that, hey, the Dems are getting in their own way. And if that weren't the case, then the Dems wouldn't have lost to Trump twice. If Hassan is really causing the Democratic Party to lose through his rhetoric, or Kyle Kalinske, or Krystal Ball, or TYT in general, if y'all really think that's the case, then you have to assume that, and I know two things can be true, but you have to assume that like Dems are almost infallible and that their policies are actually very helpful to America as a whole. You have to assume that they're not just out of touch elites. You have to assume that they're not just out of touch elites. And further, like, here's a point I've made in chat 1,000 times. 99% of voters don't even know who Hassan or TYT is.
Wait, again, we're not saying them as in like they are doing it all by themselves. We're saying this is the type of stuff. Again, nobody thinks that like Hassan himself is affecting the entire election. That's just a really like almost like caricature of the argument that it's like cartoonishly ridiculous. Like we think that this is the type of stuff that we're against. This is the type of rhetoric. This is the way of arguing. These are the positions that they give, the arguments that they give, the policies that they're against. Like these are the things that we're against. And so over time, you have argument after argument after argument after argument after argument with the same fucking people where you have tons and tons of disagreements with them. And over time, yeah, eventually you just start to feel like they're just overall a detriment.
Ken point, by the way, love Philly, by the way. Good guy. I don't think I agree with him politically. But I think Hassan is a good caricature of like, as you know, a good example of like the types of people, yeah, as Tom said, that the types of people that would that make these types of positions so hard. It's like, explain to me how the Democrats can come out with a winning position on Israel leading up to the 2024 election. Like, where's the winning part?
The winning position on Israel is to stop the genocide. That's the winning position on Israel.
How do you do that?
Yeah.
So you stop supplying weapons to Israel and you sanction them.
Stop supplying weapons.
And now Israel has carte blanche. They can just genocide them all because they don't have any outside influence on themselves and they can do whatever the fuck they want.
Can we stop saying Israel?
We might need to go further.
I don't think Gal Gadot is like for the genocide, right? Like this is Netanyahu, right? Just like Russia isn't attacking Ukraine, Putin is a bully attacking a state that was sovereign and minding their own business largely. And then Putin decided he didn't like that, right? Putin is doing that. And Netanyahu is doing this.
I don't think minding their own business
has been going on a long time.
Yeah, I don't think minding their own business is a good take. I do think that both of them have continuously done things to continuously ramp things up and make things worse for both sides. I think that I wouldn't say that they were just minding their own business.
I'd push back a little bit. I'd push back on that a little bit. I mean, the situation that's in Gaza is one of an aggressor versus somebody who's resisting aggression. I mean, that's what you see there. That's the dynamic. That's why the UN has found what they found in terms of saying that it's justifiable that there is armed resistance against oppressors.
Yeah, sure,
in
but
that case.
they've also found that like Hamas has committed tons of war crimes as well. Like that's why I'm saying it
Yes.
wouldn't be a good
No,
remark to
there are
just say
war
that they were
crimes.
minding their own business, because both sides had. I'm not saying that they should. I never said they shouldn't have an armed resistance. I just said that it's not true to say
Right.
that they were just minding their own business.
Of course, and I agree with you there. Except I think it's important to ensure that this is not like a both sides thing where both sides are equal. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Give me any other country in the world that can fire rockets into another country and send like suicide bombers across the wall, and like that other country just needs to accept that and be okay with that, and that's fine. And turn literally water infrastructure into like rocket launchers and missile tubes. Give me any other country where
Hold
this
on,
is
I don't want
accepted.
to. I don't want to do this. Hold on, I don't want to. I don't want to do this. No, no, no. I don't want to do this because we're literally gonna end up like going tit for tat all the way back into the fucking biblical days. Like I don't want to do it. That's why I said like both sides have done shit. It's,
I'm going back to 1945.
Yes, no, I don't. Yes, exactly. I don't.
You know?
I'm not. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. The fact that like yes, there are disagreements on Israel and Palestine.
I mean, Saladin
I get it, but
took care of
hold on,
that.
I'm in the middle of a
1,000
fucking
years ago.
sentence, bro. Don't do this again, okay?
Go ahead.
The like we agree that like they have disagreements
Not your
on
dog,
Israel Palestine, and that this is like part of what they're this is part of like what they're pushing back on, sure. But again, like I didn't bring up anything that is like a legitimate problem that they're whining and crying about. I'm bringing up things that are bullshit problems that they whine and cry about, and that they like unnecessarily make Democrats look bad over.
Tom, can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Hassan and people like him, or Wall Street and AIPAC, have a bigger impact on the decisions of Congress people?
That you said, wait, say that again. AIPAC and
do you think Hassan? Do you think that people like Hassan, or people or organizations like AIPAC and Wall Street, which do you think has the bigger impact on the decisions made by the United States government?
Hassan or AIPAC and Wall Street? Is that what you said?
Right.
Hassan or the Jews?
My question is, who do you think has the bigger impact on the decisions made by the U.S. government? Do you think it's Hassan, or do you think that, well, you know what? I just saw the flaw in my question. I apologize. We're talking about voters.
Yeah, because I was just about to say, I think it's like if we're talking about people like Hassan, yeah, I would say people like Hassan. I would say that like voters and people who are like influencing their politicians in ways that like those are going to be the things that are mostly dictating their decisions in one direction or another.
Only Fools asks us, how can the Dems effectively message favorably about Israel? I don't think we touched on that. We started to, but Tom, you wanted us to not get down into the nitty gritty
Well,
with
it's
that.
fine for effective messaging. I don't want to get into like justification for one side or the other. Like that I don't want this to turn into a Israel-Palestine debate again. We've had those 1,000 times. It literally just goes in a linear fashion farther and farther into history, and it never ends. So.
Look, I don't even have to touch on Israel. Let's go back to 2016 when Hillary lost to someone who we had already demonstrated was a clown, a horrible business person, a liar, a cheat, a sexual assaulter. Like, she lost to that, and you want to, like, Hassan wasn't a big thing in 2016. Like, he was barely on the Young Turks at that point, and I doubt he had a huge following anywhere else. So, like, what do you blame for the loss then?
I'm sorry. Again, this is a caricature. Like, this is like saying, like, if Nick Fuentes goes onto somebody's platform and somebody just sits there and has like a casual conversation with them, and then afterwards somebody's like bro, why are you just allowing Nick Fuentes to say whatever he wants and not really pushing back? All the meanwhile, we have fascism taking over the country and Donald Trump running rampant through the White House, and you're just sitting there hanging out with somebody like Nick Fuentes. Like, if they turn around and they're like, oh, so you're saying Nick Fuentes is the reason that Donald Trump got it, like that's not, that's just not really the argument. It's like, it's again, just more about like responsible platforming. And when we're talking about the fact that these people are pretty constantly purity testing us all the time, I think that it makes sense that we're going to turn around and purity test them back in the same way.
Yeah, but the conversation eventually evolved into one of bashing these leftists because you or whoever in the chat largely believed they were responsible. Bashing people like Hassan and Kyle for like causing the Democrats to lose, and if that were the case,
I didn't say that.
I mean, so that's not your position.
That's my position.
I personally don't think it's. I think they do contribute to a loss. I don't think they cause the loss. Like, it's not like they're the sole and only cause. But I think they contribute to the, like we said, they contribute to the optics of the Democratic Party. They contribute to, like, they give the right wing ammo. They kind of make a mockery of the Democrats. The way that they frame
the right wing is going to frame you as far left no matter what.
Kyle Kalinske has gone on Fox News on 2 different occasions because they thought, just like what you're saying, Mantis, look this up. Kyle Kalinske went on Fox News and they ended up having to cut to commercial because they were like, oh my God, he's bashing us too. Holy crap. Right? So like, yeah, they have actually tried that avenue many years ago and it didn't work out. Like, I don't think that they're still actively doing this.
I didn't say
Isn't the whole point of politics to pull people to your side, though? Isn't the whole point for you to try to get people to adopt your way of thinking and the policies that you advocate for? Like, isn't that the
Only
whole
people
point?
who are interested in pragmatically actually helping.
Yes, well,
I mean, just to be fair.
and the idea is that, yes, if all you're doing is shitting on your own side, you're definitely not pulling people over. I understand that you do also want to hold on. I understand that you also want to like criticize your politicians, which is what I said. I've done this a ton of times. I definitely criticize Democrats. Nobody's ever going to say that I don't criticize Democrats. But that, like, the criticism of Democrats, while obviously being on their side and, like, obviously backing them, is very different than just being pretty much anti-DNC, anti-Democrats, anti the politicians, and like wanting to primary all of these people. Like, this is the issue that we're more so talking about.
But so if you're going to
again, the Hassan did tell Democrats not to vote right before the election. So he is a good example of this.
Well, he had a moral red line with Gaza, I think. I think if Kamala would have came out and even given an inkling of saying that she was going to push Israel in the right direction on things,
She
then
did.
he probably would have
She did
advocated
do
for
that.
him.
And first off, she did do that. Second off, he still to this day says that there is no difference between what Kamala would do and what Trump would do. He has said this. I can pull up numerous videos right now of him after Trump says that he's going to kick everybody out of Gaza and give them no right of return, and that he's going to buy it up and turn it into a fucking new Las Vegas. That he still, after that, literally after hearing that, said Donald Trump is Kamala Harris would be no different than Donald Trump. So he still says this today.
And just to be clear,
there's no proof it will be different.
Hassan doesn't have a red line on Gaza. Hassan doesn't really care about Gaza. If he cared about Gaza, he would have had people vote for Harris.
Yes.
Because fucking Trump was a disaster.
There's obviously a massive difference between the two.
Yes, the reason he wants Trump in. The reason he advocated people didn't vote, and the reason why he wanted Trump in.
Hassan advocated very strongly for that.
Do you guys want him to just stop talking about DNC politics at all, or do you just want him not to be involved with the Democratic Party at all, or for leftists to just leave you guys alone, and then you guys just have like the centrists run everything? Because that's worked out so great.
No.
I
I
do.
mean,
I
the
wish they would
DNC
fuck
put
off
us
so
on
we
front
can
and center.
not even part us, and then we don't get like lumped in with all of their bullshit. Like we can just legitimately say, oh, that's like they're not even a part of us at all. That's what people should
So
You
start
don't
doing.
have
start a
to
third
worry about
party.
that. You're not
Would y'all
even from
concede?
America,
Would
so
y'all
you don't even have to
concede?
worry about it. You have a functioning government.
Would y'all concede at a minimum that there is a stark difference between people on Newsmax, One American News, Fox News, etc., those types of personalities, Tucker Carlson, etc.? There's a stark difference between them and their lack of substance in critiques and the substance delivered, whether you like the substance or not, there's substance there, delivered by people like Kyle Kalinske. Again, I don't watch us on a lot, so I can't speak on him. But by Kyle Kalinske, by Krystal Ball, I mean, these people deliver substantive criticisms day in and day out. And I don't see why you're saying we hate them for just bashing on the Dems because that's irresponsible from a platform. But if they have genuine concerns and if they are using their platform to voice those concerns, and if those concerns, most importantly, are backed with substance and evidence, then I don't see anything wrong with it. Because if the Democrats weren't misabusing or abusing their position, then these people wouldn't have anything to complain about.
Exactly.
Hold on,
That's
again,
a good
hold
point.
on. No, it's not a
I've
good
been
point.
for
We're
a
not
while.
talking about whether or not like Democrats were doing every single thing that they wanted them to do with Israel Palestine. We're talking about the lesser of two evils, and they will not even acknowledge that Kamala Harris was a blatant lesser of two evils. They refuse to even acknowledge that, and even to this day still say they would be exactly the same across the board. That is what we're talking about. This is
No.
just blatantly untrue.
Kyle has gone
That's
over.
No,
right.
I didn't say
Kamala's
Kyle. I
platform
didn't say
was.
Kyle. The question was
Kyle.
about Hassan, and that's what we were answering. I haven't brought up Kyle Kalinske the whole fucking night. I didn't until you jumped in here. I didn't hear anybody mention Kyle Kalinske.
Fair.
But yes, the fact that this type of rhetoric is what we're talking about, where this is just outside of reality. It's not the truth, and it's just their bias against Democrats to where they refuse to actually engage with reality, and they'll just spew bullshit just to dog on Democrats no matter what.
But the bullshit that they're spitting is actually things that are actually being done. It's not like they're just shitting on them because they're Democrats. They're shitting on them because they don't agree with their policies. They're shitting on them because they aren't actually pushing for populist ideas. Not in the way that I feel like we could be done in America, especially given how much money that we fucking have already.
Plus,
Like
yeah,
a lot of these
As
things.
Clay said.
Okay, we're
as
going
Clay
in
said.
circles on
It's
this.
substantive
So
critiques.
just real quick, but we're going in circles on this. Blase fair. Do you believe Kamala would take over Gaza and kick everybody out and try to turn it into like a big casino place? Blase fair. Did he leave? Oh, he left.
I think he got kicked or something.
He's in the
He
waiting
went
room.
back to waiting room.
Okay, Blase fair. Did you hear my question?
No, my phone went out. Sorry.
Okay.
What'd you say?
I said, do you believe that Kamala Harris would kick everybody out of Gaza and give them no right of return and try to turn it into like a new big like Las Vegas casino place?
Obviously not. It would be done. It wouldn't be done as overtly, but she definitely wouldn't have. She would have pretty much this. She said she didn't disagree with Biden on his policy
Thank
in
you.
Gaza.
That's
which
key. That is the key. That is
that's
the key.
like
That is the key.
It's a polite genocide. It's like we're going to tap your wrist and
So
say,
you
"Hey,
still
don't do
believe
that."
it.
But
You
we're
just
still
think they
going to
would
give you.
be less overt.
We're still gonna fund you bombing them, but we're gonna say we're gonna wag our finger
Okay,
at
I'm
you.
sorry. Hold on.
I'm not gonna
I
say
don't
the
want to
same
go back in
thing.
circles again. I asked you the question so that we didn't do this again. So I don't know why you're doing that again. Like I just said, I don't want to keep going in circles on this. So it is obvious that Kamala Harris is the lesser of two evils here. Okay. I said, I acknowledge that they probably wouldn't agree with her across the board on her Israel-Palestine policy. But the problem is that the bias leads them to say there's no difference. That is fucking bullshit. Because when we're voting for somebody, we're voting on lesser of two evils. We're voting for the one that will at least be closer. Nobody's going to get a fucking politician that's going to agree with them on everything across the board. But Gaza would be better off today with Kamala Harris as president than Donald Trump. And I think that type of rhetoric where they just kept saying there would be no difference, it's a waste of a vote to vote for either one of them, blah, blah, blah. I think that is detrimental and harmful.
I don't think
All right, Tom,
I think they said personally that he wasn't going to vote for. He never told anybody not to vote. He was at the DNC. He was at the conference.
He's an influencer.
He was at the convention.
Right. Laissez-faire. He's an influencer. He's there to influence people. If he says he's not going to do it, and he tells them that there's no difference between those people, he is letting them down on his job, his duty to influence them in the right direction. And again, I'm not saying Hassan did this by himself or that he's the reason that Dems lost, because from polling that we looked up the other day, it says that if all of the registered voters who didn't vote had voted, Donald Trump would have won by a larger margin. So I'm not blaming them for the fucking loss. I'm talking about things that are detrimental to Democrats.
Right. And isn't probably detrimental to the Democrats to not have to feel like they don't like nobody had a platform. Nobody knew what the Democrats stood for. They were all over the place. Some people would say they were too far left. Some people would say they were too far right, but there was no guiding light. Like I couldn't even tell you.
I agree with these things. Again, I made these same criticisms, but that's not like, again, that we're getting off topic onto like, again, I have criticisms of Democrats. I criticize them. We're not talking about whether or not these people have criticisms of them. We're talking about them just saying pure bullshit that is going to give people this bias against Democrats to make them think there's no difference between them and Republicans.
Yeah, that could be
But
dangerous.
none of them ever did that. Yeah, sorry.
Wait, Hassan said that. Hassan did
do that.
Okay, I will pull it up.
Do that. No.
Wait, you said he didn't?
Hassan did not say that it's like worthless, like to vote for one over the other. He said that
he absolutely
functionally
did.
Kamala Harris was a better choice.
No, he did say that they were the same.
For Harris?
I have.
He said that they were the same.
He didn't advocate for Harris.
No sense.
He didn't.
He said
he
they're
did
the
not.
same, but then
he did
Harris
not.
are the same.
He did not advocate for Harris. He said after the election that he said 3 months after the election, when grilled on it by Ethan Klein, he finally said he voted for Harris. 3 months after the fucking election, he did not say that people should vote. He said the whole time that it was no different, and I have numerous clips here of him still saying today that there would be no difference. I just pulled up a share screen. If you want to watch it, I will show you him still saying today that there's no difference between Kamala and Trump. I got two pulled up right now. If you want to watch it, pull up the share screen.
Tom, can I introduce?
I just want to make sure. Do you want to?
Well, like I'm going to concede you're right.
I know, but I want to know, Coolest. Do you want to watch this real quick? Because we can play the clips real quick.
I want to watch this.
Coolest, are you there? You're muted.
Yeah, sorry, just muted for.
Okay, if you're unaware of the evidence, I can show you two clips real quick. Do you want to watch them?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
but I mean,
do you have the share screen up?
Let's watch them.
Okay, can we just? We're trying to hold on. We're trying to get through this. Hold on, bro. We're trying to get through this. Do you have the share screen up? Oh my goodness, is he muted again?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, all right. Here we go. We're gonna play one.
1-to-1. Make no mistake. Anyone who tries to tell you that Kamala Harris will be different is a delusional moron. Do not listen to them.
And then this is another one.
Regardless of the hypothetical reality where Kamala Harris would not be as bad as Donald Trump, which we have no proof for.
That's two right there. And I can show you the context for these as well, where he is talking about Israel-Palestine and saying that there's no difference between them.
But why not play the whole clip though?
Well,
That's what he's saying he's gonna do.
I said I have that if you need it, but I'm saying that these are clips of him saying this, and he says it numerous times.
But Tom, can I introduce some nuance?
Yeah, go ahead.
I am fully aware that when the vast majority of people say, that, they're the lesser of two evils, what they mean is like policies in that moment. All right. But is it possible that Hassan, and I'm asking, is it possible that Hassan could be saying that their equivalent in that he doesn't like the path either one will take them down, because the lesser of two evils means that they're both evil and they're both going to take the country in a direction he does not like. Just like you absolutely refused to vote for Hassan in the hypothetical the other night because you wouldn't like the direction.
But I didn't
that
say
would
that
take,
I would abstain.
Right? So,
I never said that I would abstain, though. I never said that, because that is not an option to me. There is always a lesser of two evils. Abstaining is not a principled position. Abstaining is saying, well, if the greater of two evils wins, I'm willing to help them in their venture by just not voting against them. That is not a principled position whatsoever. If it's Hitler versus Mao, and one says they're going to genocide 40 million and the other one says they're going to genocide 6 million, I'm voting for fucking Hitler.
You heard it here. You heard it here first, folks.
Well, I mean, if you want to put it like he's putting it on a gradient, and he's saying that Kamala Harris and Kamala Harris and fucking Trump are like equivalent in some way. And I just don't think that is. I think that is a blatant misrepresentation of any sort of realistic viewpoint on what's going on in Gaza, or what could have gone on in Gaza, or what was.
Well, if this whole conversation is just about like what Hassan says about the current state of politics in the U.S., then I think it's even less relevant of a discussion, because I really thought you meant just like,
that's what you guys made it about. We were saying that people with this sort of anti-democrat like rhetoric, that's what we were talking about. We were just giving examples of people like the Vanguard, like Hassan, that were just saying this is the type of stuff that we think is harmful. And we started off with the proposition that obviously the way that Republicans run things, where everything is very much about the in-group, that they're very good at purity testing based on whether or not you support their candidate. That's about it. You can be a fucking libertarian, you can be far right, you can be a moderate, you can be whatever you want, but if you support the candidate, you're in the group. As soon as you criticize Trump and say that you don't like him for something, you're now a fucking rhino. Immediately they got labels for this to stigmatize you and say, I'm saying to some extent, yes. I think to some extent, yes, we should adopt that, and that we should have some purity testing based on whether or not people are willing to actually be supportive of Democrats. Not just say, oh, I voted for them, but they're fucking horrible pieces of shit, and that they're all like, they're pretty much the same as Republicans. Like, no, I mean like actually being supportive, not making up reasons to criticize them, not making up shit about the fucking don't vote, not making up shit about Biden never trying to get $15, or making up shit about him never trying to get student loan forgiveness. Like, these are the things that I think are just, you have to have a major bias against these people and hate them to be willing to say this sort
I
of
can
stuff.
appreciate your consistency though, because you said the same thing about Zoran, because you were saying that they like that people needed to actually have critiques against Zoran and not just try to go against him because he's not the average Democrat that they were looking for.
I attacked the leftists who purity tested Zoran Mamdani as well. Yes, 100%.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I appreciate the consistency.
That started already. I thought they would wait until he was in power.
I just want to say, like Hassan right now, he's making bank. He gets 4 years of like getting on this soapbox and advocating for Gaza, Hamas, while when it actually mattered, when the time came down to make a difference, he didn't. He told him to not vote, and he actively was a hindrance in the democratic policies or things that would materially improve the conditions of Gazans. I'm just saying. He gets to sit on his soapbox and has a gravy train for the next 4 years. He's good. He's great. People in Gaza, not so much, but he is. He's having a great
So,
time.
so let's look at the current state of DoD funding over the period of the past several administrations, Democrat and Republican. They have done nothing but increase the amount of money in the DoD by hundreds of billions, in addition to giving any weapons that Israel wants or Netanyahu wants. So there is no reason to believe that Kamala would have done any different. There's no reason to believe, especially since she said that she wouldn't change a thing from Biden's policies. There's no reason to believe that she wouldn't have funded Netanyahu's bloodlust. Period.
Hold on, do you not remember when Biden was actively like I believe he stopped weapon shipments to fucking Israel to make
like a week.
give successions on for like humanitarian reasons in Gaza.
Yes, he also said that he wasn't giving them any more money if they went into Rafah and made them hold off. He did tons of things that were actually supposed to that were slowing them down and stopping them to where yes, there was so much daylight between Biden and Trump.
Trump's like, yeah, go ham. We'll bulldoze the place after. It'll be great. We'll build a casino.
Make no mistake, I certainly don't defend Trump in anything. He is probably one of the most horrible people that has ever run.
But you're equivocating when it comes to...
You just said that you agree with Hassan that there's no proof that Kamala would be any different and your evidence for this is that she said she would use the same policy as Biden. But Biden's policy has been to cut off weapons when Israel oversteps too much.
Barely.
What has Israel been doing? Hold on. What has Israel been doing for the past 2 years? We're going to starve the Gazans. We're going to cut off water.
So they only started starving the Gazans when Trump came into power. So
when Biden was in power, he did material things to stop this. At the very least, he improved the material conditions on the ground for the people in Gaza, which is something everyone should care about. What do you, I believe he stopped.
He actually did stop them from going into Rafah. He did.
Guys, something's happening here, and this is kind of the problem. Is that because you can't have it all, you're gonna fucking throw a tantrum because you can only have a little bit. But then you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater because now what you're actually doing is you're just giving Trump it. Trump gets it in the end. Because what Biden did isn't good enough. What Kamala does isn't
don't the
good
Democrats
enough.
accept some of the blame for not running a good campaign?
Hold on again. We're not talking about whether or not they can be criticized. Stop going back to this. We're not saying don't criticize them. We've been very clear on this. We are not saying this.
Mantis, I totally agree with your overall sentiment that especially TYT, but sometimes even Kyle's guilty of this. They want a president to go in there and wave a magic wand and literally get everything done on day one, right? Obviously, that is insane and just totally out of touch with how anything works, right? My complaint is based on the evidence of Democrats over several administrations. There's no reason to believe that there would have been substantial change, particularly with what is involved right now with Netanyahu and Gaza. I don't think Kamala would have been in there. I don't think Kamala would have went in there and just stopped everything day one. That wouldn't have happened.
Wait. Hold on. Stop. You keep saying there's not evidence that there would have been a significant difference, but there's already been numerous people who have mentioned things that are significant differences between Trump and Biden. So why isn't that evidence? Why do you keep saying you haven't been given evidence when that is evidence?
Over the past several administrations, when it came time to vote for Kamala Harris or Trump, at that point in time, there was no evidence to believe any substantial change would have occurred in regard specifically to Netanyahu's genocide.
Sure, I guess I know what you mean by substantial change, but what is substantial change in this case? What does that mean?
Again, go ahead.
I think he's saying that substantial change isn't forcing Netanyahu to allow aid trucks and to allow the material conditions on the ground to be better. He's saying that this doesn't matter. that the only thing that really matters in terms of this, as far as I can tell, is that the aid shipments to, the weapon shipments to and the money sent to Israel is the only thing that really is like the stop. That's how I interpreted what he said.
As long as for Clay's perspective, as long as the US stops sending weapons to Israel, it's fine if more Gazans die, because that's what's going to happen if Clay has his way.
How many more Gazans can die though? Like it's literally
1.8 million actually.
Yeah, but they've already been displaced, and there's a lot more that's going to die due to starvation and
because you elected Donald Trump.
Oh, I agree.
I'm gonna make a stronger statement. The Democrats did not fail in the last election. The Democrats put to the American people the easiest choice possible: vote for us or vote for a traitor that tried to overtake the government and has fascist policies. And the American people failed the country.
Yeah, I agree.
No.
The American people is retarded, and the Democrats have been failed by the American people.
100%. They wouldn't have voted for Trump. They would not have voted for Trump if the Democrats had been making good decisions consistently over the past several decades, which they have not. Period.
I don't care. They gave them the easiest choice possible. If it was like Ron DeSantis or something, you could make that argument. The Democrats gave the conditions were so good. It's just don't vote for the traitor, and you voted for the traitor. You guys are retarded.
Do you know why? Do you know why people weren't happy with that message, which was the great message that Kamala came out with? All she had to do, in my opinion, was run on anti-fucking Trump. She should have been able to win with that, but for some reason, guess who cried the loudest about that? Guess who cried that she was appealing more to the fucking right wing, and that she was too much of a right winger, and she wasn't helping
progressives,
even though she was advocating for Biden's policies, and Biden's policies were some of the most progressive policies that America has seen ever.
Mm-hmm. It was
progressive. No, not ever.
Not ever, but in our lifetime. Definitely in our lifetime. Like it was definitely he was definitely a very progressive president, and the fact that they were upset, and Kamala was obviously more progressive than him, and the fact that they were all upset with this anti-Trump messaging when it should have been enough. Like, if you're running against fucking Hitler, you should be able to just run on "I'm not fucking Hitler." Like, you should be able to. That should be enough. Yes.
Clay, I've got two questions for you, okay? And I need to go one for then the other. Do you acknowledge that Biden materially improved the conditions on the ground by forcing the Israelis to resume humanitarian shipments? Do you agree with this statement?
I agree that I'm just going to say yes for simplicity's sake. Yes. What's your next question?
Do you also agree that since Biden has left office and we've had Trump, that the Israelis have had carte blanche, pronouncing it wrong, to go in and to basically pursue this war in whatever means they perceive that they can, not limited to starving the population and cutting off electricity? Do you agree with that?
I agree that those things were happening under Biden's watch as well, and that they would have likely continued under Kamala Harris. And that is what I'm saying when it came time to vote between Kamala or Trump. That's what people...
You just told me that you agreed that Biden was trying to stop those things, that he did do material things to stop those things.
I said yes for simplicity's sake. My real answer is much longer.
Yeah, it was bare minimum, though.
Thank you.
So what's more important to you? Is it more important to you that people in Gaza get aid and are fed and essentially have some material conditions to survive, or is it more important that Israel gets rockets?
There's no nuance there, though. You're
the nuance is that if you had the option of fucking 1 million people dying in Gaza, or 1 million but 100 less, 900, 9,000, 99, whatever, it's 100 less, that obviously fucking 100 less. Yes, obviously 100 less is better, in that when we all agree that this would have been better, I do think a lot less people would have died, and there would have been pressures, there would have been more food, there would have been more aid, there would have been a lot of things that were drastically different, and more people more access as well. There's so many things that would have been drastically different from one to the other, and it may not have been again, it may not have been everything that they wanted, but the idea that they weren't different was just false. And these are the, like, again, I don't want to keep like going into like what like whether or not they were good enough, but this is kind of our problem, is that the Democrats are hardcore being purity tested on a lot of these things pretty consistently, but then we're bad for purity testing along the same lines.
I think you guys are giving the left a lot more credit than it actually you guys are letting them have a lot more power than they actually do. How many leftists are actually in Congress right now that have been elected to Congress? Like, there's not as many as you guys are perceiving them.
We didn't say that they decided the election.
Congress.
We never said they decided the election. Like, we didn't say this. But we don't have to believe that Nick Fuentes decides the election to talk about like how he engages in media and how people platform him.
You know, I think somebody asked, I don't remember who it was, what would make Democrats look good in the upcoming elections, right? So the UK and Canada have recently started talks about recognizing a Palestinian state. Maybe that, right? Another thing, whoever is talking most loudly about absolute cessation of the genocide, absolute, right? Whoever is mentioning those two things, I think, for better or worse, whether anybody agrees or disagrees, those things will receive more attention, more positive attention from the American people.
Just to be clear, Trump is, and Trump
to follow through. You have to be able to do the thing that you said.
Absolutely, yeah, for sure.
It's very easy to run on like absolute cessation of a genocide, but like I don't know if you know,
we can sanction Israel.
Just
so we've already proven with Trump that anything can be said. Like Trump was like, I'm going to call.
You mentioned.
I'm going to call Putin day one and end the war. Like people just believed him because the American people, like I think Short Stack just said, are fucking retarded. Like that's the fact.
You mentioned here that like Canada wants to like acknowledge like the Palestinian state and stuff. I just want to point out that right now, like as soon as they said that, the next day Trump says, well, that's going to make it really hard for our negotiations. This specific thing about acknowledging Palestine and all that, that's going to make it really hard. And he bumped up the tariffs by another 10%. This is the outcome from which has happened. You've got someone who is very anti-Gaza. He doesn't care about what happens to brown people at all. Okay, and it is wild to me that there is any equivocation between Trump and Harris. Because there is no way in God's green earth, I don't think you could ever get Harris to be threatening tariffs on other countries for recognizing Palestine. That just wouldn't happen.
But even Trump admitted that even his own base is starting to get burned out on Israel just doing what the hell they want. So at some point, he's going to have to, like, even if he did that right now, if there's a sea change on the MAGA movement for them to come even further on the right side of Israel, then he's going to go that way too.
Well, there's been talks
right now,
the
just
entire
because
time.
It's not all the way there yet.
No. There's been talks the entire time, over and over, where MAGA is saying that like Trump is getting fed up with Netanyahu. Trump and Netanyahu are done with. Trump and Netanyahu hate each other now. And then the next day, we're all sitting there with them in a conference where Netanyahu recommends him for the fucking like what was it called? Yes, the Nobel Peace Prize, and then they're best buddies again, and then they turn around and go bomb fucking Iran together. Like there was, this has been up and down all the time, where Trump just doesn't want to look weak, so he wants to keep saying that he's like that he's upset with Netanyahu and shit, but Netanyahu plays Trump like a fucking fiddle. So it's.
You don't think if enough Americans demanded that Israel stops receiving funds from American taxpayers that they would have to actually have something actionable?
What is enough?
I think that there's
wait. What is enough? What is how much is enough? Like what? Give me a percentage. Is he gone?
And they're like they don't want to support that.
Blase, what is enough? What is enough Americans? Give me a percentage.
I would say at least if we can get at least, I would say 70%. If there's like a vast majority of people that say stop funding Israel, then there have to be something actionable after that. Even if it's not just Trump, then even Republicans will have to, like the ones that are in office, will have to start doing something because it's their jobs on the line too when midterms come.
I think it's close to 60% right now. Last I checked which was like 4 months ago.
Okay.
That's higher than I even thought.
Yeah,
actually.
it was already around
of all
60%.
Americans.
Yes, of Americans.
Okay, I know that this is
60% of what is what? I missed something.
Americans support
60%
no
of
more
Americans
weapons to
Yeah,
Israel.
they're against funding the war in
Israel.
Israel.
Okay, I know that this is baby's first war for most of you. What do you think happens after that? After the U.S. stops sending weapons to Israel?
What do you
They
mean?
go to Russia. They go to Russia and they get all.
No,
the weapons
they
need
just
to-
kill all of the Palestinians.
That too.
They don't need America
Well,
to
Netanyahu
enact any
might,
genocide.
So then why are we still sending them money then? So we should, if they don't
'Cause
even
it's
need us,
soft
to do it, then why
power.
still send it?
It's leverage.
That allows the West to tell them, okay, if you enact a genocide, you will have a cost for it. You will stop receiving weapons. If they already don't receive weapons, they can just do it and nothing happens to them.
Hold on, let me get this straight. So we threaten to not receive them, to not give them weapons, and then if they don't receive weapons, they just
curb
do it
their
anyway?
behavior. Yes.
That's not worked out so far for the past 40 years.
Well,
So I don't
we
know how that's going
said
to
we
work.
will stop sending you weapons if you cut water to Gaza, and they had the water cut to Gaza for 2 weeks, and then they stopped having the water cut to Gaza.
Yeah,
so it helped.
I think like half of Gazans would be dead at this point if that wasn't the case. More than half. Like it probably would have been a drastic difference.
Israel
But you guys
doesn't
just
need
said that Trump
outside help
is letting them do carte
do anything.
blanche. How much further can it go? You just said that Trump is letting them do whatever they want.
I'm sorry, but just wait,
Just
because we're kind of going backwards now. Like, yes, we agree. Trump is horrible for fucking Israel Palestine. Like, we all agree, Trump is horrible for Israel Palestine, and that this was a horrible decision, and it was really bad to equivocate the two. Sure, it could be worse, but it just, again, like, the argument is that like Democrats were not this. The Democrats were not this, and that Trump is horrible. And so the point is that yes, there was a lesser of two evils, and some of these people refused to acknowledge that, and it's not real. It's not reality. It's just not. These people are fucking crazy, and they're making us look bad.
What's the plan for midterms then?
And they're making tons of money
We're
off the
doing
people
it.
suffering in Gaza right now. I'm just throwing that one out there. Tons of money.
Yeah, and like I don't know where Trump got this weird evangelical guy to run the aid that has never done anything like this before. I don't know how this thing happened.
Who are you talking about?
The guy that's running the company that Trump and Netanyahu arranged to deliver aid is some weird evangelical priest from, or not, whatever. I don't know how evangelicals work. From the US, instead of when they blocked all aid from the United Nations. Now it's some American evangelical dude. This would never happen under the Democrats.
I wonder who you're talking about.
Yeah. Anyways, the strategy for the midterms is what we're doing right now.
So basically, take the leftists out of the Democrat Party.
Again, it's not just leftists. Hold on.
Again,
it's not even just leftists, because again, as we said earlier, when people refused to support Mamdani and even saying that he was still too far right, I still was going against them for the same shit and calling them out, because it's just about not supporting Democrats, not being realistic about like what's going on, spreading misinformation about them. Like, these are the things, just the same as I would expect from literally anybody, is that if like people are saying shit that's dumb and wrong, we should all be calling those people out.
That's a good plan.
You claim that Hassan specifically is spreading disinformation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not only that, more
yeah.
importantly, is trying to convince people, or before the election, he was trying to convince people to join the uncommitted movement. and not.
Well, that's not spreading disinformation. That's something different.
He was also spreading misinformation, but in
He
addition to
spent
that,
weeks trying to convince people that Russia wasn't going to fucking war with Ukraine.
Yeah,
he admitted he was wrong on that too.
and
So it wasn't like
Well, it wasn't
he
much of an
He
option
also
there,
admitted that his foreign policy was, don't support the West, support the local, whatever the fuck he calls it. And that was the entirety of his analysis.
Yeah, he said that it was Western
propaganda.
He said it was Western misinformation and that they were all just trying to get everybody to hate Russia. And that's why he kept saying that the Russian war wasn't going to happen, is because it was just Democrats trying to scare everybody and fearmonger.
And how many followers does this guy have?
I mean, he gets millions
Hassan?
and millions of views a day. Like, when we're talking about the amount of people that watch him, it's way more than the amount of people that, it's way more than the difference between Donald Trump and Kamala for Kamala to win the election. She lost by 230,000 votes in the
general?
No, in the Electoral College. And then
He also has an entire ecosystem of people that just parrot his views.
yeah, and so we're again, but again, I'm not saying that he could have changed the outcome, but we're saying that there's a culture of this sort of behavior and this sort of rhetoric that we've been more laissez-faire about in the past, that and those people have been pretty hardcore about attacking us in the meantime.
This is the age of a million different voices. So the damage that you posit Hassan is doing to the Dems, I mean, there are a million other voices doing damage to a million other causes.
Correct.
So
we're not saying
isn't it all a wash?
We can walk and chew gum at the same time.
Would Kamala have been able to probably pull over those 200,000 voters if she maybe went on Joe Rogan or gone on to the Nelk Boys? Do you think that maybe that might have?
Yes, again, we still have
that.
Yes, again, we still have tons of criticisms of Kamala and what it is that she did. Again, I'm not blaming the election on Hassan. I'm not doing this. I'm not blaming him for the election. I'm just saying,
I hear you.
Yeah. Just say that there's a culture of this shit that I'm against and that I want to speak out against, and I don't think that it's that ridiculous for people to kind of get annoyed with
Well, the whole reason we called in, Tom, was because the moment that Philly said Dems are their own problem, your chat went full foaming out the mouth rabid. And
Tom was calm though. I'll give him that. Tom was calm throughout that Philly call. I'll give him that. Chat was going nuts.
Yeah, but I don't.
That's why I called, because it seems.
But again, I think that when we say Democrats are their own problem, I think that when we're looking at who Kamala was running against, while I agree that she was a horrible candidate and that she was a really bad choice, that when we look at who she was running against, it's just a no-brainer. It's just so much of a no-brainer to me that I can't even begin to consider anybody trying to explain to me why Kamala was a problem in this scenario. I can't. A fucking rock would have been better than Donald Trump. And the fact that people are wanting to somehow explain to me how Kamala or Democrats fuck this up, I can't. I cannot. That is so fucking insane to me.
Well, you're saying on the one hand that Hassan didn't cost us the election, but you're still saying that the Democrats and Kamala didn't fuck this up. Like they had, like you said, a fucking stone should have beaten Donald Trump. So I'm just confused as to
this
and
narrative.
Also, Tom,
this narrative out there that which was propagated by people like Hassan, that Kamala Harris is no better than Trump because she's going to continue weapons to Israel, and that is the only thing we can possibly care about. And because of this, you shouldn't vote. When people purport that thing, that is I point to that and I say, that is the bad thing. That is the people that need to shut the fuck up. And I think that's subjective. And if you say that you only care about weapon shipments, you don't care about the actual people on the ground, You don't
It
care.
was more than Israel. It was more than Israel.
I think a lot of this conversation presumes that the average American, hell, even I think this conversation presumes most Americans pay attention to the finer details of political discourse, and I think that is abundantly provably false, right? I think that the average person may watch 22 minutes of ABC News, the last 5 minutes of which is some feel-good story that has nothing to do with anything, right? And so that's what they get their news on, and then they go back to Big Brother.
We have vibes-based politics.
So to say
amongst the left
to
that the only thing that can happen that will materially improve conditions on the ground is that weapon shipments need to be stopped and we need to sanction Israel. That was the narrative.
I'm saying that the average American probably didn't even know that that was like the choices they were facing.
But we're not talking about the average American. We're talking specifically about politically active people. So what's happening right now is on the right, if you are politically active and you care about politics and you watch politics podcasts, everyone is telling you how good Trump is and that you should vote for Trump. I'm
Not
assuming
anymore.
before the election. On the left, if you care about politics and you watch left politics podcasts, everyone is telling you that the Dems suck and there's no difference. So if you are one of the people in America that cares about politics, one of the people that might actually bother to vote, these lefty podcasts are trying to convince you not to vote. So they are working
The
for the
problem is there are liberal leaning, like Pod Save America, like there are liberal.
Yes, and they are much smaller than the lefty ones that are trying to convince you not to vote.
Whose fault is that, though? That their ideas aren't popular enough for them to get enough of a audience for them to actually swing
That's
a vote
like part
because
of
they
like
can't
the
swing
human
shit.
condition, though, dude. Like a lot of like even the Vanguard doesn't talk a whole lot about actual politics or policy. They do a lot of like drama shit.
No, I'll admit that, yeah.
But
they just do homophobic remarks to Pete Buttigieg.
Yeah, like this is just part of like what's exciting. Like even the fact that like Donald Trump is winning right now, right? It's not just that like that he's popular or that he does great things or that he says things that people like, but it's also just like there's a lot of like the vibe that comes with him, that like they're Republicans for the longest time had always been seen as like establishment shills and the people who loved the Iraq war and they were like happy to be the people who were actually the rebels and they were against the the mainstream, they were against the establishment, and there was just like a whole vibe that came with it, even though Donald Trump does very little to actually change any of that shit. He's still seen as that sort of person because there's vibes that come along with it. And so to say that like, oh, well, isn't that Democrats' faults that people like Hassan are popular? Like, no, it's not really our fault. Like, it's just part of the human condition that like drama and shit are exciting. Like that Destiny's not super popular just because people love his positions, but because he's entertaining, he's charismatic, he debates in a very aggressive way, and like there's a whole lot more that just comes with entertainment.
So would you say that if the like the liberals are trying to do right now, they're looking for something that's more, they are trying to get like a younger base. They are trying to get back to being hip and cool. However, they're not trying to change much of their policies. Do you think that's going to have a positive outcome on the midterms? If they stay where they're at politically, but they just dress it up and like
they're going to win the midterms anyway. I mean, that's pretty much the pattern.
I mean, if you're asking me whether the Dems should like abandon Israel again for like everything that's going on, I don't think that's what they need to do. I think that Trump has done once again enough to hopefully the American public to see exactly the character that he has and is. And hopefully most people will realize that by the midterms. Because I don't think Dems have realistically a plan for like a lot of this stuff going into the midterms.
How do they get that vibes that vibes base that Trump has though? Like how do they get that? Where do they get that upswing?
They need to do what Pete Buttigieg is doing and Gavin Newsom is doing. They need to go on podcasts. They need to appear human. They need to have this, and this is why the Vanguard, because they hate the Democrats, are now attacking Pete Buttigieg a lot because Pete Buttigieg is an effective Democrat, and they want the Democrats to not be effective.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, he did kind of throw trans people under the bus. I think you can
Gavin
be
Newsom,
effective
you mean.
without abandoning your abandoning your allies. I think
You're
that
saying
that's
Gavin
probably
Newsom
part of the
did?
problem.
But the problem with it,
No, Pete Buttigieg.
Pete Buttigieg. Oh, I know
Pete
Gavin
yeah,
Newsom.
on a recent podcast was saying that trans women in sports is a major problem for fairness, which is basically given into the right wing narrative because that's not even a problem that people are facing.
Well,
that's not an issue that
is
people are facing in real life.
The issue is that the majority of Democrats do believe that that's the case. And so while that may not be something that like we think is a super important issue, this is something that Democrats believe, and this is something that is like part of the
So
vibes
abandon our allies.
So again, you say our allies, but when you're also when we're also talking about issues with like Israel, Gaza, you're saying like, hey, they need to do the democratic thing and go along with what the people want. And in this case, it is somewhere around like 76% of Americans think that trans women in women's sports is unfair. So it's
Well, segregation used to be really popular too, though, but we didn't have to stick with that, did we?
sure, but this isn't. I don't know that like I don't think that this is the issue to fight on. I don't think that, especially when we're talking about like fighting against Donald Trump and the fact that people like him and fascists, like where JD Vance comes next, and he's probably going to be even fucking worse. That I don't think these are the issues to fight on. Just the same with like gun control. Like,
I don't know.
As much as I might agree with gun control and shit like that, these are not the issues to fight on right now. We don't need to go and like battle on the fringe issues.
I think that's a part of the problem with the Democratic Party, though, is that people don't think that we stand for anything because we don't stand for anything.
Part of it,
personally.
It's that we have a split base under a big umbrella where people aren't willing to agree on things. And so when we're looking at the majority of them being against trans women in sports, that like if this was a like a make or break issue for some progressive to where they wouldn't be willing to vote for a Democrat afterwards, this is part of the problem, is that we have like very split ideologies that are on the Democrat side, and they don't agree on enough things to where one group is just kind of just constantly shitting on them.
So should we abandon our principles and then just to win? We abandon our principles and get the W, basically.
You don't need to abandon. You don't need to abandon any.
Alternatively, you have HRT just made illegal by Trump, so you can keep your principles and destroy your country. That's up to you.
One more thing. You don't need to abandon any principles. You can just be like, hey, I want to materially reduce the suffering of the people in Gaza. I think that's a good thing. So we should probably vote for Democrats because materially all the people in Gaza will be better off if that Trump guy doesn't get in. But somehow they failed on step one on that. Somehow it's, we better not vote. They're not stopping it. Weapon shipments to Israel. We can't vote for you now. This is utter retardation.
But the problem is the question that he asked is like, how do we get those vibes back? And the problem with the vibes right now is that Democrats are seen as like very far left and crazy and socialists, and that they're wanting to give trans illegal immigrants in prison free boob jobs, and like these are the fucking vibes that are hurting them right now.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but they're going to come at you with that anyway, though. We're going to get I guess I just don't. I'm not sure where the moral stances are. Because politics, I know it's about winning.
This was the real problem with Kamala. Okay, is that she was too scared to pick a lane. She was getting attacked from the left side of things, And even when she was more progressive and she was getting attacked for being too progressive, and so she tried to like moderate a bit, she got even more attacked from the fucking progressives. And so then she was afraid to like say anything. She was terrified. She couldn't say anything. In every fucking interview that she didn't say anything. She gave the most nothing answers in every fucking interview everywhere she went, because one way or the other she was going to massively piss off one side of the liberals or the other side of the liberals. And it was
But have you?
Yeah, go ahead.
It was her messaging.
And
Tom, you're presuming that the problem is the voter base and not the Democratic Party. That's the argument you're trying to make
Is
here.
the voter base, yes.
Yeah, it is.
No.
I'm literally
No.
citing polling on splits on
Listen,
these positions, and that they
That's
don't
fine.
agree.
That's fine. That's fine. Here's the reality though. AOC and Bernie just pack stadiums, right? Talking
AOC
about
and Bernie are attacked by socialists online.
I mean,
they packed stadiums. I'm talking about voters here. They packed stadiums with one general message that is very popular, that does resonate with a lot of people, that is still the populist anti-institution rhetoric that people on the right even like. And that message was that there's a clear problem. And the clear problem is AIPAC and Wall Street and other major institutions have too much of a foothold in the American government system.
Agree.
They're also incorrect.
Yeah, I principally disagree with these positions, but
Their message is
That
incorrect.
AIPAC
The people believe this, but this is incorrect. That this is the problem. Is that if
So
you wanna
AIPAC
lie,
doesn't have
if
an
you wanna,
outsized influence?
if you wanna lie to the American public, then you should support that message. But if you want to say the truth to the American public, if you want to lie to the American public, you might as well be a Trumper.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
It's your only hold up AIPAC, because I also mentioned Wall Street, and if you try to dispute that Wall Street doesn't have too big of an influence going back several decades, then, I mean, what point are you even trying to make?
I'm trying to make the point that there is a tangible benefit to having a strong economy, and people are trying to blame Wall Street lobbying for what is actually a policy of let's not fuck the economy because people.
It's not just lobbying. Okay, so it's not just lobbying. What's happening is far more systemic than that. What's happening is, especially with like the decision of FEC versus Citizens United and super PACs, billionaires and corporations are able to channel tons of money to advertise specifically for certain primary candidates to get those candidates on the scene. And therefore, we don't even, especially the average voter, don't even know who the other candidates are. And then those primary candidates, since they're the ones most known across television, radio, and internet, then those are the ones that ultimately get voted for. Then, when it comes time to the general election, yeah, we are deciding between the lesser of two evils, because the corporations already decided who we were able to vote for in the primaries, because the only people that vote in primaries are billionaires and millionaires, because the average
Would you
people...
say repeal Citizens United? Would that be like at the top of your list of things that need to be done as far as getting money out of politics?
As little as I disagree with Time, or as little as I agree with Time Magazine on things, I will say that one of their most apt magazine covers ever is when, after that decision, they had the White House with the for sale sign in front of it, right? Like, yeah, that is definitely going to go some way. That's not the only thing. That is going to go some way toward fixing a lot of the Wall Street influence in U.S. politics, yes, but there are other things that need to be done.
Okay.
Which party most amenable
just real quick. I do need to wrap up. But I'm gonna let you guys give like a last statement on this, because we are kind of moving to a different topic, and I got something else that I got to cover before I get off.
Okay.
Well, I think this was a lot more productive than I thought it would be. I appreciate you guys for letting me on and just to spout some of my bullshit. Y'all have a good night.
Appreciate it, man. Later.
Have a good night.
Clay?
I guess.
Or I guess, Clay, if you want to go last, you can, because...
Sure, yeah, that's fine. I don't care.
So I guess like what I'll say is that I find that It's the left. The left struggles right now. It struggles by having there's a partisan group that's interested in primarying, in framing, like, in the worst possible light, the centrist people that are on the ticket. And when these people go to the primaries, they can't. The issues are framed in such a way to their own base that there is just no real winning. It's a positive or negative thing. They go for the mainstream choice. They're screwed with the base. They go for the base choice, and they're far too left for the mainstream. I don't think this is tenable. A far more useful solution would have people to agree to, like, I don't know, improve the material conditions in Gaza. That would be like my number one go-to. Or, like, make sure that people, those aid trucks are getting in. And now they're not. And so, and I don't think there's much of a defense for Hassan or, like, any of these other streamers that were out there sort of saying, who were leftists and didn't vote for Kamala, and who suggested not to vote for Kamala. I think that these people are, scum, and they're pushing their own revenue model forward for the next 4 years, and I'm sure they've done well. They've done great. What a good time. Thanks, Tom. I really appreciate for you to bring me on.
Yeah, appreciate it, man.
Hopefully, it wasn't too disruptive to the conversation.
No, you're fine.
All right, catch you later.
Later, homie.
I'll just say that life is about picking when to go for what. Right now, the US has an existential threat on the right, so having the left try to attack the left is the dumbest thing that I can think of. Yeah, just that during Obama time, if you wanted to have, like, more criticisms of the Democratic Party, it was fine. But right now, you just can't. And if you do, the right wins. So you are working for the right.
All right. Appreciate it, homie.
One thing that I really agreed with Mantis on earlier when she was talking to Philly is being anti-war is a dumb position, right? That's like I'm anti teenagers making bad decisions. Like, it's going to happen, and it's futile, right? So, like, am I wishing for just, like, this unrealistic absolute cessation? I mean, yeah, kind of, because I see on TV and in news stories, like, these children who are just, like, way too small because they're just starving to death, right? And things like that in Gaza, right? And so, yes, that part of me definitely wants a magic wand solution, absolutely. But it didn't seem to voters at the time that Kamala was going. This is before all the rhetoric that Trump was throwing around, right? This is before Trump. This is when the decisions were being made before the election. Kamala said she wouldn't change anything from Biden's stance. Yes, he had some measures in place to stymie, but not stop Netanyahu. And that's what I think people largely disagreed with. With that said, thank you all for listening to my ranting. I love you all. And I stayed up about an hour later than I wanted to.
Well, I appreciate it, homie. Thank you.
Good night.
Later. Yeah, I mean, even while we're sitting here, we got fucks, like, saying, like, Kamala earned her loss. Like, these people are just disgusting pieces of shit. Like, the problem is that, like, when we have a ton of people who are willing to, like, continuously help fascists, but then run around and say shit like cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds, while they're literally doing shit to constantly help fascists nonstop, just, like, jerking them off all day, guzzling their fucking cum, and then turning around saying, huh, cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds, cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds, ha 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 ha. It's so fucking obnoxious. So yes, of course, we're going to turn around and we're going to attack these people in the same fucking way that they're being brain dead while attacking us. Like, this is, except we're actually just going to be correct. That's
Senator Durbin, who is there, the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, someone who has, by the way, been a leading voice on immigration for years in this chamber. And one of the things I don't understand here is that we have committees for a reason, and we have hearings for a reason. And you can't do one thing on Police Week and not show up and not object and let these bills go through, and then say another a few weeks later in a big speech on the floor. So I like to show up at the markups, and I like to make my case. And I will note that Senator Booker objected to my police reauthorization bill, the cops funding, the Clinton cops funding, long before Donald Trump came into office. So this is not just about this. This is a long dispute over this type of funding. Funding that I think is really important right now. Our country's law enforcement professionals do some of the hardest and most important work out there. Every day across America, we ask them to put everything on the line to keep us safe. We ask them to run towards danger and to guide others to safety. And every day across America, they put on their uniforms, their bulletproof vests, their badges, and they get to work. We need to have their backs, and that's what this package of bills does. By the way, bills supported out of the committee from some of the most liberal senators and some of the most conservative senators in this body. We came together. There were bills we would have liked to include that we did not. And if the objection is based on some of this horror show that's going on out of the White House, I agree with that piece of Senator Booker's points. And I have been equally vociferous in taking on this administration. But all of these bills came out of the committee unanimously, and I think they deserve that support on the floor. These bills help fund grants for mental health services for law enforcement. And by the way, if this issue, which I agree with Senator Booker on, about that all these states should be treated the same, well, then I suppose then he will be voting against all of this funding for New Jersey unless this is changed. So we should be watching for that for every single vote, instead of just these bills. These bills that are in front of us that were supported unanimously out of committee. Grants that help law enforcement combat child sexual exploitation. Grants to help address a recruitment and retention crisis that is plaguing local law enforcement.
Calling them out.
Senator Cortez Masto's bill, as she explained, would help support the families of fallen law enforcement officers who...
Fake progressives? Bruh. You should be banned just for fucking acting as though I would ever be a fucking progressive, motherfucker. Not a fake progressive. Not any kind of progressive. I'm a fucking liberal.
Who were targeted and attacked because of their service as law enforcement. My bill, which has been now objected to, so I'm not going to mention it separately or ask for it to be called up separately. My bill, the Retired Law Enforcement Officers Continuing Service Act, done with Senator Grassley, would make sure...
No offense to all the progressives in chat. No offense, but... Oh, damn, that's such an embarrassing self-indictment. See? See what I'm talking about? See what I'm talking about? Y'all see? And then y'all turn around. Why are you guys so mad at these people? Why do you guys think that these people are so problematic? Why do you guys act like they're bad?
Sure that law enforcement agencies can continue to utilize the skills that talented law enforcement retirees have built up over their career of public service. There are many retired law enforcement officers who want an active retirement and are eager and ready to serve their community. This might sound like small ball, but when we are looking at how we're going to build up these police agencies, when we don't have enough police, when they're out there at these scenes getting shot at, we've got to be creative in terms of the ideas. And I believe strongly we're going to see another president in the future. We're going to see out of these next elections a check on some of this. But for now, I want to get these programs started. This bill would allow law enforcement agencies across the country to keep using their expertise to review video footage, to solve carjacking cases, or help cyber and financial crime investigations. This bill will also help train the next generation of law enforcement officers. These and the other police bills passed during Police Week, while those police officers are sitting there in the hearing room, when no one objected, they are bipartisan, common sense legislation. They passed the Judiciary Committee unanimously. And I can't help it if someone couldn't change their schedule to be there. I think that these hearings should mean something, and that people should be saying the same thing they say on Police Week when those people are sitting out there in the uniform who have lost loved ones, as they say on this Senate floor. If we expect law enforcement to respond to some of the most difficult crises at a moment's notice, it's on us to set them up for success. I was there at the National Mall where it rained the entire night, and not a family wasn't there when they thought it was going to be a nicer day. And that was this year on the National Mall to honor those fallen heroes, the Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Candlelight Vigil. Every single officer whose name was read that night was a beloved family member and a friend to so many, including 3 from my state. There was Officer Jamal Mitchell, who was shot and killed in the line of duty just last June, and officers Paul Elmstead and Matthew Ruge, who along with firefighter paramedic Adam Finseth were killed responding to a domestic violence call in Burnsville, Minnesota. They were called to duty, they answered the call. They actually got 7 kids out of this house and saved their lives. And then one was gunned down. A paramedic came in to try to save him. He was gunned down. And I will never forget hearing from Burnsville Police Sergeant Adam Medlicott, who was there with the 3 fallen first responders when they answered the call. He said of his fallen comrades, "We were there for 7 children. Nothing could be more honorable." He is absolutely right. You can't teach that kind of heroism. Our brave law enforcement professionals deserve to know that the resources they rely on will be there when they need them. And I hope we can work some of this out. I completely agree with Senator Booker about what this administration is doing. But you can't just pick out a few bills that came out of a committee and say, I'm going to stop those, and then allow for other bills that fund other parts of your budget in your state. Thank you.
Senator from New Jersey.
I was just called out by name, and I want to respond. This is what frustrates me. I've passed numerous pieces of legislation for our police officers. I partnered with Chuck Grassley, the incredible senator from Iowa, on a bill very similar to the one I support about police officers who fall in the line of duty. In this case, it was COVID. Police officers who got COVID and died had difficulty proving it was a line of duty death. We passed that legislation to make sure those families get the benefits. I've worked in bipartisan ways and within my own party to make sure we get resources to our police officers. I don't need lectures about the urgency of this. One of my childhood best friends, a police officer in a small town in New Jersey, after a hard day's work, before he even went home to see his family, died by suicide. I don't need somebody.
And they're going to have to clean it up. You're going to have to get rid of it.
What are you hoping Todd Blanche gets out of his meetings with Ghislaine Maxwell?
Joining us now is Senator Alyssa Slotkin of Michigan. Senator, thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate it. Joining us now is Senator Alyssa Slotkin of Michigan. Senator, thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
We have a very limited amount of time. This is the internet, so you're here, and it's important that we ask some of the questions that are animating some of the younger voters and others. I assume that's part of the reason that you're here. The first is about Jeffrey Epstein. It's a story that's really captured a lot of America's interest. So you're a former CIA officer. Do you think that Jeffrey Epstein had any connections to U.S. or Israeli intelligence agencies?
So, not that I've ever seen or heard, but there's
Have you
a really... No, I haven't asked. But, you know, this is like a
Wait,
solvable
what was the question?
Officer, do you think it's really... So you're here, and it's important that we ask some of the questions that are animating some of the younger voters and others. I assume that's part of the reason that you're here. The first is about Jeffrey Epstein. It's a story that's really captured a lot of America's interest. So you're a former CIA officer. Do you think that Jeffrey Epstein had any connections to U.S. or Israeli intelligence agencies?
So, not that I've ever seen or heard, but there's
Have you
a
asked?
really... No, I haven't asked. But, you know, this is like a solvable question because President...
Okay. I heard Krystal was gonna be fucking aggressive. That already comes off so fucking... That already comes off like super weird, like right off the rip, dude. She's like, you can tell she's getting ready to get into like a full explanation. She says, so, not that I've ever heard or seen, but have you asked? Like immediately.
President Trump's CIA director, John Radcliffe, can answer this question, right? There is no shortage of people in this administration who can answer that question. I would be very surprised. I'm going to be honest. I know your views on it. I would be surprised.
Okay.
But I'm like a Middle East analyst. I was...
Yeah, I haven't seen any evidence that he was part of Mossad or anything like that, and that there's... Not only is there not like good evidence to show that, but it just doesn't even seem likely. It's just, there's not even a whole lot that makes it even seem likely.
Doing my time going after terrorist groups and militias in Iraq. And so I never saw it. I never heard anything about that. I, again, would be surprised, but there's an easy way to solve that problem.
Well, that's the question then. So in terms of, because I know you've expressed some concern about classified information, et cetera, in the past, would you be fine?
I'm trying to order some food right now, but everything's closed, so I'm trying to find something that's open. There's nothing that's open. I thought IHOP would be open, but they're not. So I'm trying to find something that's going to be open soon. So yeah, we're looking at some shit to order right now. Taco Bell got to be open. Even it doesn't even say there's a Taco Bell around here. After COVID, like when COVID started, everything started closing earlier. Even Walmart's. There's like every Walmart around me. At first, it was all 24 hours. All the McDonald's, 24 hours. All the Taco Bells, 24 hours. COVID hit, everything changed. I thought it would all go back to fucking normal after COVID. Nope. Everything stayed. Everything stayed the same. There's no 24-hour McDonald's, no 24-hour Taco Bells, no 24-hour Walmarts. It's all changed. So weird, dude.
Then with the full release of these Trump Epstein files, even if they did reveal.
There are some Whataburgers, but they're expensive because it's farther away.
An intelligence connection.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, like, it's such a distraction from, in my mind, like what I really care about, which is helping people like live well in Michigan. Just get it over with and get it out. And this wasn't like my issue. It's still not the thing that wakes me up in the morning and I want to work on. But I think it's okay to say it's a full distraction now in Washington. Everyone's talking about it. So just unveil it, do whatever you need to do, answer the questions, and move past it.
Well, that's the last question then. So there's some accusations here from the Republicans on Epstein here, just about, why didn't you care for over 4 years? I know you asked the question in 2020. You said, I don't care particularly about Bill Clinton, et cetera. I mean, that's somewhat understandable, but, we do have a person, very suspicious circumstances, let alone, the sex trafficking organization, others. So, why don't you answer that question? Like, why is this now is the time that you do care?
Yeah,
I mean, not particularly care.
It's horrible when you have a pedophile and someone who had a literal pyramid scheme of recruiting 14 and 15-year-old girls for illegal sex. I mean, it's horrible. At the time.
Wow, I can't believe she just said the P word on their show. She's trying to get them demonetized because the establishment hates them. And so she's trying to make sure that they make less money and get less ad revenue so that she can take down their entire channel. Whoa. This is so messed up. I can't believe she just said the P word on there.
I mean, I sort of saw it as like one of these horrible stories that comes out every 5 months, about somebody. I think the Weinstein thing had happened. There weren't Michiganders, to my knowledge, who were involved. Women.
Who is this? Alyssa Slotkin is an American politician and former intelligence analyst, serving since 2025 as junior United States Senator from Michigan. Is she a Democrat? Yeah, Democratic Party, okay. 2019 to 2025, she served as the U.S. representative for Michigan's 7th Congressional District. What is a junior? What is a junior senator? A junior senator refers to a senator from a state who has served the shorter of the two terms in the U.S. Senate. The other senator with the longer term is known as the senior senator. Seniority in the Senate is determined by the length of time the senator has served, and it can influence things like office assignments and committee assignments. Okay. Got it.
Women, young girls who were involved. So I kind of saw it as like a horrible moment, but not particularly something that's like going to decide whether someone in my state can buy a house or get a good job. So to me, it was just like it wasn't like a strategic issue, right, for me. And then now it just is like grown. And I think there is a difference between saying some rich guy or a former politician was named in those things versus the president of the United States. That to me is apples to oranges, because one of them is leading the free world and one of them's not. So if his name is in there as it appears it is, just like deal with it and let's get on with it at this point. And you know, my 10-year-old nephew understands that the president is trying to dodge, trying to distract, trying to talk about other things. He hates answering this question. Like, we get it. So it feels off to the average person, right? To a 10-year-old, they're like, did he do something, right?
I think she's giving like a great answer here, dude. This is actually a great answer. This is beautiful, because it can't be a bad look for Democrats to say, yeah, we didn't care about it the whole time that Biden was in office. But for them to say, well, right now, yes, it's a distraction and it's causing a lot of problems. There's a lot of other things that we should all be caring about right now. But right now, this is what the American people care about. And so if they care about it, we need to fucking address it and deal with it so that we can get on with like the more important stuff. And then she even says, like, you know, it appears that he is in the files. So like, let's just put it out there and move on. She's not saying anything that's like, you know, because this is the way that you would expect somebody to deal with it politically is to say, look, I didn't know about how much Donald Trump was in it. I didn't keep up with it as much. And now that I'm hearing about all the details, and Donald Trump has said some things more recently that really makes it sound like he's hiding something, now I've gotten a lot more curious, and I think the American people have too. And I think that we're all looking at him sideways, thinking, you know, it looks like there's a there, and he's running from it. So that tells us that there's something that he's afraid of that we need to keep harping on to make sure that he doesn't get away from this. Like, that would be like the political answer that you would expect from people, but she's not even doing that. She's just saying, like, yeah, it sounds like he's in there. There's probably a lot of people in there who just didn't do anything wrong, so he just needs to release it so that we can get on with it, not have this distraction anymore.
Right? So just get through it, get it out, and let's move on to real, for me, like real economic issues.
So then if piece of legislation comes forward, you would vote for it to support the release of the files.
Sure.
Okay, all right. So then let's talk about future to the Democratic Party. I know that's something you've been interested in. Democratic approval hit an all-time low from the Wall Street Journal. At the same time, we've seen the rise more recently.
Krystal Ball right now looks like she's like really proud of herself for being like a good girl. And she's it's like when I have Mantis on sometimes and she just wants to like scream and yell at the other person and just like cuss them out and everything the whole time. But I kind of keep like, Mantis, just chill. Just let me talk to them for a minute. Just hold on. Just, you know, it kind of almost feels like that. Maybe it's just because I'm going into this already hearing a ton of people talking about how vicious she was throughout this, but that's like, I don't know. I probably am going into this super biased, but that's like what I get every time I look at her, where she's like it's like somebody's holding her back.
Recently from anti-establishment candidates, people like Zoran Mamdani. Give us some of your thoughts there about the future of the Democratic Party, and particularly in the context of Mamdani's victory in New York City.
Well, I guess as a good Midwesterner and Michigander, I'm never going to say that what happens in New York City represents all of America. Sorry, we're a big country, and I would never pretend to totally understand New York City politics. I didn't particularly understand Eric Adams. I didn't particularly understand, I genuinely, right? But I think the message and the hot take out of that election is actually not terribly dissimilar.
Yeah, it's fucking 4:25. The earliest I can get something is at 6 a.m. between 6 and 6:20. So I gotta wait like 2 hours to get something. But yeah,
from what we heard in the November election when Trump won, right? Which is people are still focused on the cost of living and not being able to achieve what they thought they could achieve. Right? And then number two, people are looking for a new generation of leadership. I don't think it's hard to miss those hot takes. I can have plenty of disagreements with what I've heard Mr. Mamdani propose, and I do. But that message coming out of that election—
What do you disagree with?
Just, my family was a fourth generation hot dog business. Like, I am here because we live the American dream through capitalism.
Okay.
And so like a lot of free stuff, to me, is not the answer. I don't think it's sustainable. I don't think that it actually fixes the underlying problem.
Yeah, I've talked about the fact that like his grocery store idea could be disastrous. Like, I can't tell if Tom's being a dick or not. Like I'm trying to take a shot at you? No, I wasn't trying to take a shot at you. Sorry, Salty. Sorry, homie. But this is when I stream. You gotta change your work hours. You gotta change your work hours, homie. We all gotta make sacrifices.
Have those disagreements. I think this is like, I would be thrilled to have that conversation with him or anyone else about like, hey, we agree that there's an economic problem here. What we do to solve it, let's have that debate. And adults can debate and not like want to kill each other's children.
Well, let's talk then about leadership. So you just talked about that. We see a lot of that from our show. Some of the Democratic side of our audience is furious with Democratic leadership. I mean, do you still support Chuck Schumer's leadership here? He hasn't given an interview in about a month.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I mean, for me,
If you steal from the post office, it's a felony. Will the state-owned grocery stores be the same? I don't know, but I mean, I'm much less concerned with that. More so, the idea. So I think initially he said that he wanted to open 4 or 5 grocery stores as like a project to make more affordable, to have more affordable groceries, and that when they open these up, the problem is that currently I think, let's see. What's the New York City grocery store profit? New York City grocery stores profit margins are typically very thin, ranging from 1% to 3% of revenue. Okay, so when we're talking, yes, like 1% to 3%, that means that they're probably making pennies on every single item that they sell, right? They sell like a loaf of bread, they get it for $4, they sell it for $4.03, right? So when you're saving people just that much money, right? You're saving them that little bit of money, but you're also sending enough people to these grocery stores to where they're not going to this. It's a pilot program. That's what I said, Sync. Why do you guys start arguing? You haven't even heard what I said the issue was yet. What the fuck? I literally said they were going to start with only like 4 or 5 as a project. I said this. I don't know. Chill. Just hold off, all right? This is what I'm talking about. Y'all don't need to attack so unnecessarily, all right? Just chill. Just listen to what I have to say first, okay? So if they already have such like small, you said disastrous? No, I didn't. Wait, I said it could be disastrous. That's what I might have said that. I don't. But anyways, just listen. Just allow me to say what I'm going to say before you start freaking out, okay? So the problem is that if they already have, you said potentially disastrous. Okay, yeah. So that's very different than I said it's disastrous. Yes, potentially disastrous. I'm explaining why. You haven't even heard me explain why before you're like, you're being pessimistic. Well, how do you know? You don't even know what the fuck my reasoning is. You have no idea if I'm being pessimistic or not. So the reason is that, like, because they already have slim margins, that if you're already taking customers from these private industries and then sending them to these 4 or 5 different bodegas, I think is what it's going to be, they're already like lowering these businesses' amount of revenue. Then there's seems to be a very small difference in what it is that they can even make up, which means that they're likely going to have to subsidize this from the government in order to actually make it even worth doing, right? If they're only doing this in like a small amount, they're not going to be able to buy everything in bulk in ways that would actually make it to where they would have lower prices than anybody else. So if they don't have lower prices, they're going to have to subsidize them through taxes to make it to where they're already paying off a certain amount of this, which would make it substantially beneficial for these people to go to these grocery stores. But if you're actually doing this, then yeah, like you're already using more tax money, which I don't know how the fuck they would even do that, but that's I'm sure he has a plan on how he would be able to subsidize this stuff. But then also, yes, probably hurting some of the market in some way, to where if this actually was enough of a benefit, nobody's going to go to the actual private grocery stores anymore. They're all just going to go to these. But it was just, yeah, there's a lot of problems there, to where, especially like considering how big New York is, you would assume that they're going to be pretty spread out, right? You have all the boroughs. You can probably have them all spread out all over the place. But the way that they would actually be able to subsidize this in some way, to where they're using a bunch of taxes to pay this off, like that seems almost impossible. But then if it is possible, then yeah, it would probably just run this entire industry out of business pretty quick, and whether or not they're able to keep up with that is going to be remains to be seen. But yeah, this is while the groceries are one of the most important things for people because they have to pay for this so regularly, it's one of the biggest costs for the average family. The fact that you would target this when there's already like, yeah, 1 to 3% difference in price for how much they buy it for to how much they sell it for, is probably not the industry that you would go after. To try to make something easier for people. Absolutely, groceries shouldn't be profitable if the means of production is already operating in the form of a cooperative. Well, sure, that's a totally different conversation.
I mean, I've now served in the Senate for 6 months, in the House before that.
Tom, in Sweden, they have System Bolaget. All the liquor stores are state controlled, but they don't sell anything else by law. Huh. Interesting.
Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries have hard jobs, like herding cats. It's not fun. I've said for a very long time, long before I got into the Senate and long before President Biden dropped out, that we need a new generation of leadership. You can feel it in, and I think at this point, I mean, especially New York, right? You're looking at New York, it's like, I'd rather roll the dice with someone new than have like the warmed over leftovers that I've already known.
Wait, are you just saying by the state owning it, you're calling that the workers owning the means of production? Is that what you were saying?
So I think we have a problem with that across the board. And I think one of the things I can do as the youngest Democratic woman in the Senate, and you know, I'm not young, I'm just young for the Senate.
Cool bean.
To be clear.
You're young for us.
Yeah. I mean, is push on that and try to give younger leaders a voice in this party in a very real way. And to me, that's upward pressure. That pressure that you're talking about from the people is good.
So then shouldn't they endorse him? I mean, what kind of a message Schumer and Jeffries, shouldn't they endorse?
Farming is funded through government subsidies, which means it's not profitable. I'm sorry, I don't know what conversation we're having right now. I'm totally lost on what points you're trying to make or why you're trying to make them. I'm super lost. I'm trying to ask like what we're even talking about right now.
course.
They're both from New York.
Johnny,
Yes.
they're
Yeah.
both New Yorkers.
Yeah.
And what kind of a message does it send if, like, I mean, this guy won the Democratic primary.
Yeah.
He is the Democratic nominee.
Yeah.
It was overwhelming. If then the centrist leadership
Yeah.
of the party said, we can't get behind
Yeah,
him.
I mean, you just asked me before we started the exact same question about the Michigan Senate primary, and I'm like, Michigan Democrats don't get involved in primaries. We all are friends. So I can't speak to what they're doing. I think...
Like, if there's a cooperative, then the co-ops don't do things without making a profit. They would still want to make a profit as well. Like, there's no reason to believe that co-ops wouldn't also want to, like, turn things into, like, more stores and more, and, like, franchise them and have, like, corporation style businesses. I'm just totally lost on the point.
I hope that they're meeting. I mean, if this person is...
They did.
Yeah, okay.
And
I'm sorry.
Hakeem Jeffries still refused to endorse him. I mean, think about it from this context. Like, let's say in 2028, a more...
Are we talking about grocery stores in New York City? Yeah, but you made a point about cooperatives, and I don't understand why. So I was asking why you were bringing up cooperatives, because I said I think that's a totally different topic, but then you said it's the same topic, so now I'm trying to understand what point you're trying to make.
Moderate figure wins the Democratic primary, and a bunch of progressives, AOC or whoever says, we're not backing, we don't agree with you. I feel like you would have a problem with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think I will say this. The way that this party works is when there's a coalition that sticks together. That's like a numbers issue. That's a data issue. And so I'm always going to be someone who's trying to find unity. That doesn't mean we all agree with each other. And I think I wasn't in the conversations where they met privately. What they debated, what they talked about, I don't know. But to me, we got to figure out what's common among all Democrats right now. And that's why I focus on the economy, because that is, to me, the cost of living and people not being able to achieve what their parents achieved is the existential issue of our time, is the unifying issue of, like, all the right wing, left wing, like, Americans. I don't even think it's a Democratic Party thing. And to me, that's where I spend my time, because I think 80% of my constituents in Michigan, that's where they live, is like, I just want to be able to go to Disneyland and take my kids the way my dad took me. So that's where I focus on. I'm happy to sit down with any leader. I can't speak to their particular decision to endorse or not.
But,
I'm not endorsing in my own
Right, but just
primary.
the last question on
but
the...
he won the primary.
Right, that's my question.
That's what's different.
And
By
they
12,
haven't- I'm
by
sorry to
12
ask
points.
this. They have another election, though, yeah?
A general election.
general
Yeah.
election.
He is
But
the
it's-
Democratic nominee.
I see. I'm sorry. This is
Okay.
why I'm saying I don't
Yeah.
follow New York politics. And I think you'd have to ask them. I don't know. I know that for me, whoever wins the Democratic primary in the state of Michigan for the Senate seat that's up, that's who I will endorse, regardless of who it is.
All right, that was my last question,
Yeah.
so I'm going to turn it to Chris now.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess I'm actually a little curious, and forgive me if this is impolite. Like, I'm curious why you wanted to talk to us.
What do you mean?
Well, like,
yeah.
we don't have actually a lot of senators, especially ones who have very different ideology than us, reach out. So I'm curious.
Well, they probably won't again, so... Makes sense. Makes sense to me.
What your goal was and why you thought to come here.
Well, first of all, I think you have a good audience. I mean, right?
We agree.
If you appealed to like 4 friends on YouTube or whatever, then I probably wouldn't be here. But I think, to me, part of the problem is that people have kind of gone to their corners. And I live this, right? I live on my family farm in a town that voted heavily for Donald Trump. I've never won my town. I've never won my precinct. I've never won my neighbors. We get along, but I never won them, and I probably never will. So to me, I think that the people have gone to their corners, and like people who used to be able to talk about politics and disagree don't even get in the same room together. So I kind of like the idea of your show. Like, it was interesting to me when my team pitched me, right? We go through, and like, there's no hiding it. Lots of people are like, how do we evolve in this new space?
Yeah.
You know, like that's not you know, it's not that conversation isn't happening. It is, and I think that's good, and to the credit of lots of shows like yours.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But I think your show appealed to me as I was being pitched because you guys don't agree. And like, I am very focused. My dad was a lifelong Republican, my mom a lifelong Democrat. Like,
Whoa.
Michiganders want to get back to a place where we can disagree on politics and not have it be so, like, bitter.
So I hear you on the idea of, like, you want to talk about the economics and the unifying and cost of living, and I think that ignores a big elephant in the room, especially when you're talking about even Zoran Mamdani. The reason Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer don't want to endorse him is because of his position on Israel. The single most viral clip that he had in that election actually wasn't about cost of living, even though that's what he wanted to make his campaign about. His opponents, Andrew Cuomo in particular, wanted to make it all about accusing him of anti-Semitism and attacking him for his views on Israel and Palestine. So the most viral moment from that entire campaign, I believe, was this moment on the debate stage. Guys, this is E1. Let me go ahead and play this for you, and then I want to get your reaction.
Mr. Mamdani.
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in? Would you visit Israel as mayor?
I will be doing, as the mayor, I'll be standing up for Jewish New Yorkers, and I'll be meeting them wherever they are across the 5 boroughs, whether that's in their synagogues and temples or at their homes or at the subway platform, because ultimately we need to focus on delivering on their concerns.
And just yes or no, do you believe in a Jewish state of Israel?
I believe Israel has the right to exist.
Not as a Jewish state?
No, as a state with equal rights.
Now, this was considered very controversial when he said it, and I think the results are in at this point that he didn't win in spite of his position there. He won in part because of it, including, if you listen to Andrew Cuomo's numbers, he won a majority of Jewish voters inside of New York City. And so what I'm curious for your view on is, while, you know, I would love to...
Wait, she just said that in a weird way. Andrew Cuomo's numbers, he won a majority of Jewish voters. Who won the majority of Jewish voters? Was it Mamdani or was it Cuomo?
Debate you on your healthcare policy. I think we need Medicare for all. You think public option, your housing policy, et cetera. I'm just being really real with you. I don't really hear what you say if you are still supporting a genocide in Gaza. And that's, for me, you know, I'm speaking for myself, but I know there are millions of other people who feel the same, that you have to at least cross this sort of moral threshold. And what it indicates to people, and I think part of why, you know, Zoran won so many people in New York City, young people in particular, but Jewish New Yorkers, people across the board, is because it was a sign of, number one, okay, you're focused on New York City first and foremost. Number two, you're willing to take the heat on an issue that is really difficult for you, where you're being overtly smeared as an anti-Semite. And number three, there's no, you know, entrenched interest that's going to control. You have a spine, you have principles, you're willing to stand up for something. And so, you know, I'm curious for your reflections on that because of your voting record and where you've stood on this conflict.
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the proudest moments that I had in my last election, where I just won on the same ballot as Donald Trump, was that I won a majority of Jewish voters in Michigan. We have a large Jewish population. And I won Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, and Hamtramck, the 3 Muslim-dominated cities. Trump won 2 out of the 3. So I think the thing that I would push back on is the voters vote with their feet, right? We have a moment in an election where they get to decide. And there was no issue that was more difficult for me in this last, I would say 6 years, but certainly in this last election, other than this issue, because it's personal. I'm a Middle East analyst by training. And so what I tried to do, and why I think I managed to win both those communities, is call balls and strikes, literally up to this week, on what's going on.
So let's talk a little bit more about that.
But I think it's important, right? If you're going to push on me, then I think, like, there's one of us that's had an election and had to appeal to my voters and win. And so it doesn't surprise me at all that Mr. Mamdani won. Or actually, I didn't know his name. I didn't know much about him until he won. But because I think this issue is motivating people in a very visceral and personal way.
Yeah.
But it's not the only issue that my voters in Michigan care about.
Of course.
And the online world is extremely, extremely focused on this. But that doesn't always represent the majority. And I think if I can push back, like if we're out on the road every day in Michigan when I'm there. in some communities, that issue is the #1 issue, 100%. And like, I mean, up till this morning, right? Like people texting my phone and talking about a plan, some of the things we're working on. But I go outside the Detroit area, it's not in the top 40.
But Senator, it's not just a political issue, it's also a moral issue is what I'm trying to get to. So let's talk about those, you know, calling of balls and strikes, if you will. So first of all, do you accept that Israel has a policy of enforced famine and starvation in the Gaza Strip?
I think I literally put my name on a letter yesterday or last night that says like a policy of starvation, people are starting to starve. And in general, I mean, I served in places like Ramadi and Fallujah. I watched in 2004 and 2005, Al-Qaeda terrorists drag American citizens behind a vehicle until they died, right? Like horrible, and then string them up, like a lynching.
Okay.
We still had a responsibility to get aid into Fallujah, despite the fact that we were fighting Al-Qaeda cells in Fallujah, and I have been clear about that.
So this is a crime against humanity. Forced starvation is a crime against humanity.
The occupying power has a responsibility to get aid into the war zone, period.
So
by the law of war.
So in addition, do you accept that the Israeli plan, as reported by Haaretz, as discussed openly by ministers like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, as backed by the President of the United States, is forced ethnic cleansing?
I think we have, as recently as yesterday, the Prime Minister of Israel talking about forced migration into certain areas and then potentially out of the country. That is not legal. That is not on any international standard since World War II. And I've been clear about that. So I would ask for a little bit of an open mind.
Well, what I would ask is, listen, I'm a YouTuber. You know, I have my words, that's all I have. But you're a United States Senator. Like you're not the president, but you have power. So what are you going to do? Because so far what we've seen, I mean, you voted for some of the aid that's been used to massacre children and innocents. You know, you have backed Israel, as far as I can tell, you know, from your voting record at almost every turn. You voted for a definition of anti-Semitism that would, you know, codify anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism. You voted as a member of the House to sanction the ICC for indicting Benjamin Netanyahu, who you just admitted is a war criminal, you know, by your own words. So are you going to join Senator Angus King, Senator Bernie Sanders in saying no more aid to this country that is committing war crimes against innocent civilians?
I think the first thing, if you're asking about what to do with power, and I would offer that right now Democrats own nothing in Washington. So
don't play powerless with me. You're a United States Senator. There are things you can do.
In terms of who runs our foreign policy, I just think it's interesting, right, that there was a ton of protests when Democrats were in charge.
There was a protest in Manhattan yesterday.
Okay. I think it's fair to say, just to be honest, that back and forth, like the number of protests that go on now versus before.
Well, they were part of your political coalition.
Well, not to mention, I mean, Senator Slotkin.
That does make sense to an extent, that there's going to be more protests. Well, like, if the left feels like their people are in power and their people aren't doing what it is that they're asking for, it makes sense that they're going to be a lot more outspoken on it. Whereas, what you can't say, she made two contradictory points, where in one point she says, well, we're not the ones who are in power right now. True. You're not in power, but your vote still counts as your vote, right? Like when you place a vote, you want your vote to be representing your constituents. So whatever you vote for is what's important, not that like the entire Congress has to do this. The question was, would she vote yes or no on this bill? And so she starts off saying that the Democrats aren't the ones who are in power. Okay, fair enough. Democrats aren't the ones who are in power. You can't make the decision by yourself, but you can make your own vote. But then right after she says, but isn't it interesting that there were a lot more protests when Democrats were in power? Well, no, because the people who were protesting were Democrats or left-leaning people who wanted Democrats to act and do these things. And so they were asking Democrats to fucking get the ball rolling. They're not going to go protest as much when Donald Trump and Republicans are in power, because Donald Trump and Republicans don't give a fuck what they have to say. So when they protest against them, they're protesting against like the entire administration overall having any sort of power. But when it's Democrats, they feel like Democrats should be willing to actually like do what it is they're asking for. So they're going to protest while Democrats are in power. Like it's these are kind of contradictory points that she's making here, because yeah, like the protests, if you're in power, well, that's when they would expect you to get something done.
That's fair.
Obviously, I'm here.
Yeah.
I was very upset over the Biden administration policy. And as you can tell, I'm very upset over the Trump administration policy.
Yeah.
So let's deal not in strawman, but me
Okay,
and
but
here
in
and now.
terms of so the tools that I have, the tools that we have in general, to me, the most important thing is a pressurized campaign to get aid into people who are starving. That to me is the number one, because that's the one is urgent and today. And that,
but will you cut off aid to Israel so long as they're committing crimes against humanity?
There is a difference between a weapon to protect a country from incoming missiles versus other type. Offensive and defensive weapons are different.
So would you support offensive weapons ban? Like, would you stop any offensive aid to Israel?
That certainly, to me, would be a place to look, but I'm not going to cut off a blanket next sale on a defensive weapon that comes through. No.
I also reject that because, for example, if Senator Slotkin, if you were asked to support defensive weapons for Iran, defensive weapons for Russia, you wouldn't back that.
No, but Iran, but
they're defensive. They're just protecting civilians, right? So how is it different?
But because Israel's being shot at.
Well, so is Russia.
So is Iran.
Yeah.
So is Russia.
Ukraine's shooting at Russia right now.
I'm sorry. This is the difference between allies, partners, and adversaries.
Why is it an ally then? What are they doing right now, which makes it an ally?
I think allied relationships, just like Lithuania right now, like an allied relationship or a partner relationship is a long-standing relationship of information sharing and diplomacy. And that is, to me, it's not a like every day we decide Lithuania is our ally or not.
Yeah, it's not a tit for tat thing, which is something that Republicans seem to never understand, is that they think everything has to be tit for tat across the board. Whereas as the superpower, it doesn't. We already get so many fucking benefits across the board. We already have so much power that, like, as long as you are willing to, in general, go along with our large, our large swath plans, our, blanket plans, the things that we want, like, overall, as long as you're going along with these sorts of things and going along with our interests, our ideologies, and you're willing to work with us, that's like about it, right? That's about it. It's it doesn't have to be that like you're a perfect country or you're doing literally everything all the time. But the argument that a lot of people make is that like we don't get anything from Israel, they don't do anything we want. Well, one, just the fact that like they are some type of democracy in the Middle East is a pretty big advantage. Two, the fact that they're an ally there who's willing to do things on our behalf sometimes or within our interests is beneficial. Three, the fact that we get tons and tons of like military intel from them. They are one of the biggest. They have some of the most advanced military technology of any country in the whole world, and they share that with us. Yes, we pay for it. We put a lot of money into that, but they are the ones who do all of this fucking work and then share the information with us. This is what is beneficial about like being cooperative with a bunch of different countries, and why Donald Trump and the way that they just cut off tons of countries and the aid to those countries was fucking stupid. But yeah.
We're allied or not. And sometimes we have big breaks with allies, right? Sometimes we have difficult moments with allies. Sometimes it goes the wrong way with allies. But an allied relationship is a long-term relationship.
It's hard for me to understand why we should ally. Like, I'm sure you believe in like, or claim to believe in liberal human rights. Why would we ally with a nation that is committing a genocide and live streaming it?
Can I ask?
The fact that she just changed that. I believe that you believe in human rights, and then she stops it. Well, I believe that you claim to believe in human rights. That is so much more fucked up. Like, even if she had just the first time just said, like, you know, you claim to believe in human rights, X, Y, and Z, that would have been fine. But when she starts off saying, you believe in you claim to believe in human rights, that is just so much more fucked up, dude.
But an allied relationship is a long-term relationship.
It's hard for me to understand why we should ally. Like, I'm sure you believe in, like, or claim to believe in liberal human rights. Why would we ally with a nation that is committing a genocide and live streaming it?
Can I ask, literally, like this, I think about this from the mirror image way, because I do not support the things that Donald Trump is doing, right? But I'm an American. So do I want other countries to look at America and be like, we can't stand Donald Trump, so we're gonna end any longstanding relationship we have with the American people. We're going to cut off any support we give them on information sharing or intelligence sharing. Like, we are not just our elected leaders. And I think that's the thing that's been lost in the conversation.
So B'Tselem and another Israeli human rights organization joined the global consensus, Amnesty International, some 800 scholars. There was a piece from an Israeli scholar in the New York Times in saying this is a genocide. Do you accept, even Marjorie Taylor Greene yesterday came out and said it's a genocide. Do you accept that? And if you do, I mean, what responsibility does a United States senator have for, this is a nation that, you know, we send every year billions of dollars to aid that you have.
The question was fine, Tom. I don't know what's happening. I feel like you didn't hear anything that I just said. I feel like you didn't hear anything that I just said. I didn't say anything about the fucking, I didn't say the question was bad. I didn't say it was a bad question. I feel like you just didn't listen to anything that I just said. It's so weird.
You know, voted for and supported. Like, what responsibility does a United States senator have to prevent genocide and to stop genocide that we see ongoing?
We have a responsibility up till today to ensure that food is getting in.
Is it
so
a
that
genocide?
People don't starve. I don't know that I'd use that term,
Why?
but it is violating the law of war.
Why don't you use the term though?
Because I think, you know,
intent.
It's, to me, do I think it's ethnic cleansing, which is what I think of in genocide? I don't know if it meets that definition.
They're
Yeah, but
announcing
didn't you
it.
say it earlier that it was ethnic cleansing? You said that they wanted to force it. I mean, this is open from the Israeli government. Like, they're saying it. Their
And from
Minister
Trump,
of National
too.
Security, they come out and they're like, we don't need shells. We need shells, not food. And we need to encourage migration.
Look,
they're saying
you're
Yeah.
not going to get me to
Yeah.
support what the Israeli
Yeah.
government is saying right now. I think the point I was trying to make is it's not just about, like, we have relationships with nations over time, regardless of who their leaders are. We have really tough moments. We have easier moments. But that doesn't, so I'm not willing to say that, like, I hate everything ever.
Sure,
into
but
the,
so
the future.
even if
The setup to the question is fine too. Okay, that's still, you're just saying it's fine. Like, you're just, I'm sorry, but that's just, I get nothing from that. I get nothing from that. Like, I literally can't get anything from that. It's fine.
you accept
Okay.
that they're committing a genocide, you still wouldn't cut off their aid?
I think that defensive aid and offensive aid are different things, and I think at this point,
So
what
if
they're
Nazi
doing
Germany,
every single day
if
is
Nazi
doing,
Germany said we want defensive aid, I mean, it's
Come on.
just you have to see where they're all weapons that are being shipped. You know, in
they're
another
not using-
context,
the weapons that they're using right now, I mean, to be honest, if you look at what's happening on the ground, the military part of this conflict is, for the most part, over. What they are doing, what they are doing every single day is around aid, and they are hurting people
they have
around the
slaughtered over
delivery of
1,000
aid.
people who were starving people just trying to get aid.
That is
I
not
know you
high,
know this.
That's not high intensity bombs. That's not the weapons that that we were talking about 2 years ago. It's just not. I'm sorry. Every single day, the military reports that I read, they are traditional. Like, this is a military that has a bad strategy. It is not the bombs that we were seeing 2 years ago.
It's not a military that has a bad strategy. The strategy is forced starvation and ethnic
that is
cleansing.
not a
That's their strategy, and they're accomplishing it very effectively with the full backing of the United States government, including, sadly, Democrats.
Well,
and so a couple more questions that I know you have to run. You know, I'm curious why you condemned Rashida Tlaib for using the rally chant, you know, from the river to the sea, something she said for her evokes equal rights. And you have not condemned Randy Fine, who said that Gazans should, quote, starve away, who floated that the Gaza Strip should be nuked, who called Ilhan Omar
AIPAC denies pulling Randy Fine endorsement after derogatory comments on Gaza starvation. What the fuck? The American Israel Public Affairs Committee, AIPAC, denied on Tuesday reports that it dropped its endorsement of a congressman who told Gazans to starve away. The pro-Israel advocacy group called the reporting suggesting that it had distanced itself from the lawmaker unsourced and speculative. On July 22nd, in response to an ABC News article reporting that 15 people had died from malnutrition, 15 people had died from malnutrition in Gaza in 24 hours. Representative Fine, Republican from Florida, wrote on X, "Release the hostages. Until then, starve away. This is all a lie anyways. It amazes me that the media continues to regurgitate Muslim terror propaganda." Yeah, this is fucked up. This is disgusting.
and Rashida Tlaib and Zoran as well, called them Muslim terrorists. Where is the concern over him?
I have no problem condemning Randy Fine, who I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know who that person is. I have no problem condemning someone who talks like that.
Senator, we have to ask your last question because the your staff is telling us. Do you think AIPAC should register as a foreign lobby?
This is stupid. This is stupid. This is dumb. This is fucking stupid. This is dumb. This is pure fucking propaganda. This is pure fucking propaganda when people ask questions like this. This is just propaganda. This is nothing else, nothing more. It is just propaganda. That's all it is. This is the just asking questions bullshit. That when it comes to what a foreign agent is, okay? I literally just had this argument with somebody in my Discord right at the beginning of stream. A foreign agent. They're like somebody was calling not so erudite a foreign agent in politics, that she was a foreign agent meddling in US politics because she was taking part in stuff like Unfuck America Tour and Progressive Victory and shit like that. This is so fucking dumb. This is so fucking stupid. A foreign agent is not somebody who lobbies for like better relations between two governments, or for interests of another country or anything like that. That's not a foreign agent. A foreign agent is it's a group or a person who is paid by the foreign government to enact certain things. That is a foreign agent. So like when Tim Pool and all of them got in trouble for the what was the name of the company? It was the tenant company that they were all working for that was getting paid by the Kremlin, right? They were getting money from Russia, the government. They got in trouble for not registering as foreign agents because they were getting paid by Russia, right? So that's a drastic difference. Whereas AIPAC, they're not getting paid by Israel. They're not paid for by Israel. So this is just bullshit, dude. This is a dumb fucking question.
I don't know the answer to that. I think that I know plenty of people who think they should. I
It's
don't.
kind of a cop-out answer, don't you think?
I mean,
Yeah.
I literally, I just guess I'd have to look at the definition. I certainly have had my tough moments with that organization. And
so you stop accepting their funding?
You gotta get your facts straight. I have not been endorsed by AIPAC. I have not. I'm sorry. I was the first Jew
You were
elected to the Senate that was not endorsed by any Jewish group. AIPAC, J Street.
You've been the recipient of their funds.
In 2018, when I first ran, people who were members, yes, but I've not been endorsed since then. And I just got to be honest. Like, I think that this is where facts really matter. I've had very, very difficult conversations with my colleagues in that organization, and made a choice back in 2021. 2021, so that was the first time I was up for re-election. So I understand that there's a sort of, like, again, cornered position, but to me, like, I call balls and strikes as someone who served in the Middle East.
I have one more question I have to ask you. You know, we do the show. I really do my best to try to uphold, like, you know, basic human rights, Palestinian humanity, oppose the killing of innocent civilians wherever that happens. And I have to tell you, like, I feel really guilty that I'm not doing enough. I think all the time about, I'm a mom, I think all the time about those moms who can't feed their babies. Those babies are starving to death. And I just want to know, like, you're a United States Senator, you did vote for some of the bombs that were dropped on refugee camps. When kids have been sniped in the head, tents firebombed, people set on fire. The entire Gaza Strip turned into rubble. And now we're seeing these emaciated bodies of babies starving to death every day. And I mean, like,
I know what you can do.
Does it eat you up? Does it eat you up? Do you think, like, what more could I do? Do you regret any of your votes? Do you
let me
regret
tell you
any
what
sort
I
of
was working on this
complicity?
morning. A group of Jewish rabbis and Muslim community leaders came together with a proposal that we are working on just getting, like, if we can't get other aid in, at least get baby formula and nutritional supplements for children in. Let that be kind of a green light, never has a problem. No one's trying to eat baby formula other than a baby, right? That is the proposal that I've been working on all night and this morning. So in terms of what we're trying to do, there's not a moment that goes by that this isn't something that I'm working on and something that my own community, not online, but my own community has practical things that they want to do. They're willing to raise the money. They're willing to buy the formula. They're willing to do whatever we need to do to get it shipped in. That's how I spend my time.
But you're
That
not
is how
willing
my
to cut off aid to Israel?
That to me is the most effective thing that I can do today.
This is a subtle question. Your staff is telling us you absolutely have to go. So we appreciate your time. Thank you very much for coming.
Senator.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you guys so much for watching. We appreciate you. We will see you all tomorrow. Or counter.
I think that they're being a little unfair. I can totally understand, like, people having a lot of feelings over what's happening in Gaza, and I understand that, like, this has gone on for a long time to where people are obviously getting upset with it just continuing and continuing and continuing, and that there's never really anything even seemingly being done to try to stop any of it. Like, I can understand them getting fed up with these things. So it's just whether or not facts aren't anti-Semitic. You've got to be a far-right motherfucker to say some shit like that. You have to be a far-right motherfucker to say some dumb shit like that. Facts aren't anti-Semitic. Facts aren't virtue signaling. Come on. Like, people can run around saying 1350 and shit like that. Like, the way that you say things, how you say it, what it is that you're doing, that is what matters. The facts can always be weaponized as anti-Semitism or racism or whatever. That wasn't as bad as Destiny made it seem. No, it wasn't. It definitely wasn't. what makes that far right, saying facts can't be anti-Semitic, that's just untrue. Donald Trump can run around naming facts about how many, like, that a lot of the people coming over the border are rapists and murderers. Is that a fact? Yeah, that's a fact. Is that like, but is what he's communicating true? No. The communication is that people should be scared of anybody coming over the border because they're rapists and murderers. And so you need to keep your eye out and be afraid of these people. That is not a fact. And so the fact, like, that can still be fucking racist. He can still weaponize facts to be fucking racist. Running around saying 13% of the population, which is black people, commit 50% of the murders. That's true. That is a true thing. Can that be weaponized as racist? Yes, it is all the time. Every time a fucking black person pops up on a screen in a right-wing, on right-wing media, the fucking chat starts spamming 1350. Why? Because they're calling that person a fucking murderer now. And they're saying that because that person's black, they're likely a murderer. But they're just stating a fact. They're just stating a fact. They're just saying that it's that 13% of the population commits 50% of the fucking murders. That's all they're saying. Like, it's a fact. Yes, it is still fucking racist. The facts can be racist. Facts can be anti-Semitic. Facts can be virtue signaling. All of these things can 100% be the case. Virtue signaling as a pejorative applies to the cynical ploys, like when MAGAs say they care about the kids when they're actually cynically playing to values and emotions. So virtue signaling isn't just like saying it when you don't actually believe the thing. A lot of people seem to only use it this way, but virtue signaling is saying things just to like make yourself look like a better person. Even if you actually do believe the thing, it's about like whether or not like it's relevant or like important to what it is you're talking about as well. If all of a sudden like you're just throwing out random information, yes, posturing, you're just throwing out random information just to sound like a good person, like, yeah, that's virtue signaling. Like, it's not it's literally signaling virtue. Well, I mean, the problem is that like when we're using it as a pejorative, right? So like a lot of times you can virtue signal, you can signal virtue, and it's a good thing, right? Lots of times when politicians are running for public office, the whole thing is them trying to virtue signal. The whole thing is them trying to signal that they are a virtuous person and that they'll make the right decisions, right? That is a common thing. It's a normal thing. Anytime we call somebody out for doing something bad and we say that's bad, to some extent we are signaling some sort of virtue. So always, like, lots of things can be virtue signaling, meaning that you're just signaling some virtue, but lots of things are also like when we use it as a pejorative, we're saying like this person is doing something unnecessarily. They're doing it in such an unnecessary way, and so yeah, it's where they're just kind of posturing. Yeah, that's a more mundane ego thing, though. Well, I don't know what that means. Like, if if we're having a conversation about how to make it to where less women are raped, right? We're having a conversation to where we want to talk about men and try to make it to where men are somehow less likely to rape. And every time it gets to me, every time it's my turn to talk, I start off by saying, look, I think rape is bad. Rape is an abhorrent thing. It is horrible. I would put rape up as one of the worst things you could possibly do to a human, right? And then I start talking about like how we can actually like solve this, right? That's Everybody thinks fucking rape is bad. You're not saying anything. Why even mention it? Why the fuck are you talking about the fact that you think rape is bad? It's not that we don't believe that you think rape is bad, right? Because that's the way a lot of people use it. Oh, in order for it to be like virtue signaling, it's got to be that they're saying something that they don't really believe. No, they can believe it. It's just totally fucking unnecessary for them to start talking about how much they think rape is bad. Yes, we all think rape is bad. That's literally why we're here, to have a conversation about how to make it happen less. Because we all agree it's bad. We all assume coming into this conversation that we all think rape is bad. So for you to keep talking about the fact that you think rape is bad, that's just so unnecessary. It's so unnecessary. So yeah, that's the way that I think virtue signaling is used the most. Is, yeah, just don't rape. I just think rape is a bad thing. Okay? Wow, well, hot take there, buddy. Compared to cynically getting your opposition to capitulate to your side, that type of virtue signaling is usually more mundane. We are all virtue signaling to form our functions. Yeah, but it's also so virtue signaling to an extent, right? I would say I would say lots of times when people like they'll try to also, yes, they'll try to let people know that they're on their team, and so they'll throw things out like MAGA 2024. When somebody comes in a chat and they immediately post MAGA 2024 or MAGA 2028 or something like that, right? When they come in, and this is like one of the first things that they say, that's fucking virtue signaling. That's what that is. They're just virtue signaling. They're just trying to tell people that they're on their side, that like they're that they're one of the good ones, that they're on the team. Like they're virtue signaling. That's what it is. Was Krystal virtue signaling, Tom? I don't know. I don't ever watch her like this guy. Everything I've seen from them is completely fucking stupid, so I don't really watch them. So I don't know her like personality enough to know if she's virtue signaling or not. Like I said, I think it makes sense that like people are upset about this issue and that they're like heated about it and crap like that. But I do think that some of the ways that they talked about this is just kind of dumb. Like asking if Israel should be, or sorry, AIPAC should be a foreign agent, listed as a foreign agent, right? That is ridiculous. Do you know that like countries all over the fucking world have people here in our country who still have some sort of like, some sort of attachment to where they're from and the culture and the country and the nationalism and all this crap. Like they still have some like patriotism to that country. And so they come here and they want this country to be willing to help that country. They want this country to have a good relationship with them. And so they start things like AIPAC and PACs that they're all going to put money into. AIPAC is funded by Americans. It's funded by Americans. And so to say that this should be listed as a foreign agent is lying to people. You're asking a question, but you're not just asking questions. You're a fucking reporter. If you don't know that they don't even qualify for a foreign agent, if you're totally unaware, they don't even qualify under the law as a foreign agent, yet you're asking the question anyways, you are dog whistling. You are pushing this idea that AIPAC is doing something illegal, but because it's a fucking Jewish organization that controls everything, nobody's going to stop them. Like you're definitely pushing an idea that is anti-Semitic, and I am not saying that they hate fucking Jewish people. I have no fucking idea if they do or not, but that idea is anti-Semitic, that like AIPAC should be listed as a foreign agent. There's tons of fucking there's PACs for fucking China. in our country. They're not listed as foreign agents because they're also not paid for by the Chinese government. They're just not. Like, so that's what matters, is if they're paid for by a foreign government. That's what makes them a foreign agent. And when they're asking questions like this, they are pushing an idea, right? When he says, do you think AIPAC should be listed as a foreign agent? They are. And then when she says, I don't know enough about that, they say, that's a cop-out answer. You, motherfucker, don't know enough about this because you would know how fucking stupid you sound to ask the question in the first place. She's actually honest in saying she doesn't know enough about this. You don't know enough about this, Sagar. Your fucking dumbass doesn't know enough about this. If you're going to ask the fucking question in the first place, you are pushing to your audience that AIPAC ought to be a foreign agent, ought to be listed and registered as a foreign agent.
Points. We'll see you all tomorrow. Hey, if you like.
Internet real ID is inevitable, especially for social media. Denying this might feel good, but it is a lie and you know it. What isn't inevitable is private companies having access to our public records. The best solution is a government authentication token that only verifies information. Yeah. Yeah. True. Actual base take from Zach. From Asmongold.
Sid, Destiny calling Pisco the poster boy for Kiwi Farms is deranged. Have I ever said anything even remotely like that?
Oh, he called me the poster boy for Kiwi Farms. For Kiwi Farms. Never been to Kiwi Farms. Don't look at Kiwi Farms. Don't touch that issue at all. It's a projection. Oh, just see. It's a projection of other shit, of other grievances, and me. And I'm responsible. I'm the one who backstabbed the community. A preposterous narrative of lies and spite. That's what it is.
Jeez, yeah. So I wonder how much of his view of me was literally just based on fake shit being... Oh, Limeo, when Destiny has literally directed people to Kiwi Farms.
I've had this issue as well. I had this issue as well where I had a guy who like every day was just completely fucking obsessed with me. And one day somebody goes into his chat and tells him, Tom called you a sex pest. Literally never happened. Didn't happen. Didn't call him a sex pest. But he spent the whole rest of his fucking stream, like 4 or 5 more hours, like going off. Everybody that came on, he's like, did you hear? Tom called me a sex pest. Well, gloves are off now. We're at war now. What the fuck? This didn't happen, dude.
Like, Jesus.
Find it funny that Pisco would mid-debate ask for clips for evidence of a claim made, but would verbatim accept lies about out of his chat and attack Destiny over it. What? So they kept talking when Mantis initially jumped on yesterday. They kept talking as though they all just watched the clip And that clip showed Destiny saying a thing, but they never played the clip. And the whole chat was like, while Mantis and Destiny were talking to Pisco last night, they were all spamming. Everybody in chat was spamming. Watch the clip. We did. So was it before you got on? Because I was scrolling through that stream over and over and over and over and over, and I never found. Wait, did you watch it? I tried to ask them to play the clip. Yeah, I know. Before I got on. Okay. Yeah, like if you go back and watch me, I watched Destiny and Pisco argue about this yesterday, and Mantis. They were all on there last night. And so I was live while they were arguing, so we just watched it for a little bit, and then I raided into Pisco. But I never got to see the clip, and I kept scrolling across the bottom like this, looking for where the clip came up, and I never saw it. There was this one point where Pisco pulled this up, where it was just like on screen, this Elgato thing.
No, wait. Hold on.
Reality where you're saying.
Oh, that was his camera going out. Oh, shit. Okay, never mind. I thought he was getting ready to play the clip or something.
And I don't think he asked the question in that way. I think if he did, a Boy would have had it.
So yeah, so this is. I didn't see anything because I was only listening. Yeah, well, I'm even looking for parts where he's just sitting there quiet. And I just don't see it.
Destiny thinks that it's still a mixed economy, and Destiny thinks a mixed economy is necessarily capitalist because it allows for the existence of capital. Because Destiny's definition of socialism does not, it means the abolition of capital, meaning there would be no capital. Yes, this is not inconsistent. I don't think any of this is inconsistent. Well, why would he say, when Destiny says socialists should be treated like Nazis, it's almost one-to-one. What he's getting at is that you should treat socialists the way that I think people should treat Nazis, therefore the way that I treat Nazis. The way that Destiny treats Myron Gaines is the way that he thinks you should treat socialists. You agree with that, right?
I don't know. Hang on. So, our stated intent, you might think we're fucking stupid. You might think that we're like deranged or something. But our stated intent, to the extent that we're like building bridges or to the extent that we're like having people on, is to help Democrats, is to help elect them. And in that context, can you identify any criticism or prescription you have of me specifically?
I don't know how many times I can say this. The issue is not like.
That's what I'm looking for, Mantis. Will you chill? Again, I can't do 20 things at once, okay? If I'm trying to look through this, I can't be staring at the chat the whole time, but that is what I'm looking for.
Just for a second. Or just shut up for a second. How do I, on Restream, how do I drop the Twitch stream?
I don't know. I have an OBS plugin.
Okay. Hang on one second.
Wait, is this it?
All right. I think it's offline. Can someone confirm Twitch is offline?
Oh, no. This is before Destiny jumps on.
If you think maybe Destiny's been inconsistent with the way he's
treating people. That's my whole point there.
Should be jettisoned, never touched with, never fucked with in any capacity.
Well, no.
Ladies and gentlemen,
no. Destiny said okay to interact with Hassan for your own ends or to debate Hassan. So if it's something extractive, I understand him. If it's something extractive, then you can interact with Hassan, but it's not to be friends. It's to get some value.
So would being synergistic with Hassan be a problem in Destiny's world?
I think it could be.
It could be. Would you say it was being synergistic would probably still be an issue 8 months ago, given everything we know about his positions related to Israel, Palestine, and the DNC?
Well, I think it would. Yeah, I think it's being synergistic.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the court.
Okay.
I direct your attention to the Twitch chat.
Okay.
I'm presenting to the court a VOD, a video on demand, from the YouTube platform, the official Destiny channel. In it, he has very specific desires about whether or not one should work with Hassan. I think people should look at.
And can you characterize what it says in that video?
I would love to. I'm glad you asked. In it, and it's right to the moment, he says the only obstacle to him working with Hassan is not his deeply held beliefs about socialism, communism, Marxist-Leninism, or anything of the above, but it is Hassan that is refusing to work with him. Because if him, Vosh, and Hassan worked together contentiously in a debate, would do banger content, but even synergistically would be absolute gangbusters, million-view videos, and it would do great things for the Democratic Party, working synergistically because they could drive out do a massive get out the vote campaign and do a competition. For the DNC.
A competition to get out the vote.
Synergistic competition.
Wait, I don't believe it. Let me actually pull up that
clip.
I'm going to actually bring up the clip. I truly think that this is... I think you're talking out of your ass here.
I'm absolutely not.
Can we, let's get some confirmation here. Let me just make sure this is.
This is
accurate.
after the election, after he shit on Kamala,
Wait,
after he's done as much damage as possible.
This is after
and
the
he
election.
said this after the election.
Okay, so hang on. We're gonna get to this. I just need to. Sorry, my computer's a little slow whenever I try to like bring up something, but we will get to it because I think this is super important. Let me just actually, for us to know. Back into my.
You're paying.
Oh wait, let's see if I can get November 29th. Shouldn't I entertain this? Why is this not? Why is this problematic to entertain?
There, it's in your YouTube chat.
All right, one sec. I don't know why it's so slow. But Mantis, can you explain why I should not entertain a clip of a potential contradiction? Gonna hear it, and I'll tell you when it's done. Okay.
Okay. So you were open to talk to him anytime, right?
Have you guys noticed this? Other people's chats have started to show the person's @ instead of their name. Have you noticed this? YouTube chats are showing their @ instead of their names. Never seen that. I don't. So I'll say I would rather my name show instead of my @, but I do find it very frustrating that lots of times when I'm scrolling through my comment section, it doesn't show their name. It shows their @ instead. And people's ats lots of times are drastically different from their fucking name. And so it's really frustrating. To where I don't know who the people are because their @ is not the same as their name. Let's see. Yeah, see here? It says @twisted hippie, @bakaboo 1212. This is Felix. His name is not Bakaboo 1212. His name in chat is Felix. Twisted Hippie, his name in chat is Twisted. So I only know this because of their profile pictures, but it's frustrating that lots of times when I go to my comment section, I try to figure out who said what. It shows their fucking @ instead of their name, and I don't know who the fuck that is. So lots of times I'm like trying to figure out who they are before I reply.
I've said a million times, like me and Hassan and Vosh could, even if we were doing antagonistic content, it would be amazing content. These are million view videos every single debate. It would be crazy. And if we were doing synergistic content, bro, me and Hassan and Vosh having like a competition between like how many people we could get to like post pictures of voting at booths or whatever, like the amount of synergy there would be unbelievable. We're the 3 largest, I think, like of all like the live streamers. I'm pretty sure we're the 3 largest live streamers for politics on the internet. That like not just like podcasting, but I think it's me, Vosh, and Hassan. All of us are on the left, but like we don't do any content together. None of us do. That's crazy. So I like, what are you gonna? Yeah.
It's legit stupid, actually. So I'm I thought that, and honestly, I'm glad that you cleared that up because I thought it was kind of like this mutual, like, fuck them, I'm kind of done with them, I'm not going to help signal boost them kind of mentality.
Well, no, the issue is that both of them have lied about me so much they can't have me on or show any of my content because of the lies that they've told about me, right? When I criticize Vosh or Hassan, like right now, like I'm watching this whole thing, right? I'll watch this whole interview with him and I'll critique what he says and I think it's dumb. But when they talk about me, and now you can see Hassan do this against Ethan, so it's not just me being personal, they never bring up the original videos. They have to build us up, they have to build me up to be this insane caricature of evil person. Like that Nick Fuentes thing that you said, if Hassan and Vosh wanted to argue with me or bring up like, I think that Destiny platforming Fuentes in this way, I just don't think it was responsible. I don't think that the debates or whatever were worth it. I don't, whatever. Then fine. You know what? I would engage with that, and I could even see like there are arguments on both sides. These are challenging decisions to make, 100%, and there are good arguments on both sides of that. But when the debate is just, well, I think that he's a secret Nazi, and he's buddies with Nazis because he wants to promote Nazis and he wants them to be famous because he is a Nazi. It's like, okay, what the fuck? What am I supposed to do with that? Like, Jesus Christ! Like,
can I?
So, let me see if I understand the point, Ogre.
So it does. At first I was thinking, okay, he's just saying, like, yeah, that would be great content if X, Y, and Z, or a lot of people would watch if X, Y, and Z. But then, yes, it does go on to make it pretty clear that he's saying, I'm not the one who's stopping any of this. And so because he did say synergistic content in there, it now sounds like he's including synergistic content, the type of content that he would be willing to do with them, and that they're the ones who are stopping the debates and synergistic content from taking place, not him, which is contradictory to the position that he said, which is that that we shouldn't be doing synergistic content with these sorts of people, that we should be like holding their feet to the fire, challenging them, calling them out, treating them like Nazis.
All right. I'm going to try to steal man.
Standing by.
So your point is, this is clearly showing, if anything, a willingness by Stephen to work with Hassan and Vosh for the purpose of winning elections, correct?
Collaborative content, synergistic content for the purpose of winning elections.
Okay.
Sure. But just content in general.
But
if you listen to the way he phrases it,
in reality, he wouldn't do it anyways, and everyone knows that, including him. He wouldn't without concessions. So that is true. That he's had opportunities even recently to do stuff with Vosh. Like Vosh was invited to the Progressive Victory stuff, and when Vosh got there, Destiny said, like, dude, I had said, like, from Keffels and Vosh, if they were going to come and be part of this, I needed apologies from them. And then I went out to dinner with them. Keffels, very gracious, like very nice, said she apologized for everything, that she went too far, and like gave like specifics on things she shouldn't have done. And like we were cool. We were cool afterwards, and it was awesome. Vosh, like, completely ignored me the whole time. Wouldn't literally sat at like a dinner table with me and just didn't acknowledge anything, didn't ever give me didn't ever just never apologized, never said anything. And so then Destiny said, he's like, so yeah, he's out, he's not coming back, fuck that guy, I'm not working with him again. And so yeah, I do think that, like, with the shit that Hassan and Vosh have said about Destiny, I do think that he will demand an apology from them. So yeah.
Working towards doing a voter drive is a later on thought in the overall thing that he's saying.
I'll take you as your word. I'm not going to wait for the whole thing, but get it out the vote. And so okay. This is what your point. If I say, yeah,
the problem is that Destiny does often pose it as though, like, they won't talk to me. I would talk to them. They won't talk to me. Like, he does say this pretty often. So it is, obviously, it is a bit of both.
I want to do the same thing with the Vanguard. I'm synergistically working with the Vanguard, let's say, so that we turn out the vote for the midterms. What is the problem with that then?
Nothing with what you're doing. I'm trying to say that the whole thing behind this discourse that is just it's very self-serving. It's a smokescreen. It's a way to send people to your chat to fucking bother you. Like, end of the day, it's bullshit, because this isn't a standard that he holds for himself.
Okay, so
that's it.
I want to give someone who's in the disagreements right now. I want someone who thinks that Ogre Boy is totally out of field here to explain why it would be different for Stephen to work with Hassan and Vosh for a shared mutual goal of turning out the vote synergistically for the Democratic Party, but me working in the same collaborative sense or synergistic sense with the Vanguard, how it would be different. Someone help me out with that. If there's a person who wants to come on now, Ogre Boy's here, and explain how it would be different and why the prescription would be different. Okay?
Okay.
Well, Harvey, it's good to speak with you again.
Nice to hear your voice, Candace, and see you.
How are you feeling?
Well, it was a mixed up trial. We had jurors, in the middle of the trial say they didn't want to be there. And I mean, towards the end of the trial, it got very, very serious with one of the jurors, and who just said, I won't be in the same room with the people who are making the decision. And I have spoken to 5 or 6 judges three or four close friends of mine, some I just know, and they have never experienced what we experienced in the courtroom with three jurors complaining about the proceedings as they were going on.
Yeah, I was following that in the news, and obviously the jurors were pretty explicit to the judge that they felt that there was intimidation, that some of them were being mistreated according to whether they were coming on one side of the issue or the other. And so I was very surprised, and I tweeted actually out on X. I don't see how they can't say this is declare this an immediate mistrial, and they didn't. They didn't declare it an immediate mistrial.
Well, we wanted it declared a mistrial. Arthur Ayadala, my head lawyer, Arthur and Diana are fabulous, and Mike Sabella.
Does Mantis go on then? Yeah, Mantis goes on right after that, and then Destiny pops on like minutes after Mantis popping on.
And Jennifer Bongine, I had a fabulous team. They rose and, said one time after another, this is a definite mistrial. And at one point, I was, frustrated, and I addressed the judge myself. And I said, Your Honor, this is a matter of a profile and courage. It's not important enough to keep the trial going. Something is radically wrong here when there are playground tactics. When somebody is being threatened, I'll take you outside and we'll settle this outside. That's not the way to settle somebody's life. In this case, my life.
Why do you think the judge didn't declare a mistrial?
I have no idea. I have no idea whatsoever. I think he maybe thought he could power through.
Harvey Weinstein trial ends in mistrial on final rape charge after jury foreman refuses to deliberate. Jurors reached a partial verdict Wednesday finding Weinstein guilty of sexually assaulting one woman and not guilty of assaulting another. The retrial of Harvey Weinstein ended abruptly Thursday when the jury foreman refused to join the deliberations on the remaining rape charge against the disgraced movie mogul. New York State Judge Curtis Farber declared a mistrial, and prosecutors vowed to try Weinstein again on the charge the jury had been deadlocked on, the third-degree rape charge that accused Weinstein of sexually assaulting former actor Jessica Mann. The dramatic ending came a day after the jury announced it had unanimously found Weinstein guilty of sexually assaulting one woman and not guilty of assaulting another more than a decade ago. Those verdicts stand. During the 5 days of deliberation, the jury foreman had reported to Farber that the jurors were having a hard time reaching a verdict and that several members had been clashing. Right before the partial verdict was announced Wednesday, the foreman told the court he had been threatened by another member of the panel who told him, "You know me. You going to see me outside." When the jury returned Thursday to resume deliberations on the remaining charge, the jury foreman told Farber he was done. "Are you willing to go back in today and continue deliberations?" Farber asked. "No, sorry," the foreman replied. At that point, Assistant District Attorney Nicole Blumberg moved for a mistrial and asked that Weinstein be retried on the rape charge again. "If Weinstein wants to own up to the charge, we can have discussion about that," Blumberg said. But we are ready to retrial for rape in the third degree. Weinstein attorney so it doesn't sound like they were making it sound like the foreman was being threatened by people trying to get them to vote a certain way. Candace was making it sound like that, like they were threatening them, trying to get them to vote one way or the other, whereas it was just that one of the people in there had a problem, like a personal issue with the foreman, and so he just threatened him. And then the foreman was like, "Oh, well, I'm not going back in there. I'm not dealing with this motherfucker again." That's what it sounds like to me. Barber, however, scheduled a status hearing for July 2nd. When the proceedings over, Weinstein left the courtroom in his wheelchair. Of course, Mr. Weinstein is disappointed. Adala said after the proceeding, he has maintained his innocence from the day I met him in 2019. One of the male jurors interviewed outside of the jury was, after the jury was dismissed, said that they were split over the man rape allegation and that he was disappointed they couldn't reach a verdict. The third count was the hardest one, said the juror, who declined to give his name. Asked about the foreman's claim that he was threatened, the juror said it wasn't as contentious as had been reported. It was a conversation, the juror said. It was an animated conversation. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg called the woman who testified against Weinstein courageous and said that his office will continue to pursue the third-degree rape charges. This morning, after the judge declared the jury could not reach a verdict on the rape in third degree, we immediately informed the court that we are ready to go forward to trial again on that charge, Bragg said at a news conference. Mann said in a statement that she wouldn't back down. So yeah, it just sounds like they had a personal... Sounds like they had a personal beef.
Through it, but you can't power through those things. Those things are too important.
You know, Harvey, I have to say, on some matters, I think that you remain, I would almost say, optimistic when it comes to the court system, even in making a plea to the judge. And I can just tell you on the outside, looking in with a lot of the cases that are happening, you know, there's big news regarding the Epstein case. That, you know, they're just kind of going to leave it alone, and we're not going to get any client lists. There's been the Diddy case, which happened last week, and he got great news despite overwhelming video evidence that one of his producers had. And even with Justin Baldoni, you know, elements of his case getting dropped that people feel are unfair. All of these having taken place majority in New York, people are wondering if the system is even fair. Forgetting your case, but just taking a look at everything on a larger picture. Is there something rotten in the New York system?
Well, I certainly am, sickened by the results. There's no reason that with this trial shouldn't be a mistrial. And so you can add me to those voices, who feel that something's wrong with the system. This is a terrible outcome.
But have you considered that it could be deeper than that? And I know that I've asked you this offline, but that there was somebody who wanted you put away, that there may have been someone who wanted your company. I mean, these are genuinely the questions that I have asked myself when looking at your case, because to me, there is just overwhelming evidence that you were set up here. Like, there's just no objective look at the evidence, in my view, that you could come away going, Harvey Weinstein is definitively guilty. And someone like Diddy, who we have on camera beating a woman, is definitively not guilty. I have to ask.
Dude, she's so she's so fucking crazy, dude. What the fuck? Tom Foolery, rather for another 2 hours? No, we already did. We already did the whole thing. We're 10 minutes from the end of stream. But you can feel free to send me money anyways.
Ask you that question.
Well, I just have to say that, the district attorney in this situation is relentless. They will spend and have spent millions of dollars. They flew to Australia to confer with one of their clients. They flew to Washington State to confer with the other one of their clients. They will spend whatever it takes to spend. They hired an expert witness who told the jury that it's okay for Mimi to have to quote say that I raped her and then have consensual sex with me 2 weeks later. That was normal. At $750 an hour plus expenses, you're hard pressed to find anybody who wouldn't say what that expert said for that kind of money. But they said it in the court, and the district attorney paid it. I am sure when they got paid through with that bill, that $750 an hour, you're talking about $50,000 to get an expert witness to say that it's okay to have consensual sex with your rapist. Common sense was thrown out the window. You can buy anything. And apparently the DA bought that instruction, that advice was paid for.
What was that?
Attorney paid it. I am sure when they got paid through with that bill, that $750 an hour, you're talking about $50,000 to get an expert witness to say that it's okay to have consensual sex with your rapist. Common sense was thrown out the window.
It's okay to have consensual sex with your rapist. I need way more fucking context here, dude. I need way more context here. What the fuck? Like, if somebody rapes you, it's obviously not consensual, right? That's the case. Or if you like verbally consent to something, but you are maybe not in a headspace to where we think you are actually capable of making an informed decision and having informed consent, like you're too drunk. Or somebody rapes you and then another time you have sex with them and have consensual sex with them another time, right? Like these are I don't know what the fuck they're talking about here. Those are the only things that I can imagine making sense.
Buy anything. And apparently the DA bought that instruction, that advice was paid for.
And that's what I'm saying, Harvey. Like I said, I've looked at this case deeply, and it looks to me like a modern day hit. And I'm sorry to say that. I genuinely think that for whatever reason, I don't know who you upset, I don't know what they were after, but it just looks to me like a rigged system, and they took you out. And there are some
after. So they're saying that you got raped, and that later they decided that it wasn't rape and that it was consensual. And so later they said, I am now consenting to this. Is that I'm so lost.
Cast of characters are involved that make me uncomfortable. I mean, Gloria Allred's name, I don't know that she's ever lost a case. And I think back to even when Michael Jackson was trying to publicly signal, and again, this is all allegedly, he's no longer alive, that Gloria Allred was a part of sort of...
Oh, due to another encounter. Okay, so they had sex, they got raped one time, and then later they gave consent another time. Yeah, that makes sense.
This team of people who can just take people out when they want to. And I can't ignore that. I can't ignore those things. I can't ignore what's happening to you. I can't ignore the overwhelming evidence. To me, it looks like it was just a show trial, and the outcome was already determined before you even stepped into that.
That makes perfect sense. That somebody could get raped by somebody and consent to have sex with them another time. That doesn't go against common sense at all.
Courtroom.
Well, Gloria Allred came to me with Mimi when she first announced Mimi's trial. She went to my lawyers and said, for $750,000, pay us off and we'll go away. And we didn't pay them, because we thought it was absolute nonsense. And also there were term limits at that point. But she made a deal with the district attorney to waive the term limits in return for Mimi's testimony. So, I mean, a deal was made by Gloria Allred. Gloria Allred is the villain and one of the villains here, and she made the deal to prove what you say is true.
Mm-hmm. And that to
depends on the order. No, it doesn't depend on the order. You can be raped by somebody and then afterwards consent to sex in another scenario. Like consider somebody who's married to somebody, right? And in that marriage, their husband rapes them one time, but they don't want to break up their family. They don't want to go to the cops. They don't want to get a divorce. They don't want to go through all this shit. And so they stay together and then later have sex with them again. And in this encounter, they are consenting to it. That's like, that's a, not only is that like a perfectly like a reasonable scenario to think of, but that's also probably common enough to where it's not even like an extreme hypothetical.
Is not unlike the structure of a modern gang. You pay us and you'll be fine. If you don't pay us, then you're going to have trouble. And it looks like you walked away from a deal. You could have given her $750,000 and she would have gone away, and you opted not to. And you have been fighting for your life ever since. It's one of these things that, like I said, the conversation is very different from when you went in, and this conversation would have been impossible a few years ago. But people are starting to see that this isn't a coincidence that this keeps happening, that the same characters are involved from even the publications. I mean, the New York Times, Justin Baldoni, they publish a piece absent a lot of information, and then suddenly the attack dogs are out in full force.
Well, even the New York Times in this situation, amazing as it is, I mean, with the investigation that's going on with the New York Times, they did a piece about the jurors and what the jurors went through on this trial. And they had 4 or 5 jurors and their testimony to the incredible nature of being threatened by one another during this trial. So, I mean, the New York Times, just to bring it up, is there's a young man named Clark Patterson who just wrote an article about the New York Times and wrote an article about the two journalists who wrote the first hit piece on me. And I think if you tangle with the New York Times, you're dead. You know what I mean? They have infinite resources and they will call up those resources and they will go after you no end. And he wrote a piece, you know, he had the courage to write a piece. It's in MSN and it's on Medium. The full 17,000 words is on Medium. And nobody is out there rushing to publicize the fact that the New York Times original piece about me was wrong. You know, and the Ashley Judds of this world and the other and the Rose McGowans and all of what they said was bullshit. I mean, nonsense, excuse my language, you know, and this reporter captured all that, but there's no public outcry, you know, with his piece. But I think it's going to get there. I think slowly but surely it's working its way up through the system, but it's slow.
Yeah, and you will definitely find a sympathetic audience with my audience because we speak about this
Later,
often. I think the
Mantis.
only
Have
way
a
that
good
we can
night.
make sense of the present is to look at the past. And I have examined the New York Times through the lens of how they were created. I mean, we've been wrongly, I think, deluded to believe that journalists are sort of this like fourth estate, that they protect against corruption. They're a part of the corruption. Historically, the New York Times had a relationship with the CIA. That is just a fact. It is a fact that is available at anybody's fingertips. They are an extension of the state. And so that is why when I ask you those questions, and I was not surprised when they chopped up
To just say they had a relationship with them, that is the most bland bullshit ever. I hate the way that people use words like this, where they just make the most vague, like they put out the most vague terms as though it's specific. And this drives me fucking crazy when people say things like, they defend Israel, right? Like, well, what does that even mean? They defended Israel, or they defend Israel, or they're an Israel defender. Like, what does it mean, defend in this case? And they're like, they said that it was a lie that Israel didn't bomb that Al Akli hospital. They said that was a lie. They defended Israel. And it's like, well, okay, but that was a fucking lie. Israel didn't bomb Al Akli. They've bombed, I think, other hospitals, but they didn't bomb Al Akli. So for you to just say they defend Israel, you're just saying they debunk misinformation on this. Or when people say the Biden administration approved, you know, this thing, or the Biden administration did that. Well, when you say the Biden administration, what do you mean? I mean, one FBI agent who was a low-level FBI agent during during Biden's term in presidency. Like, okay, so you're just calling that the Biden administration. Okay, that's what the fuck. Like, it's just I hate the way that people use these such like general fucking terms to try to make points, and you have no fucking idea what they're talking about.
Justin Baldoni's lawsuit because he went after the New York Times. You can't win against the New York Times. Judges have lost going after the New York Times, saying that the New York Times was defaming them, as I've shown on my show. When I look at that, and I think that the New York Times was initially the people behind them went after you, I do think.
So what?
That you stepped on somebody's toes. Like there's somebody's toes that you stepped on that you may not have been aware of when you were in Hollywood because you had a lot of power. You had a lot of power.
I agree with you, Candace. You know, looking back on it, you know, there are definitely people, you know, I can't say who, but
Why
there are
not? Why
people
can't you say who? What do you have to
because
lose?
because I'm not sure that I'm right, you
Then you
know,
say,
and
I think. Maybe.
I will say that I think there are people whose toes I
This is not journalism, dude. This is not journalism when you're like trying to push a person to a fucking answer and to say something, to say that like their case was corrupt, to say that like this is not journalism, dude. This is not trying to like get to the fucking truth. This is fucking stupid.
stepped on, and I will also say I think there are politicians whose toes I stepped on, and as a result of the two forces mingling together, and you throw in the New York Times, and you have enormous prejudice against me, an enormous fight against me, an enormous I don't know what to say, just a force against me of all these forces coming together. But it's weakening. It's weakening. It's weakening because of you. And I can't tell you that having done your interview, how many people come up to me in whatever little street credence I have now. Cops come up to me, workers come up to me, wherever I'm at, wherever I'm out, people come to me and say, I saw you on Candace. I saw you on Candace. Keep up the good work. Keep up your good work because you're cracking that system. And Clark Patterson is out there cracking that system too. You know, it won't permeate forever, and it's not as strong as it thinks it is.
It's not, and we're seeing that the fraying is happening now. But I really want to push you on this point, Harvey, because I think it's very significant. Who were the politicians' toes that you stepped on? And not we're not making any allegations against them, but it certainly is. It's interesting. It's be an interesting rabbit for me to chase to know which politicians you think you may have upset. Because I'm telling you, the New York Times is an extension of the state.
Well, I think that, with the Ambra situation, you know what I mean, I got off with not even a misdemeanor. I just got off with you know, just an understanding that Ambra was an unreliable witness. This is the woman who taped me, made the telephone call, set me up with the police officers, and the police officers wanted to prosecute me. And I think that as a result of me getting off, what I had was I got jurisdiction in Italy, and in Italy, I got my people to go to the judge in Italy and open up sealed paperwork, which admitted that when she was 17 years old, she was living in a house paid for by her pimp, 5,000 a month, and getting $1,000 a month sexual congress for having sex with this guy. Not her pimp, I guess her boyfriend, whatever. But she was paid for sex, and
Wait,
then she
what?
also went to a
Wait, which one?
party, a bunga bunga party with the Prime Minister of Italy, Berlusconi, and she also complained to the press about that. She later on said her boyfriend raped her in Italy, and she had huge, huge press. So when the situation happened with me, she just wanted huge press, and she got huge press. She became a famous
Huge.
person. But when I got off,
She got
Cyrus
huge
Vance, who
press.
was the district attorney, was accused of leniency in my situation. And then when the New York Times published its piece, they went after me hell to leather. So I think Cyrus Vance was one of those people who wanted to see me, you know, uh, um, you know, screwed, and certainly went out of his way, what I mean, with an incredible, you know, force that they put together.
I'm gonna fucking motherhood. .com that you heard of Happy Place.
Oh my God.
Yeah. She had a very interesting take on things. She says a lot that because they want publishing rights. Like she's like, a person or an
If they just had an opportunity to do it. But the establishment, I would not say was my friends.
right. And what is the establishment in Hollywood?
It's normally the big studios, you know what I mean? And it's the big studios. But I can't say that they put me into a New York Times article.
Why can't you say it? Who's stopping you, Harvey? Who's stopping you from saying it, Harvey? Why can't you say it? I would bet that's gonna be the fucking question. I would bet that's gonna be the fucking question.
But I can't say that they put me into a New York Times article.
No.
I can't. I can say that there was animosity, but I can't say that they were part of this.
Right. No, I'm just wondering, like, who in the end, who owns all those movies now? Who owns your catalog? What happened to your company?
We sold the catalog to a company called Be In, you know what I mean, which is owned by the Qatari government.
Oh,
and
interesting. The Qatari government's not Jewish at all. Okay.
And we sold the other part of the library to a company called Spyglass and Lantern, which is owned by the Saudi Arabian.
Oh. They're also not Jewish. Huh.
A government.
Very interesting. I'm asking these questions because my investigation into this isn't going to stop with the conclusion of your trial. I just think that there was something more sinister that was happening. I've always had that instinct.
I was asking questions. But now that you've given me the answer, my investigation is not going to stop. Because there's something more sinister. She always uses sinister when she's talking about the Jews. She always uses the term sinister. She loves to say the Jews are sinister.
And on the basis of things that I've just been reading this year about Hollywood and the things that have happened, I do think that it was very intentional. So what happens now with your case?
Yeah, about Hollywood. About Hollywood. What does she believe about Hollywood? she's
women.
Of course.
Being crazy, and
she's paid to give an anti-Semitic comments.
that was just Michael Jackson being crazy and being a raging anti-Semite.
John Branca is Jewish, and Tommy Mottola is also Jewish.
Wow.
Wow.
Did you guys know that? Did you guys know?
Whoa. Whoa. Interesting. That was very interesting. Those people were Jewish?
Any of that? Because I certainly didn't. So yes, Michael Jackson's estate was transferred over to specific individuals who happened to be Jewish. So what do we make of all this?
Just
What do
so
we make of all
happened.
this? What do you think about all of this? Well, I'm going to be honest with you that these claims keep coming up too often in Hollywood for me to be comfortable with it.
Yeah.
And even when Kanye did share that he was speaking about specific people in Hollywood
Just so
that
happened
he
to be Jewish.
believed were coming after him and were trying to control him. He actually named some of those individuals. He shared personal text messages of a friend of his, a personal trainer to the stars, who again happens to be Jewish.
Just happens to be
Utterly
Jewish.
ridiculous. It's insane. I know many Jewish people watch this show. Many Jewish people are my friends. And so what I believe is something that should be explored is whether or not what's happening is that just like within all communities, there are gangs, right? Gangs can form, we understand this.
Yeah,
In the Black community, we've got the Bloods and we've got the Crips. Well,
Bloods and
imagine if the
Crips.
Bloods and the Crips were doing horrific things, murdering people, controlling people with blackmail. And then every time a person spoke out about it, the Bloods and the Crips would call those people racist.
Oh.
What if that is what is happening right now in Hollywood, if there is just a very small ring of specific people who are using the fact that they are Jewish to shield themselves from any
Interesting.
criticism? It's food for thought, right?
Yeah.
And I think, again,
Just
there have been
asking
enough
questions.
people that are speaking out about a ring in Hollywood, also a ring potentially in DC, that we should start to ask those questions. All of us.
All of us.
Black, Spanish,
Every race
Jewish,
asking questions.
Chinese, Japanese, all Americans should want answers because
Mm-hmm.
this appears to be something that is quite sinister.
Candace never explicitly states that she believes the conspiracies. Instead, she plays a clip of lackluster evidence and then says, wow, what do you guys think? This is happening too often. We all need to be asking questions. This really seems sinister. Never really taking a strong... Yeah. Well, this is my documentary on another channel called Terminally Online Media. Go check it out. I'm going to head out. If you guys will do me a favor, hang out for a minute, leave a comment after the stream is over. That really helps us get pushed in the algorithm to where more people are tuning in next time. So just hang out. We're going to run through some credits real quick, and then we will end stream, and you guys can leave some comments to help push this. Also, wanted to say, I saw earlier, Trib donated a bunch of memberships. Super appreciate Trib for all the fucking memberships that he gave. Get Stanfield is at Fools 3 now, which is huge, dude. We got maybe like 6 or 7 people at Fools 3. So that is super fucking appreciated. And then thanks to everybody who sent all of the super chats and tips today. It was very helpful. Really appreciate you guys. I was trying to find... Oh yeah, there it is. Trib with 10 gifted fucking memberships, dude. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Let's get some cheers in chat for Trib. Trib. Alright. But I'll be back on tomorrow. Make sure you hit this the like and subscribe button. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools. Pro-life sass. You're being bad faith. Pro-life means that I'm anti-abortion. Okay? If you're pro-choice, does that mean you're pro all choices? Does that mean you're pro my choice to shoot rioters? Is that where you want to go with this? If you want to act as though me being pro-life means that I have to be pro every single life from now until eternity, then I'm going to pretend as though that means you being pro-choice means you're pro all choices from now until eternity. If that's the game that you want to play, to be honest, if babies wanted to burn down my business, I'd be for aborting them.
A trans woman, a plastic woman.
Hold on one second.
Like
Mackenzie,
a false woman.
If other people want to come here and talk to me about these things, we can talk about it. If other people don't want to talk about it, then we won't talk about it. If you don't want to listen to it, off.
Beat it, Mackenzie.
I don't know why you sit around whining all day. Get the out of my chat. If you don't want to listen to this, kick rocks. I don't know why you would sit here bitching all freaking night.
Go play Minecraft.
I'm reading all through your stuff. None of this is actually questioning anything I'm saying. You are just whining. If you're a rhetoric expert, whatever the fuck you want to call it, what the difference does it make? Oh, the document. Just say it. Yet Tom is the most vague bull I've ever seen in this space. You are not challenging anything. You are just being a dumb bitch in my chat all freaking night. It is obnoxious.
No, real.
Okay.
Could you just do that go off one more time?